Chapter 2300. Uft. Li Zhongtong and the other four spat out a mouthful of hot blood. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Their eyes filled with shock, heartache, and fear. He was shocked that Ning Qi's methods were so powerful. He felt sorry for the top-grade immortal sword that he had just obtained and had yet to warm up before it was shattered into smithereens. He didn't even have the chance to repair it. According to the rumors, the disciple in front of him liked to beat up the Xianjian sect disciples who came to challenge him. The most famous example was Wang Tao, who was beaten up from the early stage of the Earth immortal stage to not even a worldly immortal. Do you still want to fight? Ning Qi smiled. After 3 breaths of time, the 5 of them finally reacted. Yuan Long carefully asked, "If we don't fight, you'll let us go?" Ning Qi shook his head. "What if we fight?" Yan Fei said, "Like him." Ning Qi pointed at Wang Tao. The 5 of them looked at Wang Tao. Seeing that, Wang Tao almost fainted. His heart was filled with rage, but he did not dare to show it. With so many people hanging on the pillar, why did Ning Qi want to use him as an example? 9 Swords immediately lowered his head, avoiding Li Zhongtong's gaze. It was too embarrassing. He had never thought that one day he would lose so much face in front of his beloved senior aunt. Seeing that, the 5 of them looked at each other. In the end, Yang Xiaolong clenched his teeth, stared straight at Ning Qi, and said, "Everyone, although the moon-gathering sword formation has been broken, if the 5 of us join hands, we still have a chance of suppressing him." Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that there was no one behind him. When he took a closer look, he saw that Li Zhongtong and the others had already walked to the newly built pillar and hung themselves on it. When they arrived, Hua Yu had already led the other 4 disciples to chop down trees. Now it could be used. "Do you want to fight?" Ning Qi looked at Yang Xiaolong. Yang Xiaolong looked at Li Zhongtong and the others, then looked at the surrounding Xianjian sect disciples, his eyes revealing a trace of determination. Just as he was about to make his move, Yang Xiaolong suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his stomach. Immediately afterwards, Yang Xiaolong felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Then his body rose into the air, but before he could fly too high, he felt another heavy blow on his back and fiercely fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! Painting rain, hang it up. With that said, Ning Qi turned around and walked back into the yard, not even sparing a glance at Yang Xiaolong, who was lying on the ground. The originally handsome and spirited Yang Xiaolong's breathing was very weak. If it weren't for his high cultivation, he would have died already. Hua Yu eagerly hung Yang Xiaolong on the pillar. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions became incomparably complicated. Even the 5 full-circle Earth Immortals with the moon catapult sword formation were unable to suppress Ning Qi. Was there anyone in the Xianjian sect who could deal with him? Perhaps only a true disciple would have a chance. Li Zhongtong and the others were lucky. Other than Yang Xiaolong, the other 4 only lost an immortal sword and suffered some internal injuries. They did not appear to be in a sorry state. At a glance, among the dozens of people hanging on the pillars, only the 4 of them looked fresh and refined. AI, with Yang Xiaolong's temper, he knows he's going to lose, so why bother fighting? Aren't we letting the juniors laugh at us now? Yuan Long could not help but sigh. It's our business if we don't fight, but it's Yang Xiaolong's business if he wants to fight. Why are you mocking us? Yan Fei Wu said coldly. Stop arguing. Let's think about the future. Su Zhangxin said indifferently. There will be someone who can suppress him. Let's wait. Li Zhongtong expressionlessly looked towards the courtyard. Little senior aunt. Zhu Jian finally couldn't help but greet him. After all, Li Zhongtong was hanging right next to him. Li Zhongtong glanced at Zhu Jian, then slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Zhu Jian was at a loss. Come, junior brothers who bet on Ning Beixian to win, come over. Senior brother will be embarrassed to accept the immortal stones from the rest. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Bai Shijiang greeted them with a smile. Those who had won the bet took the immortal stones and left with smiles on their faces. As for those who had bet on the wrong treasure, they looked at Bai Shijiang reluctantly, hoping that this senior brother could turn back and return the immortal stones to them. What are you still looking at? Next time, don't bet wrongly. Can't afford to lose? Bai Shijiang swept his gaze across. Both the outer sect and inner sect disciples scattered like birds and beasts. Not long after, a loud explosion came from the Elixir Peak and Dajiang Peak. When Fan Zeng and the rest heard the loud explosion, their expressions changed. Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan must have known that Li Zhongtong and the rest were hung up. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so furious. A sound of this magnitude was probably heard from a corner of the mountain. It was smashed to pieces. When Ying Jinchuan returned to the missing moon peak from the mission hall, her expression turned strange when she saw Li Zhongtong and the rest. None of the 5 of them were weaker than Zhou Jian, but they were all hung up here. This meant that even if the 5 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Ning Qi. Furthermore, Ning Qi only used the time she took to travel between the mission hall and the missing moon peak. Junior sister Jinchuan, why don't you tell that person to let us go? Yuan Long said with a smile. Ying Jinchuan smiled and entered the courtyard without saying a word. Yuan Long's expression turned extremely ugly. Forget it. Even if he wants us to leave, Master can't afford to lose face. Let's wait for Master to send someone to suppress this guy first. Su Zhongxin advised. Junior brother Ning, this is the ancient book you wanted. Ying Jinchuan took out a jade scroll and handed it to Ning Qi. She didn't know how long Ning Qi would be reading it, so she spent some contribution points to make a copy. If not for the time limit, she would also be able to see the scene of Ning Qi suppressing Li Zhongtong and the rest. Thank you, senior sister. Ning Qi took the jade scroll with a smile and sent his divine consciousness into it. Ying Jinchuan stood up and left. The ancient book recorded the entire 117 eras of the 9 ancient eras. It was basically impossible for Ning Qi to finish reading it in a short period of time. After Ying Jinchuan left, Ning Qi's figure moved slightly and disappeared. Top cultivation training ground. 5 years had passed, and Ning Qi finally retracted his divine consciousness from the Jade Scroll. His mind was filled with information about the ancestral planet, but none of it was related to the ancient immortals. The rise and fall of the sects in the 9 ancient eras were all about the rising stars. He didn't manage to find any information like Guankou, Mount Huagua, Heavenly Court, Western Paradise, Zhu, Immortal, Primordial, Taishang, and other keywords. Chapter 2301. This time, Ning Qi had stayed in the top training grounds for more than 600 years and had only managed to refine 600,000 sets of spirit materials into spirit jade pills. A total of 18 million top-grade spirit jade pills of the first stage. If they were to be exchanged for low-grade spirit jade pills of the first stage, then the amount would be enough for the 330,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect to consume for 5 years. These spirit jade pills should be able to be used in the Earth Immortal stage. Ning Qi grabbed a handful and threw it into his mouth. After more than 10 years, Ning Qi had swallowed another 4 to 500,000 spirit jade pills. The immortal spirit energy in his body had increased greatly, and his cultivation had also reached the peak of the middle stage of human immortal. Perhaps it was because he had swallowed too many spirit jade pills. But Ning Qi's body had already developed a bit of drug resistance. The effects of the spirit jade pills that he had swallowed later on were far from what they were at the beginning. Fortunately, Ning Qi had enough spirit jade pills, so he could use them to pile up. Spring passed and autumn came. About 1,000 years had passed in the top training grounds, and Ning Qi's body was covered in a thin layer of dust. Suddenly, one day, all the dust dissipated, and Ning Qi became spotless. At this moment, his aura was many times stronger than when he was in the middle stage of human immortal. Ding! Congratulations to host for advancing to the late period of human immortal. Oh, I'm finally in the late period of human immortal. Ning Qi heaved a long sigh. Compared to the time when he could advance on his own as long as his attributes met the system's requirements, the speed and difficulty of advancing now was clearly much higher. However, Ning Qi felt that it was more real now. At the same time, spending a large amount of time to break through bottlenecks allowed him to have a more intuitive feeling. He didn't need to spend any more time to adapt to his increased strength. Ning Qi grabbed another handful of spirit jade pills and threw it into his mouth. This time he frowned slightly. The effects of the spirit jade pills were already less than a third of what they were at the beginning. Obviously, if Ning Qi continued to consume it, the effects of the spirit jade pills would definitely decrease, becoming 1/5, 1/8, or even 1/10. Maybe I should try the earth spirit pill. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly as he took out the pill formula that Ing Zhenxuan had given him and studied it carefully. After experimenting a few more times, he finally succeeded in refining the earth spirit pill. Out of the 10 sets of earth spirit pills, 3 sets had been used up. It was only at the 4th set that the pills were formed. Moreover, the number of pills formed could not compare to the spirit jade pills. There were only 3 top-grade tier, 2 pills. However, when Ning Qi picked up one of them, he felt that the immortal spiritual energy contained within it was much higher than the top-grade tier 1 spirit jade pills. Too many. After consuming all 3 earth spirit pills, the effects were equivalent to over 100 top-grade tier 1 spirit jade pills. Now that the effects of the spirit jade pills had decreased, it was equivalent to over 300 top-grade tier 1 spirit jade pills. Ning Qi sat cross-legged on the ground for a while. Boundless immortal spiritual energy appeared and disappeared on Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi used half a day's time to finish absorbing all 3 tier 2 earth spiritual pills. I think the remaining 17 million or so top-grade grade 1 spirit jade pills can be exchanged for spirit materials for the earth spirit pill. Ning Qi's mind moved slightly, and the next moment he returned to the room. This time, he had stayed in the top-notch cultivation training ground for more than 1,000 years. The outside world estimated that at least 4 or 5 years had passed. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Li Zhongtong and the others all looked over. This fellow has finally shown himself. A trace of anger flashed across Yuanlong's eyes. Ning Qi hadn't appeared for a long time, and he had been hanging on the pillar for 4 or 5 years. Even the inner sect disciples sent by his master couldn't find Ning Qi, let alone suppress him. The aura on his body, late-stage human immortal? Li Zhongtong and the others looked at each other in shock. In just 4 or 5 years, the other party had broken through from mid-stage human immortal to late-stage human immortal? How was that possible? This kid's cultivation is probably far beyond the human immortal stage. Did you guys realize that he's like those guys who were seriously injured and their cultivation fell? Yuan Long transmitted his voice. Even Zhao Tong, the new direct disciple of Xianjian sect, who had the brilliant golden aptitude and was personally taught by Xianjian ancestor, had barely broken through to mid-stage human immortal. In just 8 or 9 years, he had broken through from early-stage human immortal to mid-stage human immortal. This was already considered extraordinary talent. To break through from mid-stage human immortal to late-stage human immortal in 4 or 5 years, that didn't exist. At least, it was impossible for there to be such a prodigy on the ancestral star. Very likely. Su Zhangxin and the others felt that Yuanlong was right. This could also explain why Ning Qi had such powerful combat strength. The spiritual qi in the missing moon peak has increased a lot in the past few years. Ning Qi scanned with his divine sense and found that the spiritual qi in the missing moon peak was about 70 to 80% thicker than a few years ago. In addition, the number of disciples in the missing moon peak seemed to have increased by a few dozen in the past few years. There were already more than 100 disciples, not just a few dozen like before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures tore through the air and landed directly in front of Ningqi. Master! When Jian, Wang Tao, and the others saw Yi Tian, a look of hope appeared on their faces. Yi Tian stared at Ningqi. He had been to the missing moon peak too many times over the years, but he couldn't find Ningqi every time. This time he had finally caught him red-handed. Brother Ning. Wen Sheng and Yi Tian smiled at Ningqi. Brother Wen, Lady Wen, long time no see. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. Brother Ning's cultivation seems to have increased again. You're already in the late stage, human immortal. Wen Sheng said with narrowed eyes. He was even more certain of Ningqi's identity. This must be a disciple of a heavily injured immortal monarch. Ningqi smiled and looked at Yi Tian. What do you want to do to calm this matter down? Yi Tian said indifferently to Ningqi. Calm down what? Ningqi smiled. If Peak Lord Yi wants to take them away, feel free to take them away. I have no objections. Ning Beixian, how about this? I will send a disciple to fight with you. If you lose to him, let me take away 9 swords and the others. In the future, if you have any requests or help, feel free to come to Golden Sun Peak to find me. Or I can personally accept you as an inner sect disciple. The difference between a sweeping disciple and an inner sect disciple. You should understand. Yi Tian's lips moved slightly as he sent a sound transmission. No way. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. Everyone is in the Xianjian sect, and we will always see each other. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to take a single step in the Xianjian sect in the future? Yi Tian's eyes turned cold. That makes sense. How could it be difficult to walk all over the world? Didn't the old Peak Lord discuss it with old Ancestor Yi and the others? According to the rules, either you take them away yourself, or you let the inner disciples under your command challenge me. If you defeat me, they will follow you. I think this is also what old Ancestor Yi and the others want. I hope so, right? Ningqi smiled. Do you really want to go this far? Don't forget, a core disciple is also a disciple. The coldness in Yi Tian's eyes became more and more intense, and the threat in his words was obvious. Core disciple? Do as you wish. Chapter 2302. Peak Lord Yi. Ying Jinchuan's expression changed slightly when she saw Yi Tian. She then nodded at Ningqi and smiled at Yi Tian. Peak Lord Yi, what brings you here today? Are you looking for my grandpa? Well, Elder Ying should be in seclusion right now. I won't disturb him. I'll take my leave first. Yi Tian's expression changed. He cupped his hands at Ying Jinchuan, gave Ningqi a cold look, and flew away. Brother Ning, do you have time to chat? Wen Sheng and Wen Qing didn't leave with Yi Tian. Instead, they smiled at Ningqi. Senior sister, this is Brother Wen and this is Miss Wen. Ningqi introduced them with a smile. We've already met. Ying Jinchuan nodded. Ningqi was startled. He then realized that Wen Sheng and Wen Qing had come to the moon missing peak more than once. Junior Brother Ning, you guys chat first. I'll come to you later. Ying Zhenchuan nodded at Ningqi, then signaled Wen Sheng and Wen Qing before leaving. What you wanted to talk to Ningqi shouldn't be known by outsiders. Please, the two of you. Ningqi smiled and walked towards the courtyard. When Wen Sheng and Wen Qing caught up, they intentionally sized up Jian and the others. Jian and the others watched Yi Tian leave with disappointment on their faces. But when they saw Wen Sheng and Wen Qing, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. These two had come to the Xianjian sect with Ning Beixian and were now at the Golden Sun Peak. Now that they were at the moon-missing peak with Yi Tian, they should be pleading for them in private. Brother Ning, do you know that Zhao Tong has successfully become a legacy disciple in the sect ceremony a few years ago? The 3 sat in the stone pavilion in the courtyard. Wen Sheng smiled and said, Oh, Ning Chi was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. He had been staying in the top cultivation training ground for the past few years and had missed the grand ceremony of the sect. What do you want to say, Brother Wen? Let's get straight to the point. Ning Chi smiled. It's like this. You've seen what happened to the Wen clan. We want to find the murderer of the one clan, but Yi Rulong has been suppressing us. We can't even meet Ancestor Xianjian. The other Golden Immortals don't want to fend Yi Rulong because of us. If Brother Ning can find Zhao Tong, say a word for us. I believe Patriarch Xianjian will receive us. When Sheng said, Is that it? Ning Chi smiled. There is one more thing. Yi Tian wants you to cooperate with him and release Zhu Jian and the others. However, it is obvious that Brother Ning will not agree to this. I will just mention it to you. To be honest, some of these people are Yi Rulong's disciples, and some are his disciples' disciples. Hang them here as a warning. Everyone, Wen Qing and I feel very relieved. Wen Sheng smiled, but Wen Qing's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. I heard from Yi Tian that Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan are already preparing to send a direct disciple to suppress you. Are all true disciples at the heavenly immortal stage? Ning Chi said faintly. There are a few earth immortals in the great perfection stage. I don't think they will be so shameless to send heavenly immortals. However, I'm afraid that ordinary people can't deal with the techniques of those earth immortals in the great perfection stage. I heard that direct disciples don't need contribution points to cultivate immortal skills below the 5th rank. The immortal sword they use is at least a supreme grade immortal artifact. When Qing said, even if those earth immortals outside join forces, they won't be able to defeat any one of them. If they join forces, I think you will be in danger. Earth immortals, then there won't be any danger. Thank you for telling me. I will find a chance to tell Zhao Tong about your request to meet Ancestor Xianjian, but Ning Chi chuckled. He used to listen to my advice, but now he's a true disciple, and I'm a sweeping disciple. Our identities are very different. I can't guarantee that he'll listen to my words. We understand. Wen Sheng and Wen Qing nodded. They had seen this kind of situation too many times. Be it mortals or immortals, they all had such situations. The three of them chatted for a while more before Wen Sheng and Wen Qing stood up to leave. Before they left, Wen Sheng reminded Ning Chi that the sect competition would be held in 10 years, and he would have the chance to meet Zhao Tong then. The two of them were afraid that Ning Chi would go into seclusion for another 10 years and miss this opportunity. It was almost impossible for a disciple sweeping the floor to meet a direct disciple. Not long after Wen Sheng and Wen Qing left, Ing Jinchuan came to the courtyard. Junior Brother Ning, the number of disciples in our moon missing peak has already exceeded 100. It's all thanks to you. Ing Jinchuan expressed her gratitude the moment they met. Senior sister, you are too polite. There are more than 17 million spirit jade pills here. You can decide how many you want to keep. Please help me exchange the rest for earth spirit pills. Ning Chi handed over an interspatial ring with a smile. Okay. Wait. Ing Jinchuan gasped and stared blankly at Ning Chi. More than 17 million? Not bad. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Let me pause for a moment. 17 million top-grade spirit jade pills? Ing Jinchuan seemed to be in disbelief. Yes. Ning Chi nodded again. Suddenly, the two of them felt a mighty surge of immortal qi gushing out from the moon missing peak. The spirit qi of the entire moon missing peak instantly increased by 70% to 80%. Be it Elder Ing, who was in seclusion, Fan Zan, and the other moon missing peak disciples, or Jiu Jian, and the rest who were hanging on the pillars. They all felt the change in the moon missing peak. Some were happy, while others were sad. The spirit qi of the moon missing peak continued to rise. This proved that even the heavens approved of the moon missing peak's gradual rise. Many pairs of eyes looked towards the missing moon peak from all the major peaks. What did Elder Ing do this time? How did he increase the spirit chi of the moon missing peak so much? If this continues, the moon missing peak will at least be on par with our peaks in less than 100 years. Although the moon missing peak won't be able to return to its peak as long as Ingzazai doesn't return. But looks like we have to pay more attention to the moon missing peak during this period. Junior Brother Ning, can I keep 1 million spirit jade pills and help you exchange the rest for spiritual materials for refining the earth spirit pill? Ing Jinchuan suppressed the ecstasy in her heart and asked Ning Qi after a moment of hesitation. Up to you. Ning Qi smiled. With these 1 million spirit jade pills, the disciples of the moon missing peak can receive 5 pills every month. This way, the number of disciples of the moon missing peak will increase. Ing Jinchuan calculated happily. Ning Qi looked at her and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. From the time he saw Ing Jinchuan's alchemy, he knew that this girl was headstrong and stubborn. She had a big goal, which was to make the moon missing peak rise again. Since he was now at the moon missing peak, perhaps he could help Ing Jinchuan out. That's right, Junior Brother Ning. Every peak will have to send dozens of disciples to compete in the sect competition 10 years from now. If you're ranked in the top 10, you'll be rewarded with a living spirit vein by Ancestor Profound Sword himself. I wonder if Junior Brother Ning can represent our moonless peak to participate in the sect competition this time? Ing Jinchuan looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Chapter 2303. Ing Jinchuan felt strange. How could Ning Qi not even know about the living spirit vein? No matter which immortal domain it was, there would always be such a thing that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth, right? Because it could slowly improve the immortal spirit energy in a certain place, and it could improve it from the root. Whether it was for the sect or rogue cultivators, it was good. This thing, after Ing Jinchuan explained, Ning Qi had an idea in his mind. He used his divine will to search the dragon-slaying mall. He found that the dragon-slaying mall also sold living spirit veins, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 9. This was out of Ning Qi's expectations. Tier 1 living spirit veins cost at least 2 million dragon-slaying crystals. It wasn't expensive. However, the price of a 9th stage living spirit vein was extremely expensive. Ning Qi reckoned that he wouldn't be able to afford it without spending 80 to 100 years to gather the dragon-slaying crystals. If I get first place, what's the reward? Ning Qi said, First. Ing Jinchuan said with a strange expression, For so many years in the Xianjian sect, the first place has always been in the main peak. At this point, Ing Jinchuan's eyes suddenly revealed a look of anticipation. Ning Qi's battle prowess was obvious to all. In the past 8 to 9 years, Li Zhangtong and the other elite disciples of the inner sect were also defeated by Ning Qi. Perhaps this time the missing moon peak really had a chance to fight for first place? Thinking of this, Ing Jinchuan looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Junior Brother Ning, how confident are you? Are there any heaven immortal stage participants in the sect tournament? Ning Qi laughed. The main peak was different from the other peaks. For example, the peak masters of the missing moon peak and the golden sun peak were at the heaven immortal stage, while the peak master of the main peak was the mysterious sword old man, an existence at the zenith heaven golden immortal stage. The direct disciples were the backbone, and below them were the inner disciples. Then this first place throne would probably be defended by the main peak. That's not true. Unlike us, the main peak will only send one direct disciple every time, and he is in existence below the heaven immortal stage. But even so, after so many years of the sect tournament, even those geniuses carefully nurtured by the golden immortal stage are not his match. If the missing moon peak can win first place in the sect tournament, the missing moon peak will undergo a tremendous change. At the very least, the immortal spirit energy will increase by 3 to 5 times. And the living spirit vein, Ing Jinchuan's heart was burning with passion. She had intended to ask Ning Qi for help to get a better ranking for the Missing Moon Peak. But now, she was looking forward to it. Perhaps in this sect tournament, the Missing Moon Peak would be the closest to first place. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another chance like this in the future. Senior sister, use your method to exchange those spiritual jade pills for the Earth spiritual pill. If you hurry up, I might be able to get first place for you in this sect competition. Ningqi smiled. In fact, he did not think that there were any Earth Immortal Stage cultivators in the Xianjian sect who could defeat him. However, if he could improve his cultivation a step further and break through to the great perfection of the worldly immortal stage before the sect competition, Ningqi would be even more confident. At this realm, he would at least be able to contend against an early stage heaven immortal. The means, when he was still at the early human immortal stage, an ordinary early heavenly immortal stage expert could use the simplest method to suppress Ningqi. Even if Ningqi opened the 9 inner hidden gates and used all his trump cards, he would only be able to buy a few more breaths of time. But if he broke through to the great circle of the human immortal stage, coupled with the effects of the 9 inner hidden gates as well as all of his trump cards, it would not be that easy for an early stage heaven immortal to suppress Ningqi. In fact, if he counted the silver dragon tattoo on Ningqi's body, he felt that in a life and death situation, the existence of the heavenly immortal stage should not be able to kill him. All right. Ying Jinshuan nodded with a serious expression. A few days passed. As usual, there were many disciples who came to watch. In these 8 or 9 years, the dozens of pillars had already become a famous attraction in the Missing Moon Peak. Many disciples of the Xianjian sect were guessing how long Li Zhangtong and the rest would have to hang up in order to end their sorry state. In the end, they came to a conclusion. Unless Yi Tian and the others did not care about face and bullied the weak, only a successor disciple would be able to deal with it. Junior brother Zhao Tong, I heard that the disciple who swept the floor came to our Xianjian sect with you? A young cultivator who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a light green robe, with black hair that was like a waterfall, draped over his shoulders and a pair of bright eyes, landed on the Missing Moon Peak with Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong's appearance and physique were extremely eye-catching, and the Xianjian sect disciples who saw Zhao Tong, he reacted immediately. Wasn't this the Zhao Tong who had been personally accepted as a disciple by the Xianjian ancestor many years ago, and who had become a new successor disciple during the sect's grand ceremony a few years ago? On the main peak, there were over 100 successor disciples, but only 3 to 5 of them were the direct disciples of the Xianjian ancestor. The rest were basically accepted by the various golden immortals, and most of them came from ordinary backgrounds. Their masters could be any of the heavenly immortal stage cultivators in the Xianjian sect. But in the later stages, they would either suddenly display their talent or obtain some sort of fortuitous encounter. In the end, they would become a successor disciple. For example, Yi Tian's disciple Nine Swords. Before he was defeated by Ningqi, many people thought highly of him. He had the chance to become a successor disciple and head to the main peak to cultivate. No matter what the seniority was, once they reached the main peak, other than the Xianjian ancestor, the other successor disciples would all address each other as senior and junior brothers. Senior brother, He Zhe, Brother Ning did indeed come to the Xianjian sect with me. Zhao Tong nodded with a smile. In just a short 8 or 9 years, his demeanor had changed a lot. His every move no longer had the trace of inferiority and timidity from before. If one looked carefully, they would be able to discover that his every move, even his smile, was somewhat similar to Ningqi's back then. In 8 or 9 years, he had broken through from the early stage of the worldly immortal stage to the middle stage of the worldly immortal stage. In addition, he had been accepted as a direct disciple by the Xianjian ancestor, and was also ranked as a successor disciple. This was the reason for Zhao Tong's change. With his current cultivation speed, he might not even need 100 years to become an Earth immortal. If his family knew that he could be called a peerless prodigy on the planet, it would definitely shock them. The reason why, senior brother, ye personally came to find me this time is because of your relationship with Ning Beixian. Junior brother Zhao, don't disappoint me. If I, a successor disciple, make a move against a disciple who sweeps the floor, even if I win, I will still become a laughingstock in the mouths of my senior brothers. Hizei said with a smile that was not a smile. Chapter 2304. Are you two direct disciples from the main peak? Fan Zeng hurried over with more than a dozen disciples of the missing moon peak. He looked at Hizei and Zhao Tong in bewilderment. The nearby disciples of the Xianjian sect, as well as Zhu Jian and the others, also focused their attention on the two of them with different expressions. Is that the new direct disciple Zhao Tong? As expected of a boy, he's not even 3 feet tall. Shu, keep your voice down. He's now a direct disciple, and the 5th disciple of the Xianjian ancestor. In terms of seniority, even if we live for another 1,000,000 years, we still won't be able to surpass him. Don't worry, he's only at the middle stage of the human immortal stage. He can't hear our voice transmission. Even the direct disciples are here this time. I wonder if Ning Beixian can still block them? I heard that the direct disciples have a good relationship with Ning Beixian. They probably won't be able to fight today. The surrounding Xianjian sect disciples whispered to each other. That's right. Hizei nodded indifferently and glanced at Fan Zeng and the others. Although he didn't show any disdain, Fan Zeng and the others could feel that Hizei was looking at them as though they were ants, without any emotion. This was an attitude even worse than disdain. However, the other party was a direct disciple, and they were just outer sect disciples, so they didn't dare to say anything. 2 direct disciples, I wonder if you came to my missing moon peak to see the peak master or... Fan Zeng cupped his hands and said, Eldering, we won't be seeing you. Go and call Ning Beixian out. My junior brother, Zhao Tong, knows him. He's an old friend. Hizei said indifferently. All right, please wait a moment. Fan Zeng suddenly realized that the 2 of them had indeed come for Li Zhongtong and the others. Junior brother Zhao, this Ning Beixian's methods are not ordinary. Zhu Jian, Li Zhongtong, Yen Feiwu, Yang Xiaolong, Su Changxin, Yuan Long. Although this group of people can't compare to us direct disciples, they can be considered the elites of the inner sect disciples. Even they are not his match. No wonder they are so arrogant. They don't even give face to Peak Master Yi. Hizei smiled lightly. However, the Peak Master Yi he was talking about was not Yi Tian, but Yi Rulong. Brother Ning's combat power is indeed very strong. Zhao Tong's eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation. He recalled Ning Qi's performance in the 9-sect alliances arena and the means he used to kill the earthly immortals of the Wu clan on Haran Star. All of these proved that Ning Qi's combat strength was far beyond his cultivation base. But it's a pity. I've indeed heard that some people's battle prowess will become extraordinary after some sort of fortuitous encounter. However, the path of cultivation is endless. His talent has already been determined by the Xian sword tablet to be only a weak white light. It will be extremely difficult for him to become an earth immortal in the future. Ancestor personally accepted you as a disciple, which proves that you have the possibility to become a golden immortal. In the future, you even have a great chance to prove the Tao fruit and become a zenith heaven golden immortal. Perhaps many years later, senior brother will need your help. Compared with him, your future is brighter. Hizei smiled. Senior brother Hizei, you think too highly of me. Zhao Tong smiled modestly. Hizei was right. As long as he broke through to the heaven immortal or even the golden immortal, he would be much stronger than a human immortal who couldn't break through to the earth immortal realm but had the combat strength of an earth immortal. Brother Ning has helped me before. Now that I'm a direct disciple, I can help Brother Ning. At least, I can make him an outer disciple, and he won't have to be a lowly disciple anymore. Zhao Tong thought. At this moment, Hizei had already walked in front of Zhu Jian and the others. Senior brother He, Li Zhongtong, Jiu Jian, Su Changxin, and the others spoke. They didn't look too good. After all, they looked a little disheveled. Junior brothers, don't worry. I'll take you away today. Hizé smiled. Thank you, senior brother Hizé. Everyone was overjoyed. That's great. Senior brother, he is a direct disciple. With his help, Ning Beixian will definitely give us face. Lu Ha and Bai Jing looked at each other. Lu Bing and Wang Tao looked at Zhao Tong with complicated expressions. The guy that they looked down on in the past had now become a direct disciple. Senior brother Zhao. Lu Bing hesitated and said, Yes. Zhao Tong nodded and looked at Wang Tao. A trace of ridicule flashed in the depths of his eyes. The scene of Wang Tao making things difficult for him and Ning Qi was still vivid in his mind. Senior brother Wang, we meet again, Zhao Tong said with a smile. Then he sized up Wang Tao, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was just as the rumors said. Wang Tao, a dignified early-stage Earth immortal, was beaten to the point that he wasn't even a worldly immortal. I don't dare. Senior brother Zhao, you can just call me Junior brother Wang. Wang Tao laughed awkwardly. In the Xianjian sect, the status of a direct disciple was the highest. Just like how a sweeping disciple had to call an outer sect disciple senior brother, an inner sect disciple had to call a direct disciple senior brother and sister. Oh, then I'll call you Junior brother Wang from now on. Zhao Tong smiled. Wang Tao had a fake smile on his face, but his heart was bleeding. He was a dignified inner sect disciple of the Xianjian sect, an early-stage Earth immortal, but now he had to smile in front of a guy that he had once regarded as an ant. All of his dignity had been completely obliterated. Ning Beixian, if I, Wang Tao, have the chance, I will definitely take revenge. So what if your fighting strength is strong? When I leave this place, I will go into seclusion for 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. When I break through to the heavenly immortal stage, or even the golden immortal stage, I will come back and tear you into pieces. Wang Tao roared in his heart. Even though he had personally seen Ning Qi's cultivation rise from the early stage of the worldly immortal stage to the late stage of the worldly immortal stage with his own eyes, he still believed that the profound sword tablet was correct. As for why Ning Qi's cultivation increased so quickly, Wang Tao had the same judgment as Li Zhongtong and the others. He thought that Ning Qi's original cultivation should not be at the early stage of human immortal, but he was injured and was now in the recovery stage. Junior brother Ning, 2 successor disciples have come to the main peak to see you. Fan Zeng came to the door of Ning Qi's room and said cautiously. Ning Qi often went into seclusion. Once he went into seclusion, even Yi Rulong and the other golden immortals would not be able to find him. Fan Zeng and the others had already noticed this detail. He was afraid that Ning Qi would go into seclusion again after coming out of seclusion. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to catch up. The 2 successor disciples outside explained. Successor disciple? The door creaked open and Ning Qi walked out. He glanced at Fan Zeng indifferently. What are their names? Fan Zeng heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, One is senior brother Hizé, and the other is senior brother Zhao Tong, who has just become a successor disciple recently. Oh, it's Zhao Tong. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Zhao Tong and the other successor disciple had probably not come to the Missing Moon Peak to reminisce about the past. Chapter 2305. When Ning Qi and Fan Zeng walked out of the courtyard, Hizé, Zhao Tong, and the others all looked at them. When Zhao Tong saw Ning Qi, a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. He quickly took 2 steps forward, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered his current status. Zhao Tong stood where he was and smiled at Ning Qi. At this moment, there were too many Xianjian sect disciples paying attention to his every move. He had to control his actions. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. He gaze landed on Ning Qi with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. When he realized that Ning Qi's cultivation was already at the late human immortal stage, he was slightly stunned. However, he didn't pay much attention to it as he thought that the rumors were wrong. Junior brother Zhao Tong, is this Ning Beixian? He smiled faintly. Ah, yes. Zhao Tong quickly nodded and introduced He. Senior brother He, this is brother Ning Beixian. Then he smiled at Ning Qi. Brother Ning, this is senior brother He. Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Zhao Tong seemed to be a little surprised by Ning Qi's reaction. He deliberately reminded him, Brother Ning, senior brother He is a true disciple of the central peak. Successor disciple, I know. Ning Qi smiled. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. He looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Usually, even peak masters like Yi Tian, except for existences like Yi Rulong, would not dare to be arrogant in front of true disciples, let alone sweeping disciples, because true disciples had a higher chance of becoming golden immortals than them. Junior brother Zhao Tong, let's get straight to the point. He said lightly. Zhao Tong nodded and said to Ning Qi with a smile, Brother Ning, I came here today to ask for your help. Go ahead. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Ning, actually this matter was entrusted by the Golden Sun Peak's peak master, Yi Tian. He wanted senior brother He to help suppress you, and then bring this group of fellows away from the missing moon peak. Senior brother He knew that my relationship with brother Ning was not shallow, and that we came to the Xianjian sect together that day, so he wanted me to advise you to cooperate with Yi Tian and the others, putting on a show so that they could save face. What does brother Ning think about it? Zhao Tong transmitted his voice. Yi Tian told me before, but I didn't agree. Ning Qi looked at Zhao Tong with a faint smile. Zhao Tong continued to persuade Ning Qi a few more times, but when he found that Ning Qi had no intention of agreeing, Zhao Tong's expression changed a few times. He concealed the anger in the depths of his eyes and showed a faint smile on his face. Brother Ning, if I can't persuade you today, then senior apprentice brother He will take action to suppress you. At that time, I'm afraid. He thought that Ning Qi would at least give him some face if he spoke up, but he didn't expect that Ning Qi didn't have the slightest intention of relenting. I also want to experience the abilities of a true disciple. Why don't you let your senior brother, He, suppress me? Ning Qi chuckled. Brother Ning, how can I just watch you be suppressed by him? If it wasn't for you back then, I would still be in the 9-sect alliances arena, and I wouldn't have been able to become a successor disciple of the mystic sword sect, much less be accepted by master as a direct disciple. As long as brother Ning cooperates with Yi Tian and the others to put on a show, this matter will be completed. If brother Ning still has any resentment in his heart, I can help brother Ning vent this resentment. For example, take Wang Tao's life. I believe that with my identity, Yi Tian wouldn't dare to say anything. After that, I will help brother Ning ask for the identity of an inner disciple. What do you think, brother Ning? Zhao Tong tried his best to persuade him. A hint of impatience appeared in He's eyes. He looked at Zhao Tong and then at Ning Qi. Although he didn't know what Zhao Tong had said to Ning Qi, he could tell from Zhao Tong's expression that he couldn't persuade Ning Qi. Junior apprentice brother Zhao Tong, step back. He suddenly said, Looks like they can't come to an agreement. Can I really see a successor disciple make a move today? Where's Bai Shijiang? Where is he? Is he still going to be the banker today? Ning Beixian is really awesome. He doesn't even give face to a successor disciple. When the surrounding mystic sword sect disciples heard He's words, their spirits immediately rose, and they looked at He's and Ning Qi excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. I'm here, so I'm naturally going to open the bet today. If you want to bet, hurry up and come over. We're about to start fighting. Bai Shijiang appeared out of nowhere, and everyone surrounded him. They didn't even look at the ratio of winning or losing. and directly bet all of their money on Hizei. Senior brother Bai, this time, we have to win back everything with interest. Hee hee. Bai Shijiang nodded with a fake smile, then looked at Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, it's up to you to eat meat and drink porridge in the future. Senior apprentice brother, Hizei, wait a moment. Zhao Tong said. All right, I'll let you guys chat for a while longer. Hizei smiled faintly. Brother Ning, is there really no room for discussion? Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and did not say anything. But Zhao Tong knew that Ning Qi had rejected him once again. A trace of anger flashed across Zhao Tong's eyes. As a successor disciple, he personally came to the Missing Moon Peak and asked Ning Qi to turn the matter into a small matter. But Ning Qi did not give him any face at all. Thinking back to the senior brothers on the main peak, who had been treating him kindly recently, Zhao Tong suddenly felt the difference between Ning Qi and those senior brothers. The gap between them. Fine. Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression, then stepped back step by step. Seeing this, Hizei smiled and stepped forward, pointing at Ning Qi. I'll let you make 3 moves first. After all, you are a sweeping disciple, lest people say that I, Hizei, am bullying the weak. Are you sure? Ning Qi smiled. Of course. Hizei nodded with a smile. As expected of a successor disciple, he immediately said he would let Ning Qi make 3 moves. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of emotion, knowing that even Li Zhangtong and the other 4 were not Ning Qi's match. Hizei still dared to let Ning Qi make 3 moves. This proved that Hizei was very confident. Then I won't be polite. Ning Qi smiled. Then he leapt up and slapped his palm towards Hizei's head. In an instant, 7 of the 9 inner hidden gates had been opened, and his aura crazily rose. The faint roar of a dragon echoed out from his hand. 18 dragons subduing palms. After Ning Qi broke through to the late human immortal stage, although the immortal Qi couldn't be compared to the devil Qi in terms of body refinement, it had more or less increased Ning Qi's basic strength. Now, the strength of this palm was no small matter. Before it landed on Hizei's head, Hizei's expression had already changed. It changed. This aura. Hizei suddenly covered his hands with a layer of immortal Qi, crossing them to block his head. Boom! There was a loud sound. The mountains shook and the earth shook. Everyone watched in shock as Hizei knelt in front of Ning Qi, his hands still in a blocking posture. He was actually forced to kneel by Ning Qi's palm. This was just the first move. Boom! Another palm. Dust and smoke filled the air, and the lower half of Hizei's body was completely submerged in the ground. Boom! This time, Ning Qi did not use his palm, but his foot stomping down. Hizei's body was completely submerged in the ground, disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 2306. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. 3 moves. Ning Qi only used 3 moves to punch Hizei into the ground. Jiu Jian, Li Zhangtong, Yuan Long, and the others widened their eyes as they stared blankly at Ning Qi as if they had been petrified. Senior brother, Hizei, Zhao Tong had a complicated look on his face. 3 moves have passed. You can make your move now. Ning Qi lowered his head and smiled. Boom! Hizei suddenly rushed out from the ground and floated in the air. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of shock in his eyes. The power of Ning Qi's 3 moves was so terrifying that he couldn't react in time. However, Hizei still believed that Ning Qi wasn't his match. He had only underestimated him for a moment. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Hizei didn't seem to be injured. This was the strength that a successor disciple should have. If even a successor disciple was easily suppressed by Ning Qi, then Ning Qi's strength would be too heaven-defying. Your strength is indeed great. What body refinement technique did you cultivate? Hizei looked at Ning Qi and said. He felt a little humiliated when he was beaten into the ground by Ning Qi just now. Now he wanted to use a few words to resolve the awkwardness. Otherwise, with so many Xianjian sect disciples present today, they would definitely spread the news. Even if he suppressed Ning Qi in the future, he would definitely lose face. Do you want to fight? If not, I'm leaving. Ning Qi smiled. You. He Zai's expression changed. The anger in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. In the next moment, an incomparably dense sword intent surged out from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into an immortal sword as he turned into a ray of light and shot towards Ning Qi. One with the sword, as expected of a successor disciple, to be able to cultivate his sword arts to such a level. Just like the peak masters. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. One with the sword was a realm of sword arts. Usually only the peak masters could cultivate to such a level. But now, a successor disciple who was only at the earth immortal perfection stage had already achieved one with the sword. How strong would the other successor disciples be? Boom! After a loud bang, a deep pit appeared where Ning Qi had been standing. He Zai stood next to the pit, looking down at it with an indifferent expression. That guy was defeated by Senior Hizei. A true disciple's move is indeed extraordinary. The surrounding Xianjian sect disciples thought that Ning Qi had already lost. The power of man and sword as one was definitely much stronger than the moon gathering sword formation that Li Zhongtong and the other four had used back then. That's it. Li Zhongtong and the others revealed a look of surprise in their eyes, as if they did not dare to believe it. Could it be that the true inheritors were so much stronger than them? They couldn't even deal with him together, but Hizei did it with a single move? Not good. The expressions of Fan Zhang and the other disciples of the missing moon peak were somewhat unsightly. If Ning Qi was defeated today, the spiritual qi that the missing moon peak had obtained during this period of time might be reduced by several %. Many people, like them, believed that the reason why the spiritual qi in the moonless peak had been increasing over the years had a lot to do with Ning Qi defeating the sovereigns of the other peaks. As for the spirit jade pill distributed by the missing moon peak in recent years, it had changed from a low-grade, first-stage pill to a top-grade 1 pill. But in their eyes, it was not as important as Ning Qi. They had no idea how many spiritual jade pills Yingjin Xuan had gotten from Ning Qi. A small number of spirit jade pills would not fundamentally change the origin of a mountain. No, it's not that simple. The corner of Bai Shijiang's mouth rose. Senior brother Bai, you're going to lose everything this time. Do you still think that Ning Beixian can win? Ha ha ha, he's going to spit out all the celestial stones he took from me. The surrounding inner disciples couldn't help but mock him. Hizei suddenly frowned. He scanned the area with his divine will, but he found no trace of Ning Qi in the pit. This change caused him to reveal a trace of shock in his eyes. Before he could react, a huge force fell on his head. Hizei felt his vision go black, and his mind immediately fell into a state of dizziness. In the midst of dizziness, boom, dust and smoke rose, and when the dust and smoke dissipated, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ning Qi, whom they thought had been defeated, reappeared, but Hizei was nowhere to be seen. But if they looked carefully, they would know that Hizei was right under Ning Qi's feet. It was just that he had sunk into the ground from head to toe. Fan Zhang and the other disciples of the missing moon peak looked at this scene in shock. Then their eyes were filled with joy, and their hands started to tremble with excitement. Impossible! How can this be? Where did he come from? How can he be so fast? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Ning Qi. At this time, Hizei woke up from his dizziness and shot up into the sky with a bang. There was still some stone debris on his body. He looked around angrily, but before he could find Ning Qi, another huge force came at him. Hizei didn't have time to react and was knocked into the ground once again. Soar! Into the ground! Soar! Into the ground! Hizei kept flying out of the ground, but every time he appeared, he would be beaten into the ground by Ning Qi. It was like playing whack-a-mole. In the end, He no longer flew recklessly, but sneaked into the ground for a certain distance before appearing. But he still could not escape Ning Qi's pursuit. Gradually, He's life points were almost depleted. The celestial qi in his body had also been used up by Ning Qi. Draw, rain, pillar. Ning Qi appeared in front of everyone with He's limp body in his hand. It was very quiet, as if the air had stagnated. Hua Yu cut a pole and inserted it beside Li Zhangtong and the others. Then he took the river from Ning Qi and hung it up. He was very excited during the whole process because he knew that he was hanging up a true disciple. It was very likely that he would only have this one chance in his life. When He was hung on the pillar, everyone present, whether they were just onlookers or Fanzang and the other disciples of the Missing Moon Peak, took a deep breath. From an outer disciple to an inner disciple, Ning Qi had begun to hang a true disciple on a pillar. Ning, brother Ning, senior brother, He is not as good as others. I apologize on his behalf. Don't hang him here. After all, he is also a true disciple. His status is different from theirs. Zhao Tong walked to Ning Qi with a smile on his face and said, "He should know my rules before he is ready to stand up for others. If he is defeated, he will be hung up here. Either call his master to pick him up, or he will be hung up here forever." Ning Qi said lightly. Chapter 2307. Face? Can face be used to make a living? Ning Qi smiled, patted Zhao Tong's shoulder and left. Zhao Tong's expression turned ugly as he stared at Ning Qi's back. Can face be used to make a living? Everyone pondered over Ning Qi's words. Zhao Tong looked at the unconscious He and hesitated for a moment before leaving. His cultivation wasn't high enough and Ning Qi didn't give him any face. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would end up like He. Zhao Tong didn't choose to return to the main peak. Instead, he went to the Golden Sun Peak. When the disciples of the Golden Sun Peak saw Zhao Tong wearing a purple robe with golden edges, they quickly led him to Yi Tian's seclusion location. Junior brother Zhao? Yi Tian had a strange look in his eyes. Why would a new direct disciple come to Golden Sun Peak? Yi Tian used to be a direct disciple a long time ago, but he didn't have any hope of becoming a golden immortal. So he was arranged to come to Golden Sun Peak. A direct disciple was different from an inner disciple or an outer disciple. They couldn't stay a direct disciple forever. There was also competition between direct disciples. Yi Tian had lost the position of a direct disciple back then. It was only because of his experience as a direct disciple that he called Zhao Tong Junior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Yi, Senior Brother He lost. Zhao Tong went straight to the point. He lost? Yi Tian was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He said in disbelief, "Junior brother, He lost to Ning Beixian?" "That's right." Zhao Tong nodded. Yi Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a true disciple like He was no match for Ning Qi. He really couldn't think of any way to take Ning Qi's disciple back in a dignified manner. Suddenly, Yi Tian's expression changed, and he looked at Zhao Tong strangely. "As far as I know, junior brother Zhao Tong and Ning Beixian have known each other for a long time?" "Yes." Zhao Tong's expression turned ugly. It was because of this that he didn't immediately return to the main peak. Even though Zhao Tong had been constantly changing himself, and he had grown a lot more confident over the past 8 or 9 years, it was hard to change a leopard's spots. Zhao Tong was afraid that what had happened at the river swamp would disappoint Patriarch Shenjin. My brother is disappointed in him. He hopes to minimize the impact of this matter and solve this matter by himself. Therefore, he chose to come to Golden Sun Peak to look for Yi Tian. After all, He's current situation was closely related to Yi Tian. If that's the case, has junior brother Zhao Tong asked Ning Beixian to? Yi Tian asked tentatively. Senior martial brother Yi, I tried, but he didn't agree. Zhao Tong's expression became even more unsightly. If that's the case, things will be difficult. A hint of anxiety flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Now that even a true disciple had been hung up, If others found out that he had gone to seek help from Hizei, he was afraid that the main peak would be quite critical of him. Junior brother Zhao Tong, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, All right. Zhao Tong nodded. Yi Tian didn't leave for too long and soon returned to Golden Sun Peak. When Zhao Tong saw him again, he found that Yi Tian's expression was very strange. Senior brother Yi, what did you say? Zhao Tong had already guessed who Yi Tian went to see. There's nothing I can do about this matter. Why don't junior brother Zhao Tong go back to the main peak and beg those senior brothers? Yi Tian smiled bitterly. He had just seen Yi Rulong and thought that Yi Rulong would scold him for going to Hizei for help and causing Hizei to fall into such a situation. He didn't expect Yi Rulong's reaction to be completely different from what Yi Tian had imagined. He seemed to be very happy and even told Yi Tian not to interfere in this matter from today onwards. When at that time, Yi Tian understood that his master had kicked the ball to the main peak. Zhao Tong stared at Yi Tian with an ugly expression for a while, then flicked his sleeves and left. Ah, did you hear? There's a true disciple hanging on the missing moon peak. Are you for real? That Ning Beixian has already started to hang up a true disciple? How is this possible? He can even suppress a true disciple? If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. They whispered to each other, appearing in every corner of the Xianjian sect. One figure after another flew towards the missing moon peak, and when they saw Hizei hanging on the pillar with his head lowered, their expressions were filled with shock and fear. This news was like a hurricane, spreading throughout the entire Xianjian sect in a short period of time. Elder Ing smiled bitterly as he stood in front of Hizei. He looked at the others, then at the courtyard. Suddenly, he soared into the air and flew towards the main peak. He could play dumb when 9 swords and the others were hanging on the pillar, but now a successor disciple was also hanging on the missing moon peak. He had to personally go to the main peak to explain. He did not ask Ning Qi to put Hizei down. At this point, even if he put Hizei down, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the main peak. Not to mention the conclusion that he had come to after observing Ning Qi for the past few days. Ning Qi was a person who could not be persuaded by force. On the main peak, this was the core mountain peak of the Xianjian sect, and was also the dojo of the mysterious sword old man. It was formed from hundreds of endless mountain ranges, and every single one of them was filled with an incomparably dense immortal spirit energy. Compared to this place, the moonless peak was like a small mountain village in the middle of the mountains and an incomparably bustling imperial capital. The true disciples of the Xianjian sect had their own mountain range on the main peak. Normally, they would be cultivating in seclusion when they had nothing to do, and even more true disciples were not in the sect. Instead, they were wandering outside, searching for their own fortuitous encounters. Now, there were more than a dozen inherited disciples gathered in the conference hall of the main peak, watching Zhao Tong tell the story of how Hizei was suppressed by Ning Qi. I know junior brother Hizei's means very well. When he was in the late human immortal stage, he had already entered the main peak and was personally taught by me for a period of time. Among the inner disciples, even if there were 7 or 8 great circle earthly immortals joining forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. It can be said that junior brother Hizei's strength is very strong, close to the early stage sky immortal stage. If even he was suppressed, the other party might have a very powerful immortal art. A young man with golden pupils said indifferently. The aura he emitted was extremely dense. Regardless of whether it was Yi Tian or Eldering, they were both much weaker than him. Senior brother Peiyong, are you saying that this kid has mastered an immortal art of the 5th rank or above? The true disciples in the hall were slightly shocked as they looked at each other. That's right. Peiyong nodded indifferently. Junior brother Zhao Tong, don't worry about this. It has nothing to do with you. We will take care of it. Peiyong suddenly looked at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong's face revealed a look of gratitude as he heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 2308. You are a celestial immortal. If you were to attack, others would accuse you of bullying the weak. Otherwise, Leaf Sky would have attacked long ago. Why would you come to Junior Apprentice Brother? He's a... Pei Yong said lightly. Then what should we do? Even Junior Brother, Heeze, was defeated by an earthen immortal. I fear the others are no match for him. This matter can only be handled by the old ancestor himself. Pei Yong said. Hearing that, everyone, including Zhao Tong, was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, they realized that what Pei Yong said was right. But to have the patriarch handle this matter, wasn't that giving face to the patriarch? The other party was just a mere sweeping disciple. In that case, Senior Brother Pei, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. The true disciples in the hall looked at each other and bowed. Pei Yong nodded and left the meeting hall. There was a small heavenly passage on the main peak of the Xianjian sect, and only the mysterious sword old man himself knew what was inside. Other than him, no one had ever entered this small heavenly passage, and the mysterious sword old man had been in closed-door cultivation all year round. Pei Yong came to a valley, and in front of him was a stone tablet. It shot out from Pei Yong's hand and landed on the stone tablet. Then the stone tablet began to glow. Pei Yong, what can I do for you? A face suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. When Pei Yong saw this, he hurriedly bowed respectfully and explained the ins and outs of the matter. After that, he lowered his head and waited for Old Man Mysterious Sword's instructions. The face on the stone tablet frowned slightly, and a hint of thought flashed in its eyes. Ning Beixian, did you enter the sect with your junior brother Zhao? That's right. Junior martial brother Zhao has known him before. Pei Yong whispered. I know. I didn't expect that even I would misjudge him. Pei Yong was alarmed. Did Ancestor Xianjian mean that Ning Qi's aptitude was very high, but he couldn't tell? Old Ancestor, the profound sword tablet doesn't seem to have missed anything after so many years. Pei Yong was bewildered. There are many, many methods to hide from the profound sword tablet. It's just that you guys don't know about them. Furthermore, some people's talent might be really bad, but their luck is not something ordinary people can compare to. Pei Yong, you've cultivated for so many years. Do you still not understand? Ancestor, I understand. Pei Yong said thoughtfully, I already know about this. You can leave now. Yes. Not long after Pei Yong left, Elder Ing appeared in the valley. When he used the same method to inject a strand of immortal qi into the stone tablet, Ancestor Xuanzhen's face appeared on the stone tablet once again. Little Ing, I already know about what happened at the missing moon peak. You can go back now. I'm leaving then. Elder Ing was taken aback for a moment. He then nodded and turned around to leave. He was about to explain to Elder Ing about the missing moon peak. He was afraid that Great Ancestor Mysterious Sword would think that he had deliberately asked Ning Qi to suppress those outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and even the successor disciples in order to revitalize the moonless peak. He did not expect that Old Man Mysterious Sword had already known about this. Missing Moon Peak. Ing Jinchuan would need at least half a year to exchange the 10 million spirit jade pills for the materials needed to refine the earth spirit pill. She might be able to do it a little earlier, but it would take at least 3 to 5 months. Ning Qi had originally planned to enter the top cultivation training field and practice the confining dragon and elephant art as well as the 9 inner hidden gates. But when Fan Zhang brought the new disciples to visit him, all of them seemed to have forgotten their status as outer court disciples and were extremely respectful to Ning Qi, wanting him to teach them a few moves. Ning Qi's strength was based on his physical strength, 9 inner hidden gates, and various trump cards. If he really wanted to teach them, he could only teach them the confining dragon elephant art and 9 inner hidden gates. That was naturally impossible, so he declined them one by one. However, Ning Qi did not immediately enter the top cultivation field because of Fan Zheng's actions. Instead, he walked around the missing moon peak for a few days. If he did not use any divine abilities, he would not be able to finish the missing moon peak in 10 days. Greetings, Senior Brother Ning. Greetings, Senior Brother Ning. Along the way, he met many disciples of the missing moon peak. They all bowed respectfully and waited for Ning Qi to pass by before continuing their journey. As soon as Ning Qi walked to the gate of the courtyard, Zhu Jian and the others all looked at him. He had already woken up. With his cultivation, he could easily leave the pillar, but he did not dare to do so, because in the past few days there had been an aura locked onto him. He felt that if he dared to leave, he would be killed on the spot. After seeing Ning Qi, He finally confirmed that the aura was emitted from Ning Qi. After seeing Ning Qi, He was finally sure that the trace of vital energy had come from Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, how long are you going to hang on to me? He's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice. Ning Qi ignored him because he suddenly felt that the tattoo on his body was heating up. At the same time, an inexplicable aura appeared on the horizon. When He saw how Ning Qi was ignoring him, the fury in his heart nearly burst out of his eyes. However, just like Ning Qi, he sensed something. Next, Li Zhongtong and the others, the 9 swords, and then Yi Tian and the other true disciples. At the same time, the peak masters also raised their heads at the same time. An incomparably huge immortal spirit hand appeared above the missing moon peak and directly grabbed towards He and the others. It's the old ancestor. He's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Apart from him, no one could recognize the owner of the immortal spirit hand. However, they knew that the immortal spirit hand was not trying to kill them, but to save them. Ning Qi suddenly soared into the sky and unleashed the 9 inner hidden gates, throwing a palm at the immortal spirit hand. 11 silver dragons circled around his arm, increasing the power of Ning Qi's attack to the maximum. However, at that instant, the immortal spirit hand flicked its finger in Ning Qi's direction. A force that was countless times stronger than Ning Qi's landed on Ning Qi's body, sending him flying. His feet landed heavily on the ground, and his knees sunk into the ground. Kid, you're pretty strong, aren't you? These kids are not as skilled as you are. They've lost to you and died here for a long time. Consider it their punishment. A loud voice echoed in the sky. Following it, the immortal spirit hand grabbed He and the others and disappeared into thin air. The cultivators on the missing moon peak stared at the scene with their mouths agape. They were unable to react for a long time. That voice, could it be Xianjian ancestor? Xianjian ancestor had personally taken He and the others away? Chapter 2309. Ning, Junior Brother Ning. Since Ancestor Xianjian has personally made a move, this matter should come to an end. In the future, no one will come to the missing moon peak to cause trouble for you. Fan Zheng hurriedly ran to Ning Qi's side and said. He was afraid that Ning Qi did not know who the person was, so he immediately pointed out the identity of the immortal spirit hand. The other disciples of the missing moon peak were also looking at Ning Qi in bewilderment. There was a trace of admiration in the depths of their eyes. In the Xianjian sect, who could fight with Ancestor Xianjian and not die. Perhaps even the current golden immortal stage patriarchs did not have such an opportunity. I hope so. Ning Qi smiled faintly and turned to enter the courtyard. Seeing that, Fan Zheng opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say anything. The other disciples of the missing moon peak surrounded Fan Zheng with excited expressions and began to talk about what had just happened. Although 9 swords and the others had been saved, it was Ancestor Xianjian who had personally made a move. To them, Ning Qi was not. Not only did he not lose, he had even obtained greater glory. As disciples of the missing moon peak, they were simply honored. Oh no, I need to hurry back and inform the peak master. I wonder if they saw this scene. Let's go together. I didn't expect to see the ancestor, personally, make a move this time. I really didn't come in vain. That junior brother Ning, no, senior brother Ning, he exchanged a move with the ancestor. Did you guys see that? One move. TSK, tisk. It's not like we're blind. Of course we saw it. The liveliness of the missing moon peak was already gone. The disciples of the Xianjian sect saw the scene of ancestor Xianjian personally making a move and left the missing moon peak in satisfaction. They excitedly flew towards their own mountain peak, wanting to share this news as soon as possible. The last one to leave should be Bai Shijiang. He looked at the courtyard with an incomparably complicated expression. After hesitating for a moment, he turned around and left. The missing moon peak had returned to its original peace, but the Xianjian sect was in an uproar. The news of ancestor Xianjian personally saving Hizei and the others was like a flood that could not be contained. Yi Tian also found out about this at the first moment. He looked towards the main peak in disbelief, then hurriedly left the Golden Sun Peak and flew towards the Dan Mountain. Things seemed to be out of control this time. He followed Yi Rulong's words and wanted the main peak to solve the problem. However, he didn't expect that ancestor Xianjian would take action personally. Master. Yi Tian didn't meet Yi Rulong at Elixir Peak, but halfway there. I already know what happened. Follow me. Yi Rulong said with an ugly expression. Yi Tian nodded and followed behind Yi Rulong. It seemed that he was going to the main peak. Is Master going to see the patriarch? Yi Tian was a little perturbed. After all, the cause of this incident was his disciple Wang Tao. However, it was also related to Yi Rulong. If Yi Rulong hadn't clearly expressed his contempt and dissatisfaction towards Wen Shang and Wen Qing, Wang Tao wouldn't have used his connections to Yi Tian. Wei had made things difficult for Zhao Tong and Ning Qi during the third trial. In this way, perhaps there wouldn't have been a series of subsequent events. When they were about to reach the main peak, the two of them met another person. It was the peak master of Dajiang Peak, Jiang Qin. Yi Rulong, let's see how you are going to explain this to the forefather. Jiang Qin glared at Yi Rulong. He felt that he had been implicated by Yi Rulong this time. I'll explain myself. Yi Rulong snorted coldly. In the valley, the three of them stood in front of the stone tablet respectfully. Soon, a face appeared on the stone tablet, looking at Yi Rulong and the other two indifferently. I've settled the matter. Your disciples and grand-disciples are facing the wall at the back of the mountain. Go and collect them yourselves. I've also heard about the Wen clan. I've already arranged for someone to investigate it. After saying this, Patriarch Xuanzhen's face gradually disappeared from the stone tablet. He didn't even give Yi Rulong a chance to explain. Yi Rulong had already felt Patriarch Xuanzhen's gaze on him, which carried a hint of warning. Master, the forefather is... Yi Tian was a little scared. He didn't expect Patriarch Xianjian to know the cause of the matter so quickly. The forefather is magnanimous. What else do you want to say? Yi Rulong glanced at Yi Tian coldly. Yi Tian was so scared that he shut his mouth. Yi Rulong then turned around and left the valley. Seeing this, Yi Tian hurriedly followed. Jiang Qin looked at their backs and sneered. Only then did he leave the valley. On the second day, another uninvited guest came to the missing moon peak, which was already very peaceful. It was a direct disciple of the main peak. Unlike Hizei, he emitted an aura that was much stronger than Elder Ying's. He was a direct disciple of a heaven immortal. In the peak master's hall, Elder Ying sat on the main seat, while Fan Zeng and the other disciples of the missing moon peak stood on both sides. Everyone's eyes fell on the direct disciple with golden pupils. Pei, the forefather has already taken them away. What are you doing here at the missing moon peak? Elder Ying said calmly. He didn't even give face to Yi Rulong and Jiang Qin, so he naturally wouldn't be polite to Pei Yong. Pei Yong seemed to know Elder Ying's temper. He didn't mind Elder Ying's attitude and tone. Instead, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, peak mastering." "What's there to be happy about?" Eldering was stunned. Fanzang and the others were also confused. Could it be that this was a taunt from a direct disciple? "This junior came here today because I have something to tell junior apprentice Brother Ning. I hope that old Ing can send someone to invite junior apprentice Brother Ning here." Pei Yong smiled. "Oh, the happy event you're talking about is about junior Brother Ning?" Elder Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as if he had guessed something. "That's right." Pei Yong smiled. "Did the forefather ask you to come here?" Elder Ying asked again. Pei Yong nodded and smiled. "If it wasn't for the forefather's order, I wouldn't dare to disturb Elder Ying." "Fanzang, go and ask junior Brother Ning to come here," Elder Ying said reluctantly. If his guess was correct, it wouldn't be a happy event for the missing moon peak. "Elder Peak Master," junior Brother Ning might have already gone into seclusion. "I'm afraid we won't be able to find him." Fanzang looked at Pei Yong and suddenly said, "Just do as I say." Elder Ying frowned. Fanzang was stunned for a moment. He then nodded and turned to leave the Peak Master's hall. He wasn't stupid. He could guess Pei Yong's intention. He originally wanted to use Ning Qi's seclusion as an excuse to get Pei Yong to leave. He didn't expect Elder Ying to be so determined. "I hope junior Brother Ning has already gone into seclusion," Fanzang prayed along the way. When he entered the courtyard, he happened to see Ning Qi standing in the middle of the courtyard, looking up at the sky as if he was thinking about something. In the corner, a disciple sweeping the floor quietly asked Huayu, "Senior Brother Huayu, what is Senior Brother Ning looking at?" Senior Brother Ning said he's looking at God. Huayu said with a solemn expression, "Heavens? How could he look at that?" The few disciples sweeping the floor were stunned. They suspected that Huayu was talking nonsense. Sigh! Fanzang sighed in his heart and stepped forward. "Junior Brother Ning, there's a successor disciple from the main peak. His name is Pei Yong. He seems to be looking for you. Elder Ying asked me to bring you to the Peak Master's Hall." Chapter 2310. Peak Master's Hall. Ning Qi followed Fanzang into the hall. The disciples standing on both sides of the hall immediately looked at him with respect and admiration. "You're here, Ning." Elder Ying chuckled. "Greetings, Peak Master." Ning Qi cupped his hands and bowed. Pei Yong had been sizing Ning Qi up. There seemed to be a fine line moving in his golden pupils. If one looked closely, they could see 2 golden dragons swimming in them. Ning Qi sensed a trace of coldness on his body. His eyes met Pei Yong's. After seeing the 2 golden dragons in Pei Yong's eyes, Ning Qi already knew where the coldness was coming from. This pair of eyes was definitely not ordinary. They were either born with it or acquired through cultivation. That trace of coldness just now should be the other party probing his true identity. But what could a late-stage heaven immortal see through? Even if an immortal emperor personally came, Ning Qi wasn't sure if the other party would be able to see through the system. In Ning Qi's heart, the Jiang clan was even more mysterious and powerful than an immortal emperor. But the system was above the Jiang clan. At this moment, Ning Qi saw through Pei Yong, Xianjian sect's pro-line disciple. Pei Yong level. Late-stage heaven immortal cultivation methods. Rank 5 longevity secret art. Rank 5 exquisite sword technique. Rank 5 moon embrace sword formation. Immortal race. Red Dragon Eye, rank 2, health points, 500. Is this junior apprentice Brother Ning? You're indeed a young talent to be able to defeat my junior brother, Heizei, at the late-stage human immortal realm. Even I couldn't do that when I was young. Pei Yong said with a smile, "You flatter me." Ning Qi said indifferently, "Pei, he's here. Say what you want. Don't beat around the bush." Olding said unhappily, "All right." Pei Yong nodded and turned to Ning Qi with a serious expression. "Ning Beixian, listen up." "Listen up? So serious?" Fanzang and the others were slightly shocked. However, Ning Qi was still looking at Pei Yong without any reaction. Pei Yong was startled. Then he realized that Ning Qi had just joined the sect and was only a janitor, so it was possible that he didn't know the rules. He continued, according to the ancestors' order, Ning Beixian is now a core disciple. Report to the main Peak's Hall of Inheritance within a month. Junior apprentice Brother Ning, congratulations! The solemn expression on Pei Yong's face had already disappeared as he chuckled and said to Ning Qi, making Ning Beixian a direct disciple? This news was like a boulder falling into a calm lake. Except for Fan Zeng and Eldering, the rest of the disciples of the Missing Moon Peak stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, envy, and jealousy. To them, the position of elite disciple was too far away. They would be satisfied if they could obtain the identity of an inner court disciple in this lifetime. Now, he was like an ordinary person who suddenly saw someone win a huge prize. The feeling in his heart was indescribable. Give me a carrot after hitting me with a stick? Ning Qi's eyes were filled with mockery. It was obvious that this was a trick of the Xianjian ancestor. He wanted to compensate Ning Qi with the identity of a core disciple. At the same time, he was probably testing Ning Qi. If he really went to the main peak, Ning Qi would probably face more trouble. Those core disciples, such as the one in front of him, could use all kinds of reasons to propose a spar. However, that was nothing. Ning Qi simply didn't want to accept the carrot because he wasn't a donkey. Sorry to trouble you, senior apprentice brother. Please tell the ancestor that I'm not going to the main peak. Ning Qi smiled. What? Pei Yong's face was filled with astonishment. Elder Ying's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. Then he smiled and nodded while stroking his beard. Junior apprentice Brother Ning, Fan Zeng, couldn't believe it. The rest of the disciples of the Missing Moon Peak finally reacted. Regardless of Eldering and Pei Yong, they all gasped. They stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Junior apprentice Brother Ning, did you just say Pei Yong was a little shocked? In the Xianjian sect, there was still someone who would refuse the position of a successor disciple? To be honest, if a former successor disciple like Yi Tian received such news, he would also give up the position of Golden Sun Peak's peak master and head to the main peak. No one below the Golden Immortal stage would be able to resist this temptation. The successor disciples of the Xianjian sect could not only browse any cultivation technique below the 4th rank, but they could also browse any cultivation technique below the 5th rank. There were also various other benefits. Even the peak masters could not enjoy these benefits. It could be considered as the back door opened by the mysterious Sword Elder for the successor disciples. In addition, the most important thing was that even if a successor disciple was not a direct disciple of the mysterious Sword Elder, he would occasionally be able to receive pointers from the mysterious Sword Elder. How rare was such an opportunity? If it was those rogue cultivators, they would probably never be able to receive pointers from a perfected Golden Immortal in their entire lives. The other party actually refused just like that. Pei Yong thought that he might have misheard. I've stayed in the Missing Moon Peak for 8 or 9 years. I feel that this place is not bad. I'm already used to it, so I won't go to the main peak. Senior apprentice, Brother Pei, Ancestor Xianjian, won't expel me from the Xianjian sect because of this, right? Ning Qi said with a smile that was not a smile. That won't happen, it's just that. The difference in spiritual energy between the Missing Moon Peak and the main peak is too great, and there are many other benefits to becoming a successor disciple. Junior apprentice Brother Ning, do you want to reconsider? Pei Yong frowned. Brat Pei, what do you mean? Do you think that the spiritual energy of my Missing Moon Peak is inferior to the main peak? When my son was here, the spiritual energy of the Missing Moon Peak was one of the best in the Xianjian sect. Although it can't be compared to the main peak, it's not that bad. Eldering couldn't help but curse. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Pei Yong's forehead as he hurriedly explained to Eldering that he didn't mean anything else. Then why aren't you leaving? Didn't you hear Ning Chi say that he didn't want to go to the main peak? I'll go and explain to the patriarch. Hurry up and leave. Elder Ing waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. Then I'll take my leave now. Pei Yong cupped his hands and gave Ning Chi a deep look before leaving. Brat Ning, stay in my missing moon peak. I won't treat you unfairly. If anyone dares to cause trouble for you in the future, I'll stand up for you. Although my cultivation is very low, as long as I'm alive, even the patriarch will have to give me some face in this Xianjian sect. As soon as Pei Yong left, Elder Ing stood up and walked to Ning Chi's side. He patted Ning Chi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Thank you, old peak master. If there's nothing else, this disciple will take his leave first." Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. Good, good. Fan Zeng, why aren't you sending your senior apprentice, Brother Ning, out? Elder Ing laughed. Senior apprentice Brother Ning? Chapter 23:11. In the valley of the main peak. Ancestor, that's what happened. Our moon missing peak finally has a Ning boy. You won't take him to the main peak by force, will you? Elder Ing said with a smile. On the stone steel, Patriarch Xianjian had a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect this kid to have such a bad temper. He's still holding a grudge against me for rescuing those kids from River Marsh. And I even hit him. But come to think of it, this kid's skin is really thick. Even a heavenly immortal would be hurt badly by that blow, but he's completely fine. What an interesting body-refining technique. After a pause, he said, "All right, you can go back. Since he doesn't want to be a true disciple, I won't force him. Maybe this boy is just thick-skinned. His aptitude for cultivation might be the same as the result given by the Xianjian tablet. That's enough. Our moon-missing peak lacks talents." Seeing that Ancestor Xianjian didn't want to take Ning Chi to the main peak, Elder Ing was relieved. After teasing him, he turned around and ran away before Ancestor Xianjian could scold him. Compared to his previous trembling steps, he looked like a completely different person. One of the mountains on the main peak was surrounded by clouds and mist. Many immortal beasts roamed about. The spiritual qi here was more than 100 times thicker than that of the moon missing peak. This was where Pei Yong's cave abode was located. At this moment, Hizei, Zhaotong, and several other true disciples were sitting in Pei Yong's cave abode. Senior Brother Pei Yong, the quality of your bejeweled nectar has improved a lot. One sip is equivalent to several years of hard cultivation. A true disciple held up a jade cup in his hand. It was filled with golden liquid and exuded a strong fragrance. If an ordinary person smelled it, they would be able to build their foundation directly. If you guys come here a few more times, the bejeweled nectar I've saved for years will be drunk by you guys. Drink less, Pei Yong said with a smile. He seemed dissatisfied, but in fact he didn't mind. Senior Brother Pei, about that matter. Hizei had been very silent. Ever since he had been saved by the patriarch, he had been in a very bad mood. There had always been a stone blocking his heart. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Pei Yong had not mentioned Ning Chi, he finally couldn't help but ask. Zhao Tong hurriedly drank up the bejeweled nectar in his cup when he saw this, and then an extremely powerful strand of immortal energy instantly surged within his body, causing his countenance to become much rosier, and he used an entire few breaths of time to completely digest it. The effect of this cup of bejeweled nectar was equivalent to several years of arduous cultivation by a heaven immortal. To a human celestial intermediate stage cultivator like Zhaotong, it could be considered a peerless pill. If it wasn't for the fact that it was different from pills and could be absorbed very quickly if it was a pill of the same grade, even if Zhaotong didn't explode, he wouldn't be able to endure it. After drinking it up, Zhaotong quickly looked at Pei Yong. He also wanted to hear what happened next. They only knew that Pei Yong went to the missing moon peak, but they didn't know the purpose of his visit. Ancestral Patriarch asked me to bring Ning Beixian back to the moon missing peak. Pei Yong smiled. Hizei's eyes lit up, thinking that the ancestor was going to punish Ning Chi. In the end, Pei Yong continued, "Bring him back to be a true inheritor." What? Hizei wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the other core disciples looked at Pei Yong in disbelief. Zhao Tong's expression was a little complicated, but he rejected it. Pei Yong said with a smile, "Clank." A cup fell onto the ground, causing everyone to look at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong's face turned slightly red, and he quickly picked up the cup on the ground to hide the complicated expression on his face. Brother Ning rejected the position of a core disciple? Is he so arrogant that he doesn't even care about a core disciple? Is that why he didn't give me any face? Because I'm just a core disciple? Zhao Tong thought to himself and clenched his fists. Senior Marshal Brother Pei, you're saying that this Ning Beixian rejected the ancestors' kindness? He refused to become a core disciple? A core disciple was in disbelief. How could something like this happen? Yes, he did. Pei Yong sighed. Zhao Tong clenched his fists even tighter when he saw Pei Yong's expression. The identity that he was so proud of was so worthless in Ning Qi's eyes. That's good. Hizei let out a sigh of relief. If Ning Qi became a core disciple, he might be able to find a chance to teach him a lesson. But he wouldn't be able to kill him. Considering the humiliation that he had suffered previously, he wouldn't rest until Ning Qi was dead. He would only be able to vent his anger. All right, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's drink until we're drunk. Pei Yong smiled and raised his cup. Mission Hall. Recently, more and more disciples were seen wearing the robes of the Missing Moon Peak. Everyone no longer looked at the disciples of the Missing Moon Peak with disdainful eyes. Now, the Missing Moon Peak was very different. In terms of pills, the disciples of the Missing Moon Peak could receive 5 top-grade, first-stage Spirit Jade pills every month. This, not level 1 lower-grade spiritual jade pills, but level 1 upper-grade spiritual jade pills. Strictly speaking, a first-stage supreme-grade spiritual jade pill could easily be exchanged for 10 lower-grade spiritual jade pills, which was equivalent to 50 first-stage lower-grade spiritual jade pills for the disciples of the Missing Moon Peak every month. Such a standard had long surpassed the ordinary peaks. Only those peaks that had golden immortals, such as the Dajiang Peak and the Dan Peak, could afford it. Only the disciples of such a level of mountain would be able to receive such treatment. Originally, many disciples of the Xianjian sect wanted to join the Missing Moon Peak when they found out about this matter. However, the various peak masters had already ordered that the disciples were forbidden from changing sides. Originally, this kind of thing did not require the permission of the peak master, and the elders below could make the decision. Once this order was given, even if it was a disciple that was not valued, an existence that could not wait to be kicked out of the sect, they would not be able to escape from the original peak. They could only envy those who were lucky enough to join the Missing Moon Peak when the disciples of the Missing Moon Peak could only receive 1 top-grade, first-stage, spiritual jade pill every month. In addition, Lu Ha by Jing Wang Tao, Nine Swords, Li Changtong, Hizei, and other disciples, from the outer sect to the successor disciples, were all defeated by Ning Qi, and Ning Qi was also a disciple of the Missing Moon Peak. Unknowingly, he had once again established his might in front of the various peaks. Immediately after, Ancestor Xianjian personally took action and brought Hizei and the others away from the Missing Moon Peak, and then exchanged a move with Ning Qi. This news was the most direct reason why everyone started to take the Missing Moon Peak seriously. In fact, the one they valued was Ning Qi. Compared to eldering, Ning Qi made these middle and lower level disciples feel even more fear. Currently, unless it was a disciple of a peak that had a direct grudge with the Missing Moon Peak, ordinary disciples would not choose to cause trouble for the disciples of the Missing Moon Peak at this time. Chapter 23:12. What's the matter? The disciples of the Missing Moon Peak looked at each other, and the one with the highest cultivation spoke up. Why are you all laughing so happily? Do you really think that Sweeping Disciple can be your backer? Don't forget He offended the successor disciple of the main peak. No one knows what will happen to him in the future. I advise you disciples of the missing moon peak to keep a low profile. One of the outer sect, disciples of the golden sun, Peak sneered. Someone recognized his identity. That's Senior Brother Wang Tao's cousin, Wang Hai. Senior Brother Wang Tao was punished the most miserably by Ning Beixian this time. Among so many people, only he was beaten down to the worldly immortal stage. Even with Peak Lord Ye's help, it would be impossible for him to recover his original strength without 100,000 years. I heard that after Peak Lord Yi brought back Senior Brother Wang Tao, who was facing the wall from the back mountain of the main peak. He let him leave the Xianjian sect and return to the Wang family of Yingzhou. Wang Hai is obviously going to stand up for Wang Tao. Is he really not afraid of being hung up on the missing moon peak again? Well, I heard that that person rarely leaves the missing moon peak. And if we don't provoke him directly, we shouldn't have to worry about being hung up, right? In the mission hall, everyone was whispering to each other as if they were watching a good show. What does it have to do with you, whether we come to the mission hall or not? Junior brothers, there's no need to talk to them. Let's go. The leading missing moon peak disciple glanced at Wang Hai coldly, then signaled to his junior brothers and was about to leave. Halt! Wang Hai took a step to the side and blocked the few of them. Then he sneered. Are you deaf to what I just said? I told you missing moon peak disciples to keep a low profile in the future. Did you hear me? Hurry up and answer Senior Brother Wang. The outer sect disciples of the Golden Sun Peak behind Wang Hai echoed coldly. Wang Hai, I recognize you. Aren't you Wang Tao's cousin? You want to stand up for Wang Tao. If you have the ability, go to the missing moon peak and find Senior Brother Ning. Why are you looking for us? A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the leading missing moon peak disciple as he sneered. I will definitely go to the missing moon peak in the future, but not now. A trace of undetectable fear flashed across Wang Hai's face, but with so many people looking at them, he naturally could not admit defeat. Furthermore, he had to properly humiliate the other party in order to vent his and Wang Tao's anger. Because of Wang Tao, he had suffered a lot in the Xianjian sect all these years. There was a lot of resentment. Your senior apprentice, Brother Ning, is strong, but in the end he is just a disciple who sweeps the floor. You are a dignified outer sect disciple, yet you call him senior apprentice brother? What a disgrace. Even the Foreign Affairs Hall's Hall Master Huang Tong has to call me senior brother when he sees me. Wang Hai sneered. As for Ning Beixian, he will be taken care of by a direct disciple. I only hope that he will still be alive when I go to the missing moon peak. At this moment, Huang Tong, who had just arrived at the entrance of the mission hall, had an awkward expression on his face. Countless gazes just happened to land on him. The disciples sweeping the floor did not have the qualifications to receive missions, but the management level of the External Affairs Hall were not included in this category. They were specially permitted by the sect to receive missions from the mission hall, like the outer disciples, and earn contribution points to exchange for pills for their own cultivation. Shut up. You are not allowed to insult Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, who said that Senior Brother Ning is just a sweeping disciple. Successor Disciple Pei Yong specially came to our missing moon peak a few days ago to pass on the orders of the Patriarch. He wants Senior Brother Ning to go to the main peak and become a successor disciple, but Senior Brother Ning refused. I really hope that Senior Brother Ning did not refuse. Otherwise, I will send a message to him and consign you to eternal damnation. Finally, a missing moon peak disciple could not hold it in any longer and roared at Wang Hai with a face full of rage. As soon as the words left his mouth, the noisy quest hall instantly turned silent, to the point where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's gaze was focused on the disciple of the missing moon peak, their eyes filled with disbelief, doubt, shock, and astonishment after the missing moon peak disciple said this. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Elder Ing had already instructed them not to spread this matter, so as not to embarrass ancestor Xianjian. In the end, he could not hold it in. After he finished speaking, a trace of regret appeared on his face. "Ha, you must be joking, right? True legacy? How is that possible?" Wang Tao forced a smile. Although he said it was impossible, he had already believed it in his heart. The regret on the missing Moon Peak disciple's face did not seem to be fake. Thinking of Ning Qi's terrifying means, ancestor Xianjian might really confer him as a successor disciple. If you say it's a joke, then it's a joke. The leading missing Moon Peak disciple quickly responded, then grabbed the junior brother who had spilled the beans and quickly left the mission hall. This time, Wang Hai did not stop them. Instead, he stood in the same place with a forced smile on his face. However, his smile now looked a little dull in the eyes of the crowd. "There's actually such a thing!" Huang Tong looked in the direction of the missing Moon Peak in shock. As soon as the missing Moon Peak disciples left, the mission hall immediately buzzed with a burst of heated discussion. The patriarch actually wants to confer senior brother Ning as a successor disciple? Do you think it's true or false? If it's true, then why did he reject the patriarch's kindness and refuse the position of successor disciple? This is just too ridiculous. I think it's false. I think it's true. How is that possible? If it's true, who can refuse the position of successor disciple? That's a chance to rise to the top in a single step. Even a peak leader can't compare to the position of successor disciple. Hey, those few look like the missing Moon Peak disciples. Let's test them. Just as the crowd was arguing endlessly, and even the elders joined in the discussion, someone with sharp eyes saw Fanzang and the others walking towards them. At this time, an inner disciple stepped forward and stopped Fanzang. He said with a smile, "Junior brother Fan, senior brother Ning has become a successor disciple? Congratulations." "You, how did you know?" Senior brother Ning rejected it. "Wait, you're lying." Fanzang did not react in time. After blurting out, a trace of understanding appeared on his face, and he looked at the inner disciple angrily. The inner disciple was silent for a while. Then he turned around and looked at the crowd. The meaning on his face was very clear. The crowd had heard Fanzang's words with their own ears. Fanzang's face was not fake, and there was no need for such a rumor to spread because he was not humiliated by Wang Hai. Therefore, the crowd was very sure that what the missing Moon Peak disciple said was absolutely true. Ning Beixian really rejected the position of successor disciple. What an eye-opener today. Actually, there's a reason why the patriarch specially gave him the position of successor disciple. Even a successor disciple, like senior brother, Hizei was no match for senior brother Ning. And senior brother Ning's cultivation is only at the late stage of human immortal. He's more than qualified to be a successor disciple. That's reasonable. The crowd's discussion became even more heated. However, when they talked about Ning Qi rejecting the position of successor disciple, they couldn't help but shake their heads. They thought that the Xianjian patriarch would punish Ning Qi because of this. "Junior brother Fan, I found some good wine recently. It has special effects. Why don't you come to my place?" Chapter 23:13. More than 10 days had passed, and the Xianjian sect was calm and peaceful. Nothing special had happened, and no one had opened their eyes to find trouble with Ning Qi. Whether it was the disciples of the Golden Sun Peak, the disciples of the Dan Peak, the disciples of the Dajian Peak, or even the true disciples of the main peak, they all seemed to have forgotten to be. In the beginning, they heard that someone had been killed by Ning Qi on the missing Moon Peak. Everyone seemed to be waiting for a message. Even after a month, the missing Moon Peak was still very peaceful. How is that possible? Ning Beixian rejected Patriarch Xuanjian's goodwill. But Patriarch Xianjian isn't going to punish him? That's right. Logically speaking, he should be punished for offending his superiors and sent to the main peak to face the wall. Could it be that the old ancestor really admires him? How could they tolerate such behavior? Ever since our Xianjian sect was established, it seems like such a thing has never happened before, right? That seems to be the case. In any case, if we pass by the missing moon peak in the future, let's take a detour, lest we accidentally offend that guy and get hung up again. With our status, I'm afraid the old ancestor won't help us. The matter of Ningqi refusing to become a successor disciple continued to ferment in the Xianjian sect. Some people believed it, some people did not, but most of the inner and outer sect disciples held the attitude that they would rather believe it than believe it. On the other hand, the disciples who were sweeping the floor treated Ningqi as their idol. They talked about Ningqi and were very envious of Huayu, who had been assigned to the missing moon peak with Ningqi. They already knew that even the successor disciple, Hizei, was personally hung on the pillar by Huayu. After about half a year, Ing Jinchuan returned to the Xianjian sect. Many disciples saw Ing Jinchuan on the way, and no matter if they were from the inner or outer sect, they would stop and greet her. Even some of the female cultivators who had some friction with Ing Jinchuan seemed to have forgotten about their past grudges and started chatting with Ing Jinchuan. They noticed that Ing Jinchuan seemed to be injured, and her complexion didn't look too good. That was why they didn't say anything. Missing moon peak. Senior sister, you're injured. Ningqi's gaze swept over, and he could tell that Ing Jinchuan had suffered from serious internal injuries. It was probably because Ing Jinchuan had taken out too many peak grade 1 spirit jade pills at one go, and had aroused the greed of others. Junior brother Ning, the earth spirit pills and spiritual materials that you want are all in this universe ring. There is a total of 50,000 portions. The spiritual materials used to make the earth spirit pills are too precious. Furthermore, we cannot exchange them in the same market, so there is a slight price difference. 50,000 portions is the limit. Ing Jinchuan smiled bitterly. More than 10 million level 1 supreme grade spiritual jade pills were exchanged for only 50,000 sets of earth elixirs. If not for Ningqi's alchemy skills, which gave her great confidence, Ing Jinchuan would have been reluctant to part with the spiritual jade pills. It would have been more than enough to increase the number of disciples in the moonless peak by a few hundred. 50,000. Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. In his mind, he had already calculated how many earth spirit pills he could get from these 50,000 portions. It should be in the range of 130,000 to 180,000, and the effect of each earth spirit pill was equivalent to 100 top-grade Tier 1 spirit jade pills. This was still the initial effect. Because Ningqi had swallowed too many spirit jade pills, his body had developed a resistance to them, and the effect was greatly reduced. In this way, he had still made a profit, just not that much. However, it should be more worthwhile to exchange the finished earth spirit pills for spiritual materials in the future. Junior brother Ning, are you going into seclusion again? Ing Jinchuan seemed to be used to it, although she really wanted to see how Ningqi refined elixirs in such a short amount of time. She was too embarrassed to ask. After all, some elixir masters had a few tricks up their sleeves that they wouldn't pass on to others. More or less. However, senior sister, don't worry. I will attend the sect tournament later. Ningqi smiled. Then I can rest assured. Ing Jinchuan smiled and nodded. Suddenly, her face turned red, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Ing Jinchuan wiped it off without a care and smiled at Ningqi. I met a few rascals when I was out this time. I'll go treat my injuries first, and then I'll settle the score with them. Top cultivation training ground. Ever since he came to the Xianjian sect, Ningqi had spent a lot more time in closed-door cultivation. He did not have many enemies here, and if 9 swords and a rest counted, Ningqi would rather hope to be able to peacefully pass the early stages of the period. If he could cultivate all the way to the Daluo Golden Immortal stage, then he would have a way to protect himself in the immortal world. A way to protect himself. The refining of the Earth Spirit Pill was much more difficult than the Spirit Jade Pill, and the requirements for the control of the fire were also higher. Even with Ningqi's proficient technique, There would be one batch of failures in every 100 batches of Earth Spirit pills. However, this situation was greatly improved later on. After an unknown number of years, perhaps more than 10 years, or perhaps more than 20 years, 50,000 sets of spirit materials had been refined into Earth Spirit pills by Ning Qi. Counting the losses from the failures, as well as the fact that the amount of pills produced could not reach the maximum. In the end, Ning Qi obtained a total of 140,000 Earth Spirit pills. With such a success rate, not to mention the ancestral planet, there might not even be any alchemist on a higher level planet who could achieve it. Compared to his cultivation aptitude, Ning Qi's alchemy aptitude was several levels higher. In the remaining time, Ning Qi continued to consume Earth Spirit pills, and the immortal spirit energy in his immortal meridian became thicker and thicker. Gradually, his immortal meridian was about to be filled, and at this time, Ning Qi's cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of human immortal. In the beginning, Ning Qi was not used to this kind of closed-door training that lasted for decades, or even centuries. Later on, when he became a Do-Di, or even after the Do-Dan realm, Ning Qi also gradually started to get used to it. The longest time he had been in closed-door training was at least 100,000 years. And all the time, adding it all up, Ning Qi's current age was much older than what he looked like on the surface. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the bottleneck between the late stage of human immortal to the great perfection of human immortal was even more difficult than before. Ning Qi used 1,000 years of time to almost finish consuming all of the Earth Spirit pills, and only 10,000 of them were left as seeds, which he used to exchange for the spirit materials to refine the Earth Spirit pills in the future. Great perfection. Without the top cultivation training ground, his aptitude was indeed no different from the judgment of the Xian sword tablet. If it was any other late-stage human immortal who consumed more than 100,000 Earth Spirit pills, he would probably be able to break through the bottleneck in less than 200 to 300 years. I don't have much else, but I do have a lot of time. There's still about 1,000 years left. It should be enough for me to break through. Ning Qi laughed at himself, closed his eyes again, and entered into a meditative state. He had more than 10 million Dragon Slayer crystals, and in a year's time in the cultivation training ground, he would only consume 1 Dragon Slayer crystal. In addition, Ning Qi's lifespan was almost limitless. As long as he did not stay in the late-stage human immortal realm for millions or even tens of millions of years, it would not be a problem. Chapter 23:14. I've finally broken through. Ning Qi opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of light in them. He immersed his spiritual will into his body and found that his first immortal meridian was almost full. When he broke through to the Earth immortal stage, he should be able to open his second immortal meridian. Currently, the immortal qi in Ning Qi's body was more than 100 times thicker than when he had just broken through to the early human immortal stage. It was almost as if it was suppressing the demonic qi. I wonder if I can find a fragment of the devil folk continent in the immortal world that can't absorb devil energy. Eventually, it will be devoured by the immortal spirit energy. Ning Qi sighed softly. Before breaking through to the human immortal stage, the amount of immortal energy and demonic energy was equal, and they would not interfere with each other. At present, however, the increase in the amount of immortal energy had forced the demonic energy into a corner. In fact, it had even lost its previous vitality. Due to that, Ning Qi was incapable of dealing with it quickly. It was just like the imbalance of yin and yang. No matter which world it was, the imbalance of yin and yang would always bring about some negative consequences. Ding! Please break through to grand perfection, human demon, within 100 years. This is the advancement mission. The sound of a system notification suddenly rang out. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment. Then he carefully checked the details of the mission, and his expression turned ugly. This advancement mission was a mission for a full-circle human immortal to advance to an Earth immortal. But according to the requirements of the mission, it was also a mission for a full-circle human demon to advance to an Earth demon. becoming a perfected human demon within 100 years. What a joke! He hadn't even reached the early stage of human devil yet. There was no devil chi in the immortal world. Without devil chi, Ning Chi could not cultivate. He could only rely on the little bit of devil chi in his body. He did not know if he could break through to the early stage of human devil after using up all the dragon-slaying crystals. 100 years was too short. If I fail this mission, the system will change to an advanced mission. The difficulty might be higher, but in comparison, it might be easier to complete. Ning Chi pondered for a moment. Then he felt that it was better to let nature take its course. If he could not complete the mission, he would move on to the next one. What he lost was only 100 years. He could afford to wait. It's about time. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the room. This time he stayed in the top cultivation training ground for a long time. Another 7 or 8 years had passed in the outside world. Calculating the time, the sect grand competition was about to begin. Just as he walked out of the room, Ning Chi bumped into Hua Yu and 4 other sweeping disciples. They were standing in front of a large group of sweeping disciples and seemed to be lecturing them. Don't think that the missing moon peak is still the same as before. You are lucky enough to be assigned to the missing moon peak. If I find out who dares to play dirty tricks on the missing moon peak and treat this place as the Foreign Affairs Hall, even Huang Tong won't be able to save you. Hua Yu said coldly. Did you all hear what senior brother Hua Yu said? The other 4 said, Listen up. The 20 to 30 disciples shouted excitedly. Because there were more and more disciples in the missing moon peak, the demand for more sweeping disciples naturally increased. As soon as the Foreign Affairs Hall received the news, they immediately sent 30 sweeping disciples over. If it was in the past, if the missing moon peak wanted more sweeping disciples, Huang Tong would definitely have a lot of excuses to refuse. 4. What are you looking at? Senior Brother Ning is in closed-door cultivation. We'll naturally be able to see him after a while. When Hua Yu saw that the disciples who were being lectured by him had suddenly stretched out their necks, his face immediately revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Ning, Senior Brother Ning? The expressions of the 30 new disciples suddenly became incomparably excited. Senior Brother Ning? Only then did Hua Yu react. Seeing that Ning Chi had already walked behind him, he immediately bowed respectfully. Ning Chi's mind moved slightly. After this closed-door cultivation, he discovered that he had tens of thousands of incense sticks in the immortal world. It was impossible for the inner and outer sect disciples of the Xianjian sect to have faith in Ning Chi because of what had happened before. Then there was only one possibility. These tens of thousands of incense sticks probably came from the Xianjian sect's sweeping disciples. Does the missing moon peak need so many people now? Ning Chi said while chuckling. One after another, gazes of worship, reverence, excitement, and surprise landed on Ning Chi's body. Without exception, the 30 disciples who were sweeping the floor belonged to Ning Chi's followers, because Ning Chi could see the obvious traces of incense sticks on their bodies. Speaking of which, this matter was a matter of course. Ning Chi carried the identity of a sweeping disciple, suppressed the inner and outer sect disciples, as well as the successor disciple, and even exchanged one move with the Xianjian ancestor without dying. The most important thing was that Ning Chi had rejected the position of successor disciple and was still his sweeping disciple. This news had been fermenting in the Xianjian sect all these years, and it spread more and more widely. In addition, some of the sweeping disciples had clearly sensed that the outer sect disciples who had bullied them before had restrained themselves a lot, which allowed them to gradually worship Ning Chi from the beginning, and later on, treat Ning Chi as their ancestor. In short, the sweeping ancestor. Of course, this was what the disciples called Ning Chi in private, and they did not say it out loud. Otherwise, this kind of title would easily cause unnecessary trouble. It was just that simple. Ning Qi had tens of thousands of followers in the Xianjian sect. Senior brother Ning, you don't know, but the number of senior brothers and sisters in our Missing Moon Peak are increasing. There are 300 to 400 of them, and 30 or so sweeping disciples might not be enough in the future. Hua Yu laughed. Ning Qi nodded. Indeed, he could feel that the spirit energy in the Missing Moon Peak was several times stronger than before he went into closed-door cultivation. At this rate of development, in less than a few hundred years, the Missing Moon Peak would be reborn. Junior brother Ning, you've come out of seclusion? Hurry up and register with me. Today is the last day. A figure broke through the air and arrived. Ing Zhenxuan saw that Ning Qi was coincidentally standing beside Hua Yu and heaved a sigh of relief. She had just rushed back to the Xianjian sect because of something, and was afraid that Ning Qi would forget about the time of the clan competition. Otherwise, the next clan competition would be 50 years later. Ing Zhenxuan was indeed very anxious, so she did not hide anything. She pulled Ning Qi's arm and flew towards the main peak. When Hua Yu and the other disciples saw this scene, they looked at each other with strange expressions. In the end, a trace of a sneaky smile appeared on their faces. Do you think it's possible that senior brother Ning and senior sister Ing? Is this something we're talking about? Get the hell out of here. Hua Yu immediately extinguished the gossip of this group of people. When Ning Qi and Ing Zhenxuan rushed towards the main peak, they met many heaven immortals on the way. They seemed to be the leaders of the various peaks or elders. When they saw Ning Qi and Ing Zhenxuan, their expressions became slightly strange. Because of their identities, they did not condescend to talk to the two of them. He paused for a moment, then sped up and sped up. Chapter 23:15. This is the aura of a perfected human immortal? How could this be? Ing Zhenxuan looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. How many years had passed since he was at the early stage of human immortal to the perfected human immortal? Roughly calculating, it had only been around 20 years since Ning Qi entered the Xianjian sect and was assigned to the Missing Moon Peak, right? 20 years might just be the time it took for an earth immortal to go into seclusion, or for an immortal beast to sleep. But junior brother Ning only used 20 years to break through from the early stage of human immortal to the perfected human immortal? Could it be that those people's guesses were correct, and junior brother Ning's original cultivation was extremely high? Ing Zhenxuan felt that this was the only reason that could explain the doubts in her heart. Junior brother Ning, you were once an earth immortal? Ing Zhenxuan said with a serious expression. Ning Qi smiled and did not say anything. Ing Zhenxuan thought that she had guessed correctly and heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, from the early stage of human immortal to the perfected human immortal in 20 years, this kind of talent was too monstrous. Even if Ning Qi was on her side, she would still feel afraid. Main Peak. When Ning Qi and Ing Zhenxuan arrived at the registration point, it was already very lively. The registration point was set up at the square in front of the main hall. Ning Qi saw Yi Tian, but there was no sign of Yi Rulong or Jiang Kuan. It was obvious that these golden immortals would not come personally. He's here too. He's the only one from the Missing Moon Peak participating in the sect competition. Just him alone might be enough, right? It seems that the Missing Moon Peak will definitely be able to obtain a living spirit vein this time. Many complicated gazes fell on Ning Qi. Zhao Tong, who was in charge of the registration, had an even more complicated expression. Because his cultivation was the lowest, and he was the youngest disciple among the direct disciples, not only was he in charge of the registration, but there were also many matters related to the sect competition that Zhao Tong had to take care of. According to Pei Yong, this was what his junior brother had to do. Ning Qi also saw Zhao Tong, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, but Zhao Tong gradually shifted his gaze, as if he did not see Ning Qi. As expected, a person's heart easily changes because of the environment. Ning Qi sighed in his heart, But he did not care about Zhao Tong's change because to Ning Qi, Zhao Tong was just a passerby in his life, or perhaps he could not even be considered a passerby. If not for Wen Sheng and Wen Qing wanting to come to the Xianjian sect, Ning Qi and Zhao Tong would have parted ways a long time ago. Behind Yi Tian stood more than a dozen Earth Immortals. Among them, there were a few familiar faces, such as Zhu Jian, 4th senior brother, 5th senior brother. When they saw Ning Qi, they subconsciously lowered their heads. Then, they immediately realized that this didn't seem right. They hurriedly raised their heads and stared at Ning Qi with a look that said, "I'm not afraid of you." Li Zhangtong, Yen Feiwu, and Yang Xiaolong, the 3 inner sect disciples of Elixir Peak, followed a Heaven Immortal Stage elder here to register. Just as they finished registering, they turned around and saw Ning Qi. Their expressions changed slightly while the rest of their senior and junior brothers stared at Ning Qi furiously. He really is going to participate in the sect grand competition this time. Yuan Long and Su Chongxin stood side by side in the distance. Just like Li Zhangtong and the rest, they were led by a Heaven Immortal Stage Elder to the main peak to register for the sect grand competition. Senior brother Yuan Long, that disciple sweeping the floor is Ning Beixian, right? Someone sent a voice transmission to Yuan Long, yes. Yuan Long nodded expressionlessly. He would remember this humiliation for the rest of his life. Now that it had only been a few years, he saw his enemy, Ning Qi, again. Yuan Long felt a little complicated. He wanted to leave, but he also hoped that a few people from the main peak would come out and teach Ning Qi a lesson. After all, Ning Qi had once hung the true disciple of the main peak, Hizei, on the moon-lacking peak for people to admire. Jinxuan, didn't Elder Ing bring you guys here personally this time? A woman dressed in purple walked in front of Ing Jinxuan and smiled. This woman exuded a Heaven Immortal Stage aura, and it was similar to Yi Tian's. She wasn't someone who had just entered the Heaven Immortal Stage. Ning Qi glanced at her attributes. This woman's name was Ziyi, and she was the peak leader of Xianjian sect's Purple Bamboo Peak. She was a late-stage Heaven Immortal. Peak leader Z, Grandpa has been feeling unwell recently, so the 2 of us came together. Ing Jinxuan frowned and said, "Jinxuan, don't tell me you're planning to personally participate in the sect competition." Suddenly, a Heaven Immortal walked over. This Heaven Immortal was very muscular. Ning Qi glanced at him, and his expression changed. This person came from the Dajiang Peak, and his name was Shaolang. He was a mid-stage Heaven Immortal, and his cultivation was a level lower than Ziyi and Yi Tian. Behind him stood a few other acquaintances of Ning Qi, Yuan Long and Su Zhongxin. Ing Jinxuan's expression changed. Because she was learning alchemy, her cultivation had stagnated. Until now, she was only at the early stage of Earth Immortal. Even though she had learned a few powerful immortal arts that her father had left behind in the moon-lacking peak, her combat power was not outstanding among the inner sect disciples. This time the sect competition. Shaolang's words probably had a hidden meaning. "Junior brother Ning, let's go register." Ing Jinxuan ignored Shaolang and pulled Ning Qi toward Zhao Tong. As long as they registered, it wouldn't matter what tricks Shaolang had up his sleeves. There aren't many living spiritual veins this time, but the moon-lacking peak took one. This is so unfair, there's no other way. That Ning Beishuan's combat power is extraordinary. If we don't teach our disciples, none of our disciples will be a match for him. The moon-lacking peak is really lucky this time. The peak leaders discussed secretly, and their words were filled with helplessness. Wait. Shaolang suddenly took a step forward and blocked Ing Jinxuan and Ning Qi's path. He looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and said, "Junior sister Jinxuan, aren't you going to introduce us? This is the Ning Beixian that those sweeping disciples call their ancestor, right? He's indeed a dignified person. No wonder he's a sweeping disciple." Hee chuckles came from all directions. Some were kind, some were sarcastic. How could the matters between the sweeping disciples be hidden from the crowd? They thought that they were being secretive and never called Ning Qi that in front of the outer disciples. Little did they know that the moment this title appeared, the peak leaders and elders had already received the news. Elder Sha Lang is going to stand up for us? Yuan Long and Su Zhangxin looked at each other in surprise. Even Nine Swords and Li Zhongtong, who were standing behind Yi Tian, looked at Sha Lang with anticipation in their eyes. Elder Sha Lang, what do you want to say? Just get to the point. Ying Jinchuan said calmly. Jinchuan, why are you still so hot-tempered? It's like this. Jinchuan wants him to register for the sect competition, right? Sha Lang said with a smile. So what? Ying Jinchuan snorted. Her cultivation might be low, but she was the daughter of a golden immortal. Elder Ying was still around, so she didn't need to give face to a sky immortal like Sha Lang. Chapter 23:16. When everyone heard Sha Lang's words, they immediately understood something, and many of the peak leaders immediately opened their mouths to agree. That's right. Ever since the establishment of the Xianjian sect, every single sect competition has been a competition between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and even true disciples. However, there has never been a disciple who has participated in the sect competition. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man at the early stage of the heaven immortal stage. He had a faint smile on his face, and the dozen or so inner sect disciples standing behind him had auras that were inferior to Li Zhongtong and the others. It was obvious that in this sect competition they could be considered to be companions and did not have much of a chance of squeezing into the top 10. Speaking of which, the disciples who sweep the floor are not considered disciples of our Xianjian sect. At most, they are just servants. In the world of mortals, how can servants fight on the same stage as their masters? That's an offense. Another person spoke up. That makes sense. Half of the peak leaders and elders present spoke up in agreement. Ying Jinchuan's face immediately turned ashen as he looked coldly at Sha Lang. He never thought that the other party would use such a reason to stop Ning Qi from participating in the sect competition. The corner of Sha Lang's mouth curled up, his eyes revealed a trace of complacency, and said with slight ridicule, Jinchuan, you guys should go back to the Missing Moon Peak. I heard that the Missing Moon Peak has been developing well these past few years, and ordinary outer sect disciples can obtain 5 top-grade spirit jade pellets of the first stage every month. Since you have such strength, there is no need to compete with others for a mere living spirit vein. Don't you think? Sophistry. Ying Jinchuan's eyes were filled with anger, but just as she was about to explode, Ning Qi chuckled as he looked at Sha Lang and said, Does the Xianjian sect have a clear rule that sweeping disciples cannot participate in the sect competition? Did the Xianjian ancestor personally tell you that sweeping disciples are not disciples of the Xianjian sect? The anger in Ying Jinchuan's eyes immediately disappeared, and he looked at Ning Qi in surprise, then sneered at Sha Lang. Junior brother Ning is right. I wonder when did you start representing the entire Xianjian sect and the Xianjian ancestor? Why don't you and I go to the ancestor's side and ask him, do you have the qualifications to participate in the sect competition? Sha Lang looked at Ning Qi with a fake smile, then his gaze fell on Ying Jinchuan. If the sect has such a rule, then we naturally have to check, but our Xianjian sect has been established for so long. Some of the rules are already very old, and we need to spend some time to check. I think we won't be able to find it today. How about you guys? Shall we come back tomorrow? Sharon is shady enough. When he was still an inner disciple like us, his methods were already very sinister and ruthless. Later on, he climbed on eldest senior brother Jiang Kuin's thigh, and his methods became upright. Because of senior brother Jiang Kuin's protection, he didn't need to use any crafty plots and schemes. It's just that I didn't expect so many years to pass. However, his temperament is still the same, Several mocking gazes fell on Sharon. Not all of the peak masters and elders present were targeting the Missing Moon Peak, Ying Jinchuan and Ning Qi. Some of them disdained to do such a thing and didn't care whether Ning Qi would participate in the sect competition or not. However, they were hindered by the Dajiang Peak behind Sharon, so they didn't plan to say a few words of justice. He was just watching coldly from the sidelines. Today was the last day of the registration period. Xia Lang obviously intended to delay the registration for a day so that the Missing Moon Peak would miss the great meet of the academies. Ying Jinxuan's expression changed. While Xia Lang's words sounded unreasonable, she couldn't refute him. Most importantly, the other party's cultivation level was higher than hers. Just a little bit of logic was enough to make her feel like she couldn't move an inch. Did she really have to give up on this sect tournament? "Do you believe that?" Ning Qi said slowly. "Believe what?" Sharon looked at Ning Qi mockingly. "I can become a true disciple. Today?" Ning Qi said with a smile, looking at Xia Lang indifferently. The expressions of everyone present instantly became extremely strange, especially Zhao Tong, who had been watching coldly from the side. Ning Qi's words caused his expression to change greatly. "What a joke! Do you think that you can become a successor just because you want to? You've already rejected the old ancestor back then," Xia Lang forced a smile. However, his words didn't sound as confident as before. His heart was filled with doubt. If he forced Ning Qi to become a successor because of today's matter, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Dajiang Peak in the future. Some time ago, he had discussed with the others about Ning Qi's refusal to become a successor. Everyone had treated Ning Qi as a hot-tempered fool who refused to take the position of a successor just to save face. However, the old ancestor didn't say anything after that. In everyone's opinion, it was the old ancestor's magnanimity. He didn't want to argue with a lowly sweeping disciple. Li Changtang, Yan Feiwu, Yang Xiaolong, Yuan Long, Su Changxin, Jiu Jian, and the other outstanding inner disciples all had complicated expressions on their faces after hearing Ning Qi's words. There were resentment, anger, fear, and worry. "You don't believe me? Why don't you give it a try?" Ning Qi said with a smile. "Humph, I still have things to do. I don't have time to chat with a sweeping disciple like you." Xia Lang waved his hand and flew away. Yuan Long and the others were stunned for a full 3 breaths' time before they reacted. They followed Xia Lang and left the main peak. When they left, they looked at Ning Qi with complicated expressions. "Senior sister, sign up." Ning Qi smiled at Ying Jinxuan. "Oh yes." Ying Jinxuan snapped out of her daze and pulled Ning Qi over to Zhao Tong. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they successfully registered. When Ying Jinxuan received the token to participate in the sect competition, a jade token, her mood brightened up and a smile appeared on her face. This jade token was unprecedentedly important. It represented a living spiritual vein. After receiving the jade token, Ning Qi left the main peak with Ying Jinxuan. He didn't speak to Zhao Tong at all. Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi's departing figure with an ugly expression. His fists hidden in his sleeves were clenched so tightly that they turned white. Xia Lang went for wool and came home shorn. He ran away with his tail between his legs. "Ha!" Someone laughed gloatingly. Many people were deep in thought. They seemed to be guessing the possibility of what Ning Qi said. Would the old ancestor really accept him as a successor for the second time? Chapter 23:17. Wow, this is the main peak. The immortal energy here is hundreds of times denser than our Missing Moon Peak. Taking a breath here is equivalent to cultivating for several days. "A Missing Moon Peak," disciple exclaimed. The queue at the Missing Moon Peak was very long. This time, hundreds of disciples of the Missing Moon Peak had basically come. Not only the Missing Moon Peak, but also the other peaks. After all, it was rare for them to go to the main peak. Every time the sect competition took place, it would take at least a month. During this month, they could cultivate on the main peak. All right, it could be considered a small opportunity. It's all thanks to Senior Brother Ning participating in this sect competition that we have the chance to come to the main peak. I heard that if we are ranked in the top 10, we will be able to get a living spirit vein. In the future, our missing moon peak's immortal energy will become even denser. Hee hee. With senior brother Ning's fighting strength, top 10 is guaranteed. At the front of the group, Ning Qi and Ying Jinxuan walked side by side. Fan Zhang, Hua Yu, and the others followed closely behind. Other than the inner and outer sect disciples, the sect competition also allowed sweeping disciples to watch the battles. This was also one of the reasons why many sweeping disciples could stay in the mystic sword sect all year round. For them, being able to cultivate on the main peak for a month during the sect competition was equivalent to an extra sum of money. When the disciples of the nearby peaks saw the people of the missing moon peak, their gazes all landed on Ning Qi. There was scrutiny, curiosity, indifference, and worship. That's Ning Beixian. Hee hee. I heard that he rejected the patriarch's good intentions and became a sweeping disciple. He looks very ordinary. Is he really that strong? Could it be that Elder Ying did something behind the scenes? After all, every time he makes a move, he seems to be at the missing moon peak. Whether he's strong or not, we'll know in this sect grand tournament. You and I will have a chance to meet him. Bossing, you can't play any tricks during the sect grand tournament, right? He doesn't have that kind of strength. That's true. Ancestor, I hope that this time Ancestor can shine and win glory for us sweeping disciples. No matter which peak they were from, even if they were from the Golden Sun Peak, the Dan Peak, or the Great River Peak that had a grudge with the Missing Moon Peak, they all had the same attitude towards Ning Qi, worship. The status of a sweeping disciple in the Xianjian sect had always been very low, so low that it was just like what others thought, just a servant, not a disciple. After all, he did not even have the qualifications to receive missions, and was unable to earn contribution points. But ever since Ning Qi appeared out of nowhere, the status of sweeping disciples was still very low. However, most of the time, they could feel that the attitude of the outer sect disciples towards them had improved a little. This was enough for them to regard Ning Qi as their ancestor, especially when Ning Qi rejected the position of a successor disciple and still chose to be a sweeping disciple. This kind of thought instantly expanded amongst the sweeping disciples of the Xianjian sect. Of the 99 peaks, except for a few peaks that haven't arrived yet, the rest should be here. Ying Jinxuan swept her gaze across. When it was time to register, Yu Rulong, Jiang Kuan, and the others did not appear. But when the sect competition officially began, not only did the two of them come, the other golden immortal stage existences, such as Nangong and Morong, also appeared one by one. Suddenly, everyone seemed to have sensed something and raised their heads to look towards the horizon. One figure after another broke through the air and landed in front of everyone. There weren't many people, only 300 to 400 of them. However, their clothes were all different and had their own characteristics. It was obvious that they weren't Xianjian sect disciples. I didn't hear that the other sects were invited to watch the competition this time. Maybe it's because the news hasn't been passed down yet. Look at Ancestor Yi and the others. They should have known about it a long time ago. Yi Rulong, Jiang Kuan, and the others had already gone up to welcome them with a smile. Ning Qi swept his gaze across the hundreds of people and discovered that the lowest cultivation was a worldly immortal, while the highest was a golden immortal. There were a total of 9 golden immortals, and the tribute panel showed that they came from different sections. Yuqing School? Ning Qi's expression changed. The Yuqing School had also sent people to watch the Xianjian sect competition. However, when Ning Qi took a closer look, he realized that these hundreds of people only came from 8 sects, and the Yuqing School's golden immortal came alone. At this moment, Yi Rulong and the others walked in front of a Yuqing School's golden immortal and greeted him with a smile. Ning Qi noticed that Yi Rulong, who had always been cold and arrogant, had a hint of flattery in his smile when facing the Yuqing School's golden immortal. The rest of the Xianjian sect disciples didn't seem to recognize the origin of the Yuqing School's golden immortal, so they only curiously sized up the disciples of the other sections. They were also sizing up the disciples of the Xianjian sect, and both sides examined each other. "Brother Kong, let's go. If Ancestor knew that you were here today, he would definitely be very happy." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Yi Rulong smiled and made a gesture of invitation. The Yuqing School's golden immortal, who was called Brother Kong, smiled and nodded. Together with the other 8 golden immortals, they brought the hundreds of geniuses from the various sects and left with Yi Rulong and the others. From the beginning to the end, these golden immortals had never seen the peak masters of the other mountains. The crowd watched them leave, and then there was a burst of heated discussion. Many geniuses from the mountains revealed a hint of high, fighting spirit in their eyes. Since there were other sects watching this time, they had to take out their strongest trump card and not embarrass themselves. Do you recognize a few sects? I only seem to recognize 5 of them. Let me count: General Feng Yin, Profound Sun Sect, Four-Way Sect, Honesty Sect, Mountain Destruction Sect. I only recognize these 5 sections. The other 3 sects seem to be quite far away from our Xianjian sect, right? I'm ignorant, but these 5 sects will come to our Xianjian sect to watch the sect tournament this time, which is really surprising. Those who came before were all the vassal sects of our Xianjian sect. Maybe watching the sect tournament is just along the way. There should be other matters. I remember now. The other 3 sects are not from our Yingzhou. They are the Star Moon sect, Broken Dragon sect, and Crimson Thunder sect of the Feng Lin state. Then they are definitely not here to watch our Xianjian sect's sect tournament. Senior sister, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Seeing that Ing Jinchuan was deep in thought, Ning Qi asked with a faint smile. Ing Jinchuan nodded her head. The other 5 sects are easy to talk about because they are all in our Yingzhou. It is normal for them to come to Xianjian sect to watch the sect tournament. In the past, our Xianjian sect would also have golden immortal old ancestors bring their geniuses to other sects to interact, and we would occasionally watch their sect tournament. However, the Star Moon sect, Broken Dragon sect, and Crimson Thunder sect are all sects of the Feng Lin state. The Feng Lin state is extremely far away from our Yingzhou, and it would take at least 100 years for them to make a special trip here. Maybe we met halfway. No matter what, it won't affect the competition this time. Senior sister, don't worry. Ning Qi comforted her with a smile. Chapter 2318. Ning Qi and the others arrived at the seats belonging to the missing moon peak. After everyone sat down, they discovered that there were still many empty seats behind them. It could be imagined that the disciples of the missing moon peak would have occupied all these empty seats a long time ago. Unlike the missing moon peak, the seats of the other peaks were fully occupied. The peak was rather shabby. The golden immortal from the Jade Clear sect was sitting at the highest point of the valley with Yi Rulong and the others. It was a natural rock cliff that extended out. From there, they could see the entire valley. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was the original arrangement, but on the left and right side of the missing moon peak was the golden sun peak, and on the other side was the great river peak. The disciples of the 2 peaks glanced coldly at the people from the missing moon peak. However, when their gazes fell on Ning Qi, they restrained themselves. Yi Tian and Sha Lang exchanged glances. Yi Tian looked away expressionlessly, but Sha Lang casually glanced at Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Is that Ning Beixian? Yes, I heard that he's now being worshipped by the sweeping disciples as their ancestor. He really is the #1 sweeping disciple. Your tone seems very disdainful. He can even suppress the true disciple, I think this title is well deserved. Today he is a disciple who sweeps the floor. Maybe tomorrow he will become a true disciple. You don't seem to know him? Why are you speaking for him? I'm just telling the truth. Ning Qi's attire was too eye-catching. He wore a green robe and sat beside Ing Jinchuan. Some of the Xianjian sect disciples who had never seen Ning Qi before could also find Ning Qi at the first possible moment, curiously sizing him up and whispering to each other. Among the group of Golden Sun Peak disciples, there were more than a dozen who had joined from the Missing Moon Peak. Led by Lu Ha and Bai Jing, they were secretly sizing up Ning Qi. Lu Ha and Bai Jing's eyes were filled with hatred. Last time, they were hung on the Missing Moon Peak by Ning Qi for so many years. Although they were later rescued by ancestor Xianjian and entered the Golden Sun Peak as they wished, they still hated Ning Qi to the bone. However, this hatred was somewhat helpless because they had no way to take revenge and they could not defeat Ning Qi. The two of them were not peerless geniuses, and they did not have a strong backer. Senior brother Lu, do you think the true disciples will participate this time? Bai Jing suddenly transmitted his voice. I think so. Lu Ho was very confident. Oh, what do you mean? Bai Jing was somewhat surprised. Ning Beixian is so strong and so arrogant. I'm afraid he won't surrender like the other senior brothers. If the core disciples don't come out and suppress him, the first place of the competition will fall into the hands of the Missing Moon Peak. The main peak would not allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, the outcome this time, it must be the legacy of a heaven immortal. The corner of Lu He's mouth curled into a sneer. That's good. Bai Jing's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. 9 swords, and the rest of you, if you encounter this brat, just surrender. Yi Tian's voice rang in the ears of 9 swords and the others. Jiao Jian revealed a look of surprise in his eyes as he looked at Yi Tian with the others. Yi Tian was expressionless. He did not look at 9 swords and the others, but his lips moved slightly. Since you are no match for him, there is no need to provoke him. Conserve your strength. Our opponent this time is not just the Missing Moon Peak. As for the Missing Moon Peak, there is no need to care about it. Jiao Jian and the others suddenly understood what Yi Tian meant. Yi Tian was afraid that they would suffer heavy injuries in Ning Qi's hands, which would affect the rest of the competition. In fact, the rest of the mountain peaks were the same. 90% of the inner and outer sect disciples who were participating in the sect competition had been warned repeatedly to surrender if they met Ning Qi. They planned to send the Missing Moon Peak directly into the top 10 and treat it as giving up a spot to the Missing Moon Peak. The facts had already proven that Ning Qi could suppress a true disciple like Hizhe. The strongest inner sect disciples in these mountains were definitely not Ning Qi's match. Knowing that they would lose, there was no need to waste their strength. Brat Kong, why do you have the time to visit this old man this time? A loud voice rang out. Whether it was the peak masters, elders, or ordinary disciples of the Xianjian sect, after hearing this voice, their faces revealed respectful expressions. An old man stepped on a cloud and instantly arrived above everyone's heads. Greetings, sect leader. Everyone stood up and bowed. All right, sit down. The old man of mysterious sword chuckled and waved his hand. His gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on Ning Qi for a moment. The others did not seem to notice, but Ning Qi did. Kong Wen greets Senior Mysterious Sword. The golden immortal of the Yuqing sect stood up and bowed with a respectful expression. Although the Yuqing sect he came from was much stronger than the Xianjian sect, there were only 3 perfected golden immortals in the sect. It could be said that at this level, as long as the old ancestor of the Yuqing sect, a profound immortal, did not appear. Perfected golden immortals were the strongest force on the ancestral planet. Why are you so serious? Come to my Xianjian sect. You are a guest. Sit down. The old man of mysterious sword chuckled as he sat on the main seat and waved his hand at Kongwen. Seeing that, Kongwen sat down with the others. The disciples of the other 8 sects were quietly looking at the old man of mysterious sword with awe. Seeing their elders talking and laughing with the old man of mysterious sword, they were secretly envious, not knowing when they would be able to reach this level. You guys have taken in a lot of good seedlings over the years. Bring them all here for me to see." The old man of mysterious sword chuckled. "Come out and greet Senior Mysterious Sword." The 8 golden immortals laughed. Soon, 8 figures walked out from the group of disciples they brought and stood in front of the old man of mysterious sword, looking at him in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Xianjian sect could see a hint of pride on their faces. All 8 of them were perfected earth immortals, and the fact that they could follow the old man of golden immortal meant that they were likely the true disciples of their respective sects. One of them was dressed the most luxuriously, like a prince in the secular world. He wore a purple gold crown and a pale golden dragon robe. Judging from his aura, both the crown and the dragon robe were at least superior-grade immortal artifacts. Not bad, not bad. You're full of energy. Little fellow, your dragon aura is very thick. Are you from the royal family of the Feng Lin province? The old man of mysterious sword nodded with a smile, and his gaze finally fell on the luxuriously dressed young man as he asked with a smile. Many of them gasped when they heard that. What? That disciple of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion is from the royal family of the Feng Lin province? This is a legendary clan that has the blood of the ancestral dragon. Their true strength is not weaker than our Xianjian sect, and they might even be stronger. All the major sects have the legend of the royal family of the Feng Lin province becoming a peerless genius. I heard that there are many heavenly immortal and golden immortal elders in the Yuqing sect who came from the royal family of the Feng Lin province. There was also a commotion at the moon missing peak. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly as he sized up the royal family of the Feng Lin province. Chapter 2319. Feng Lin Xianguang, you look like someone. Who is Feng Lin Divine Marshal to you? Old man mysterious sword smiled. Everyone was shocked again when they heard the name, because the Phoenix Qilin Divine Art was of the same generation as Old Man Mystic Sword. He was a great Luo golden immortal and possessed incredible combat ability. He had once fought against 3 grand Luo on his own, and none of them could do a thing to him. It was also from that battle that the Phoenix Qilin Divine Art's reputation spread across the homeworld, with immortals of every continent basically becoming a great Luo. Immortals from all continents had basically heard of Feng Lin Divine Marshal. Could this kid be a direct descendant of Feng Lin Divine Marshal? Then he should go to the Jade Clear sect. Why would he go to the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion? Perhaps it's not because of his bloodline, but compared to us, his aptitude is excellent, comparable to our mystic sword sect's legacy. Feng Lin Xianguang's expression changed slightly, and he cupped his hands. Feng Lin Divine Marshal is my ancestor. Not bad, not bad. Old man mysterious sword nodded with a smile, and then gave a few words of encouragement to the 8 before him, who quickly thanked him and retreated behind the elders of their respective sects as if they had learned something. Senior brother Peiyong, is this Feng Lin royal family very powerful? Zhao Tong looked at Feng Lin Xianguang with a complicated expression, and an imperceptible sense of inferiority rose in his heart. Be it cultivation or appearance, he was far inferior to the other party. Peiyong retracted his gaze from Feng Lin Xianguang and smiled at Zhao Tong. The royal family of every state is very strong. For example, our Yingzhou royal family is also stronger than our Xianjian sect, and the royal family of the Feng Lin state is ranked in the top 3 amongst the royal families of the various states. I have never seen this Feng Lin Xianguang before. but he should be a prodigy who has only recently emerged. He paused. Junior brother Zhao Tong, what's wrong? Do you think you can compare? Ha! Don't forget that you have brilliant golden aptitude. Even the mystic sword tablet thinks so highly of you. How could the old ancestor let you waste your life? Don't worry, as long as you don't die. Your cultivation will catch up to this Feng Lin Xianguang sooner or later. When the time comes, your name will spread across the ancestral star, and you'll fight for our mystic sword sect. Thank you. Senior Brother Peiyong. Zhao Tong's expression became much better, and he felt extremely warm in his heart as he spoke sincerely to Peiyong. At the same time, his gaze inadvertently swept past Ning Qi, and he secretly compared Ning Qi and Peiyong in his heart. In the end, he came to a conclusion, and it was that Peiyong was much better than Ning Qi. Dong! The melodious sound of a bell came from afar. Everyone's expression gradually became solemn, and the whispers also became much quieter, because the sect competition was about to begin. Not long after, two figures broke through the air and stood in the void. One of them was the new successor disciple, Zhao Tong, and the other was a successor disciple that Ning Qi had never seen before. They each held a small urn in their hands. "Everyone, please hand over your tokens," Zhao Tong said loudly. His current appearance was completely different from the inferiority he had when he was in the 9-sect alliance's gladiator arena. His expression was calm and composed, and he had a different kind of bearing. "It's starting." Ying Jinchuan was a little excited. She sent a telepathic message to Ning Qi. "Next, the inner and outer sect disciples of the various peaks will draw tokens to decide their opponents." As she said that, Ying Jinchuan had already sent out the jade tokens she had obtained from the previous registration. The sky seemed to be raining jade tokens as they flew towards Zhao Tong and his disciple. Zhao Tong's eyes suddenly flashed with panic, but the other disciple was really calm. With a wave of his hand, the jade tokens were enveloped by a golden light and fell into a small urn in his hand. "I wonder which mountain peak will be the first to fight." The disciples from the various mountain peaks were all somewhat excited. That was especially true for the participants of the grand competition. The inner disciples were still fine, as it was not their turn to fight at the start. However, the outer disciples were not so calm. While they were excited, they also turned to look at their most important opponents, secretly hoping that they would not encounter them. On the other side, all eyes were fixed on the small urns in the hands of Zhao Tong and the other successor disciple. After a few breaths of time, 2 jade tokens suddenly flew out, one of which was a little special, slightly different from the jade tokens of the outer court disciples and inner court disciples. Golden Sun Peak, Missing Moon Peak. Seeing this result, everyone was stunned at first. Then they subconsciously looked in the direction of Golden Sun Peak and Ning Qi. They did not expect that the sect grand competition would start with these two enemies at the start. Everyone knew that Wang Tao from Golden Sun Peak was the reason why Ning Qi had killed someone. Therefore, the disciples of Golden Sun Peak hated Missing Moon Peak very much, so they were not polite when talking to each other. Now that Golden Sun Peak had to face Missing Moon Peak in the first round, no one knew how they would feel. Different from the other mountains, Missing Moon Peak only had Ning Qi participating in the grand competition. Therefore, no matter which outer disciple Golden Sun Peak sent, they would only have to face Ning Qi. "Our ancestor is going to fight. That's great. I didn't expect to see our ancestor in the first round." The disciples who were sweeping the floor were extremely excited and looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Yi Rulong's expression did not look good, but Jiang Kuan looked at him with a gloating look. After seeing this result, all the outer disciples of Golden Sun Peak who had registered for the grand competition were stunned. They looked at each other, but no one was willing to take the initiative to fight. What could they do? They would only be humiliated if they went up. They also wanted to show off in front of the other sects, but they did not want to be humiliated. "Junior brother Ning, sorry to trouble you." Ying Jinchuan smiled at Ning Qi. "No problem." Ning Qi smiled faintly. His figure flashed and landed in the middle of the valley, looking in the direction of Golden Sun Peak. "Wait." The direct disciple beside Zhao Tong suddenly spoke up. He held the jade token of the Missing Moon Peak and cupped his hands at the mysterious sword ancestor. "Ancestor, the Missing Moon Peak has sent a disciple to sweep the floor. According to the rules of the competition, how should the outer sect deal with the inner sect versus the outer sect? and the inner sect versus the inner sect? Yes, a sweeping disciple should fight against a sweeping disciple. That's right, that's right. The outer disciples of Golden Sun Peak suddenly slapped their thighs with a hint of resentment on their faces. Yi Tian, who was just about to send someone out, put down his arm again and looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Sweeping disciple? Why would a sweeping disciple participate in the sect grand competition? Has the Xianjian sect declined to this point? The disciples of Scarlet Thunder sect and the other 8 sects all had a strange look in their eyes. Fenglin Xianguang glanced at Ning Qi indifferently. After realizing that Ning Qi was only at the great perfection of human immortal stage, he no longer had the mood to watch the battle. He slowly closed his eyes and absorbed the immortal qi on the main peak. The other 7 disciples did the same, as if they did not want to waste any time to cultivate. Shalang. Ingjin Xuan looked in the direction of Dajiang Peak and met Shalang's mocking gaze. She already understood that there was only one disciple from Missing Moon Peak participating, so there was no need to follow the rules of the outer sect to the outer sect and the inner sect to the inner sect. No matter who the opponent was, they could just fight. Since this successor disciple had spoken to make things difficult, it was obvious that he had been bribed. Chapter 23:20. What does that successor senior brother mean? Don't tell me that we don't have the right to participate in the sect competition? For a moment, there was a commotion in the arena, but the dissatisfied voices were quickly suppressed. Because they were just disciples sweeping the floor, the elders of the various peaks glared at them, and they immediately did not dare to speak again. Senior Mysterious Sword, that's the Missing Moon Peak that Brothering was in charge of back then, right? How did it decline to this extent? Kong Wen glanced at Ning Qi, then looked at Ingjin Xuan and the others, then looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword with a slightly strange expression. A dignified mountain peak that was in charge of a golden immortal stage cultivator. And it seemed that not many years had passed, could only send a sweeping disciple to participate in the sect competition? There was only one reason, and that was after Ing Zizai's disappearance, the Missing Moon Peak had been suppressed. The golden immortals of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion and the other sects also had strange expressions. They even glanced at Yi Rulong and the others, guessing which one of them had suppressed the Missing Moon Peak to become so miserable. Yi Rulong's expression did not change. Jiang Kuan still had a faint smile on his face, but Nangong and Morong looked at each other with ugly expressions. If Kong Wen and the others knew about these dirty things, it would have a huge impact on the image of the Xianjian sect. It's a long story. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled, then looked at the successor disciple. Isn't the sweeping disciple a disciple of the Xianjian sect? The successor disciple was stunned for a moment. Then a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and said, reporting to Ancestor, this disciple knows what to do. Then he turned around and looked in the direction of the Golden Sun Peak. Missing Moon Peak against Golden Sun Peak, please send your disciples up as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be considered as a forfeit. When the outer sect disciples of the Golden Sun Peak saw this, their expressions became a little fearful, while the sweeping disciples looked in the direction of Old Man Mysterious Sword excitedly, their eyes revealing a look of respect. This was the master of a sect. Old Man Mysterious Sword's words made these sweeping disciples' sense of belonging to the Xianjian sect instantly increase. It increased by several times. Consider yourselves lucky. Sha Lang snorted coldly in his heart and glared at Ingjin Xuan. In his opinion, Mysterious Sword Old Man would not have allowed Ning Qi to participate in this sect grand competition if there were no outsiders present. After all, Ning Qi had publicly rejected Mysterious Sword Old Man's good intentions. Yi Tianxia subconsciously looked in the direction of Yi Rulong, but Yi Rulong was expressionless. After a few moments of silence, Yi Tianxia randomly picked an outer disciple and said, "You go up." "Peak Master, The outer sect disciple looked like he was about to cry, but when he saw Ning Chi looking at him expressionlessly, his heart went cold. He slowly flew to the center of the valley and stood in front of Ning Chi. Battle, begin! Zhao Tong's voice sounded. Should I admit defeat? No. There are other sects watching the competition this time. If we just admit defeat like this, not only will we lose face for Gold Sun Peak, we will also lose face for Xianjian's sect. If we fight, I'm not Ning Beishuan's match. Oh, or I'll pretend to fight for a while, and then admit defeat later. After pondering for a while, the outer court disciple of Golden Sun Peak raised his head and looked at Ning Chi. You bang, bang, bang. Ning Chi clapped his hands, turned around and flew towards the missing moon peak, while the outer court disciple of Golden Sun Peak fell to the ground. He was originally a late-stage human immortal, but the aura on his body was only at the middle stage of human immortal. He had been beaten by Ning Chi to the point that he had dropped a small realm. When the disciples of Golden Sun Peak saw the scene, their expressions became very interesting. Anger, fear, and shock. Yi Tian's expression was ashen as he stared at Ning Chi. He is demonstrating. Jiu Jian clenched his fists tightly. The few inner sect disciples who were killed by Ning Chi also looked at Ning Chi angrily. It was just a sect competition. Was there a need to be so heavy-handed? Ancestors' methods are indeed extraordinary. The group of disciples who were sweeping the floor watched with their blood boiling. Although many of them did not even see how Ning Chi made his move, the speed just now was simply too fast. There was also a commotion on the side of Great River Peak and Dan Peak. When they saw the fate of the outer court disciple of Golden Sun Peak, they instantly felt like they were in the same boat. Golden Sun Peak had offended Ning Chi before, which was why Ning Chi was so heavy-handed. If they were to encounter Ning Chi, wouldn't they suffer the same fate as the outer court disciple of Golden Sun Peak? Li Zhangtong, Yan Feiwu, Yang Xiaolong, Su Zhangxin, Yuan Long, and the rest's faces instantly darkened. A trace of imperceptible fear flashed across their eyes. If they were beaten up by Ning Chi in front of more than 300,000 people, and there were also cultivators from other sects present, they would be greatly embarrassed. Missing Moon Peak wins. Zhao Tong announced, loudly with a complicated expression. Then, Old Man Mysterious Sword waved his hand lightly, and a bead formed by immortal chi flew above Ing Jinchuan's head. The one who obtained the most beads in the end would be the winner. Ing Jinchuan's eyes revealed a trace of joy. Although she knew that Missing Moon Peak would definitely enter the top 10 with Ning Chi's help, she was still very happy to have such a good start. The 2 jade tokens returned to the urns held by Zhao Tong and another direct disciple. After another 3 breaths' time, another 2 jade tokens flew out. When the crowd saw one of the tokens, their expressions changed slightly. Missing Moon Peak versus Golden Sun Peak. Zhao Tong was stunned for a moment before he announced, Missing Moon Peak versus Golden Sun Peak again. Was this a coincidence, or... Everyone looked at the two with a strange expression. Yi Rulong's expression turned ugly. Golden Sun Peak was going to lose twice in the first round. Although he was in charge of Dan Peak, everyone knew that Yi Tian was his disciple, and Golden Sun Peak was actually under his control. Why is it us again? The outer court disciples of Golden Sun Peak looked at each other blankly, their faces pale. Junior brother Ning, we'll have to trouble you again. Ing Jinchuan was a little surprised herself. There were so many jade tokens in the urns, but they had to be from Missing Moon Peak and Golden Sun Peak. Ning Chi smiled. Before his, but even warmed up, he flew to the center of the valley and looked towards Golden Sun Peak. You go up. Yi Tian pointed at an outer court disciple coldly. That outer court disciple's eyes flashed with determination. The moment he landed in front of Ning Chi, he was ready to admit defeat. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Chi clapped his hands and returned to his seat. As for that Golden Sun Peak outer court disciple who didn't even have the time to say, "I admit defeat," he suffered the same fate as the previous disciple. He was knocked out by Ning Qi, and his cultivation dropped by a small realm. Now it was very obvious. Even a fool could tell that Ning Qi was deliberately targeting Moonless Peak. The atmosphere at Elixir Peak and Dajun Peak was also a little depressing. They knew that if they were to encounter Ning Qi, they would definitely end up like Gold Sun Peak. Missing Moon Peak wins. Zhao Tong's voice sounded again. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, another pearl formed by immortal qi appeared above in Jinchuan's head. At this point, Missing Moon Peak had won 2 rounds. Chapter 23-21. This child's cultivation is different from an ordinary sweeping disciple. He is at the great circle of the worldly immortal stage. This is considered one of the best in the outer sect. Did you see just now that the successor legacy seems to be targeting him? That's right. Every sect will have this kind of thing. This child might be the most ruthless existence in the Xianjian sect, a great perfection of the human immortal, a disciple who sweeps the floor. I wonder if he offended the successor disciple or the elders. The disciples of the 8 great sects looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Ning Qi being suppressed had nothing to do with them. They only wanted to see if Ning Qi could bring out his strength and shock the people who were suppressing him. This was the show they wanted to see. Everyone's eyes were solemn and expectant as they looked at the 2 small urns. Not long after, another 2 jade tablets flew out. Hiss! One could imagine how loud the sound of hundreds of thousands of people sucking in a breath of cold air was. Even Kong Wen and the others were surprised. Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the others also opened their eyes and frowned. It was the Missing Moon Peak again. His opponent was still Gold Sun Peak. 3 times in a row. Black box operation. It must be a black box operation. Why is it our Gold Sun Peak again? The group of outer sect disciples of Gold Sun Peak became excited, their eyes filled with disbelief. They did not believe that there would be such a coincidence, that it would be Missing Moon Peak against Gold Sun Peak 3 times in a row. However, when they thought about it, there were so many golden immortal patriarchs present, and even the great Luo Golden Immortal, Old Man Mysterious Sword, was present. Could it be that this was a coincidence? A coincidence that contained the meaning of fate? Junior brother Ning, Jinchuan, was a little embarrassed. If she had known earlier, she would have signed up a few more spots for the Missing Moon Peak. She wouldn't have to let Ning Qi deal with those small fries every time. No worries. Ning Qi laughed, his body moved slightly, and appeared in the middle of the valley for the 3rd time, smiling faintly as he looked in the direction of Gold Sun Peak. You go. Yi Tian casually pointed. The other outer sect disciples immediately heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the chosen fellow with pity. When the outer sect disciple saw that Yi Tian had chosen him, he looked a little disappointed, but he did not move. Instead, he sat in his seat and shouted, "I admit defeat!" Previously, his senior brother didn't even have the time to admit defeat before he was severely injured by Ning Qi, causing his cultivation to fall. He wasn't stupid enough to give Ning Qi the chance to beat him up. He admitted defeat just like that? He doesn't even dare to enter the arena? Everyone looked at the Golden Sun Peak with a strange and amused expression. On the high platform where Old Man Mysterious Sword and the rest were, Yi Rulong's expression turned a little livid. From the corner of his eye, he had already noticed the golden immortals of the other 8 sections. Their lips seemed to have curled into a faint smile, although he could not see any mockery in their smiles. Yi Rulong knew that they were. He was mocking them. Lack of Moon Peak wins. Zhao Tong's voice sounded again. Another pearl appeared above Jinchuan's head. Senior brother Ning is mighty. The disciples of Lack of Moon Peak were extremely excited. When one of them couldn't help but shout, the rest echoed in unison. This was only the first 3 matches, and the opponents were all outer sect disciples. Under normal circumstances, the cheers from the Lack of Moon Peak would be too early, as if a villain was intoxicated by success. But now, other than Jean-Rie Peak, everyone else felt that it was normal. Compared to the Lack of Moon Peak, the Golden Sun Peak was quiet and depressing. Including the inner sect disciples like 9 Swords, none of them made a sound. They sat in their seats expressionlessly, and no one knew what they were thinking. Will it be the Golden Sun Peak against the Lack of Moon Peak again? Everyone's eyes were once again attracted by the 2 small jars. Zhao Tong's face was a little pale, and the other direct disciple didn't look any better. He began to mutter in his heart. Some people thought that he had done something behind the scenes, but in fact he knew very well that he definitely didn't do anything. Please don't let it be the Lack of Moon Peak. If it was the Golden Sun Peak against the Lack of Moon Peak for the 4th time, they probably wouldn't be able to clear their names, even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Perhaps their prayers worked. 2 jade tokens appeared in front of everyone. It wasn't the Golden Sun Peak, nor was it the Lack of Moon Peak, but the other 2 inconspicuous peaks. They were the kind of peaks that were a few notches stronger than the Lack of Moon Peak, but were many times weaker than the Golden Sun Peak. The duel between the 2 peaks was very boring. The cultivation of both sides wasn't high. After all, they were outer sect disciples, and the celestial techniques they practiced were also very low level. They were all 2nd-level celestial techniques, and they weren't worth watching. Only the disciples who were sweeping the floor were watching with relish. After a few hours of intense battle, the winner was finally decided. There was a sudden burst of cheers from the winning side, and the losing side left the stage in dejection. It's over. Everyone was delighted and looked expectantly at Xiaowang. At the same time, they glanced at the Lack of Moon Peak from the corner of their eyes. To be honest, they wanted to see Ningqi fight. After a few breaths, a jade token flew out first. Lack of Moon Peak. Sure enough, it was the Lack of Moon Peak again. Although it didn't appear consecutively, the jade token of the Lack of Moon Peak had appeared 4 times in 5 matches. This was no longer a simple coincidence. The outer sect disciples on the Golden Sun Peaks sighed, turned pale with fright. They were afraid that the 2nd jade token would be the Golden Sun Peak again. Everyone held their breath and waited for the 2nd jade token to appear. After a breath, a jade token broke through the air. Golden Sun Peak. Ha ha ha. Why is it the Golden Sun Peak again? Could it be that this sect grand competition is for the Golden Sun Peak and the Lack of Moon Peak to settle their grudges? Someone laughed out loud in Schadenfreude. If this continues, I'm afraid the Golden Sun Peak won't even be able to enter the top 10. They might even be eliminated from the top 80. That's too bad. The Golden Sun Peak has someone like Zhou Jian, so they have a high chance of entering the top 10. Even if they can't enter the top 10, they will still be in the top 20. If they can't even enter the top 20, it will be really embarrassing. The Lack of Moon Peak's side was elated. Because of Ningqi, they had always been on bad terms with the Golden Sun Peak. Usually, they would be ridiculed by the disciples of the Golden Sun Peak. Naturally, they hoped that Ningqi could teach the disciples of the Golden Sun Peak a lesson and help them vent their anger. Before Ing Xuan could speak, Ningqi's figure had already appeared in the valley. Yi Tian's expression was ugly as he casually pointed at someone. Go. I admit defeat. The voice came from the seats of the Golden Sun Peak. Just like the previous person, that outer sect disciple didn't even have the courage to step down. Lack of Moon Peak wins. Zhao Tong looked at Ningqi with a complicated expression and announced. Then, the jade token entered the urn. After another 3 breaths, 2 jade tokens appeared again. Golden Sun Peak versus Lack of Moon Peak. It can't be. Chapter 23-22. The Golden Sun Peak admitted defeat again. This result was not surprising. Many peak heads looked at Yi Tian thoughtfully. Finally, they thought that it would be a good thing for the missing moon peak to fight with the golden sun peak to the death. Otherwise, unless it was a true disciple, the inner disciples of the other peaks would have no chance of winning against Ningqi. Then, another 2 jade plates flew out of the small urn. The golden sun peak, the missing moon peak. This is definitely not a coincidence. Everyone thought so. On the high platform, Yu Rulong suddenly looked at Jiang Kuan suspiciously. He suspected that Jiang Kuan was the one who did all this. Otherwise, why did the missing moon peak always fight against the golden sun peak instead of the Dajiang peak and the elixir peak? It's not me. Jiang Kuan's voice sounded in Yi Rulong's ears. Yi Rulong snorted in his heart, but he didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked at the fighting ring coldly. I admit defeat. Another outer disciple of the golden sun peak admitted defeat. Hiss? Or the missing moon peak against the golden sun peak. I admit defeat. It seems that the golden sun peak will be suppressed by the opponent alone. I admit defeat. This is the last outer disciple of the golden sun peak, right? Is he going to admit defeat? Everyone looked at the direction of the golden sun peak with a strange expression. The missing moon peak had fought against the golden sun peak for many times. Among the dozens of outer disciples of the golden sun peak who had signed up for the sect competition, there was only one left. The rest had all admitted defeat. Yi Tian stared at that outer disciple. The outer disciple endured the pressure from Yi Tian and finally gritted his teeth. I admit defeat. What a joke. He would rather be punished by Yi Tian than face Ningqi. No matter how Yi Tian punished him, he wouldn't make his cultivation fall, right? But Ningqi would. He could tell which was more important and which was more important. So far, all the outer disciples of the Golden Sun Peak had been defeated. They had one thing in common. They were all defeated by Ningqi. On the other side of the missing moon peak, Fanzang and the others wore satisfied smiles on their faces. This time, the missing moon peak was in the limelight, and they even beat those annoying guys from the Golden Sun Peak into silence, which made them very happy. There were already dozens of beads above Ying Jinshuan's head. Even if Ningqi didn't participate in the next round, this number would be enough for him to enter the inner sect disciple competition. Yi Tian's hands trembled. Not only were all the outer sect disciples annihilated, but they were all defeated by the same person. For Golden Sun Peak, this was an intolerable humiliation. If Ancestor Xianjian and the others were not present today, Yi Tian would have personally suppressed Ningqi to vent the hatred in his heart. Interesting. Fenglin Shenguang looked at Golden Sun Peak with a faint smile, then looked at Ningqi. He didn't believe that this was a coincidence. Someone must have used some tricks to make Ningqi meet Golden Sun Peak continuously. In the sect grand competition, it is extremely rare for one person to defeat all the outer sect disciples of the other side. Apart from luck, one must also have the ability to do so. This lad's moves were so easy, so maybe his combat strength is stronger than his cultivation. But what will happen when he meets an inner sect disciple? Just like that. Although all the outer sect disciples of Golden Sun Peak had been defeated, there were still inner sect disciples. If they waited until the outer sect disciple competition ended and the inner sect disciple competition began, maybe the missing moon peak would meet Golden Sun Peak again, and it would be different from before. Not only did Fenglin Xianguang think so, but the elites who came with their elders to watch the competition also had the same thought. Then, until the end of the outer sect disciple competition, the missing moon peak's jade token did not appear even once. Many of the mountain peaks heaved a sigh of relief because of this. Yi Tian increasingly felt that someone must have used some tricks to annihilate all the outer sect disciples of Golden Sun Peak in Ningqi's hands. His gaze was fixed on Xiaolang. He was not looking at Xiaolang. In fact, he did not think that Xiaolang had such a method, but the existence behind Xiaolang Jiang Kuan. Only the Great River Peak, who had also offended Ningqi, would have such a motive. Moreover, in this outer sect competition, the Great River Peak had the least losses, and their results were also very impressive. This made people even more suspicious. Next, it's the competition of the inner sect disciples. Whether it was the disciples of the Mystic Sword sect or the disciples of the Crimson Thunder Pavilion, they were all in high spirits. The competition of the Earth Immortal stage was much more exciting than the worldly immortal stage. A trace of worry appeared in Yi Tian's eyes, just like everyone else. Even he became a little nervous as he stared at the urn. If the Missing Moon Peak fought to the death with Golden Sun Peak again, Golden Sun Peak might obtain an unprecedented result this time. After a few breaths, under the nervous attention of everyone, 2 jade tokens flew out from the urn. Missing Moon Peak. When everyone saw one of the jade tokens, they immediately recognized its origin. Their expressions were filled with surprise and joy, but they also felt that it was normal. After all, the Missing Moon Peak had not appeared for a long time. Then, who would be the other unlucky person? Everyone looked at the second jade token. It was not the Golden Sun Peak that many people had previously thought, but Great River Peak. Yi Tian heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes revealing a trace of suspicion. Could it be that his previous guess was wrong? Was it really a coincidence that the outer sect disciples of the Golden Sun Peak were completely annihilated in the hands of Ningqi? Sha Lang's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that what he was worried about would happen. The first competition of the inner sect disciples was actually between the Great River Peak and the Missing Moon Peak. On the high platform, Yi Rulong glanced at Jiang Kuan with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing that Jiang Kuan still had a faint smile on his face and did not have any special expression, he could not help but snort coldly in his heart. Ningqi appeared in the valley. Everyone looked towards the Great River Peak, secretly guessing which inner sect disciple the Great River Peak would send. On the side of the Dan Peak, Li Zhongtong and the rest had a look of pity in their eyes. No matter who the Great River Peak sent, the outcome would be the same. They would definitely lose. I'll go. Different from the Golden Sun Peak, one of the inner sect disciples from the Great River Peak took the initiative to stand up and flew to the opposite side of Ningqi. This person was in the late stage of the Earth Immortal stage. He could not be considered to be at the top of the inner sect disciples, but he could be considered to be first class. In the Xianjian sect, there were not many inner sect disciples who were at the great circle of the Earth Immortal stage. I am in the late stage of the Earth Immortal stage. Even if I can't beat this kid, I can still admit defeat in time. The Golden Sun Peak has already made a fool of itself. I can't let the Great River Peak follow in its footsteps. The late stage of the Earth Immortal stage thought to himself, his eyes revealing a trace of determination. Sha Lang's face revealed a smile as he glanced at Yi Tian. Jiang Kuan could not help but nod his head slightly. When his gaze landed on the late stage of the Earth Immortal stage, it seemed very gentle. Junior Brother Ning, I am bang bang bang. Ningqi clapped his hands and returned to his seat at the Missing Moon Peak. The late stage of the Earth Immortal stage was lying on the ground, his body twitching nonstop. The aura on his body had clearly dropped by a level, and he had become a middle stage Earth Immortal. Kong Win and the rest revealed a look of surprise. Chapter 23:23. Could it be that this lad has some secret treasure that concealed his true cultivation? Fenglin Xianguang's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. He was a great circle earthly immortal, and his strength was a whole realm higher than Ningqi's. He could easily see through Ningqi's cultivation. However, he didn't believe that a great circle earthly immortal could suppress a late earthly immortal so easily. If this was true, wouldn't it mean that Ningqi was more monstrous than all the geniuses present? Compared to Fenglin and Xianguang, Kongwin and the rest of the golden immortal stage cultivators were able to see further. Their cultivation was already very high, and it was impossible for a worldly immortal stage cultivator to hide his cultivation in front of them. Therefore, they could confirm that Ning Qi was really a worldly immortal in the Great Circle. Then the question came, how monstrous must he be to allow a great perfection Earth immortal to easily defeat a late Earth immortal? And it even caused the opponent's cultivation to drop by a level? Thinking of this, Kong Wen and the others looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword, but he still had the same faint smile on his face as before, and they could not see anything from his expression. Senior Mysterious Sword, isn't it a bit of a waste to use such a genius as a sweeping disciple? Kong Wen said with a smile. There was a hint of probing in his words. No matter what disciple he is still a disciple of my mysterious sword sect. What's the difference between sweeping and inheriting? Old Man Mysterious Sword glanced at Kong Wen and said with a smile, Senior Mysterious Sword is right. Kong Wen smiled. Seeing that he could not get any information from Old Man Mysterious Sword, he once again looked at Ning Qi. Just now, Ning Qi did not use any immortal technique, and only used his fist to suppress his opponent. At that moment, he smelled a very strong smell of blood from Ning Qi's body. This lad's combat strength might come from the body refining technique. Immortals who cultivate the body refining technique do have the advantage in close combat. However, to be able to fight someone of a higher level like him, the level of his body refining technique will not be too low. Perhaps it's a cultivation technique above the 5th rank. Kong Wen thought to himself. Sharon waved his hand with an ugly complexion. Then a disciple flew down and brought back the seriously injured inner disciple. At the same time, Zhao Tong, who had been silent for a long time, announced the result. The missing Moon Peak wins. Junior brother, Hizei. Was that how you were defeated by him? Pei Yong chuckled as he spoke from nearby. The other true disciples looked at Hizei with inquisitive gazes. But Hizei felt that this matter was extremely embarrassing and didn't want to mention it. But because of Pei Yong's feelings, he couldn't remain silent. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, that's right. I can only rely on my fists and my sword. Arts, immortal arts, all sorts of methods are unstoppable. It's like he can destroy everything with a single punch. What a powerful body refining technique. Unfortunately, he didn't agree to become a successor disciple this time. Otherwise, I would be able to exchange pointers with him. Pei Yong sighed in admiration. He felt that it was a pity. The first round of the inner disciples competition was won by the missing Moon Peak again. Everyone had a strange thought in their hearts. Next, the Dajiang Peak would not be like the Golden Sun Peak from before, constantly colliding with the missing Moon Peak. Thinking of this, everyone's gazes swept across Su Chongxin, Yuan Long, and the others. This time there were only 13 inner disciples from the Dajiang Peak who had signed up to participate in the sect competition. One had already been defeated, and there were only 12 left. If these 12 people were to lose to Ning Qi, then the Dajiang Peak would lose to the outer disciples. The pearl that they obtained would at most allow the Dajiang Peak to enter the top 30. Top 10 would be impossible. This time, not only were the Xianjian sect disciples holding their breaths as they looked at Zhao Tong and the other true disciple, even Feng Lin and Xian Guang, who were outer sect geniuses, raised their spirits. They hoped to see Ning Qi on stage again in the next round, so that they could once again determine Ning Qi's strength. So, 2 jade plates flew through the air. Missing Moon Peak, Dajiang Peak. As expected, many people seemed to have expected this. On the high platform, Nangong, Murong, and the other golden immortals all looked at Jiang Kuin and Yi Rulong. They were wondering if these two guys had done something. Otherwise, why would the missing Moon Peak go against the Golden Sun Peak in the beginning, and then the missing Moon Peak go against the Great Sect? River Peak? This was definitely not a coincidence. My Dajiang Peak again? Sha Lang was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at Jiang Kuin. Seeing that Jiang Kuin was expressionless and did not have any other instructions, he could only look at Su Chongxin and the others. This time, no inner disciple took the initiative to go up, because they knew that Ning Qi would definitely not show mercy. All right, all the sweeping disciples shouted in their hearts, seeing that Ning Qi had finished suppressing the outer court disciples and was now starting to suppress the inner court disciples. They felt extremely delighted. They wished that they could go up and fight alongside Ning Qi. Ning Qi landed in the middle of the valley and looked at Sha Lang with a faint smile. What? There's no one left in the Dajiang Peak? You go. A trace of anger flashed in Sha Lang's eyes as he pointed at an inner disciple. Everyone had seen this scene from Yi Tian before. At this moment, Yi Tian also had a gloating look in his eyes. He had a feeling that the Golden Sun Peak would not encounter the Missing Moon Peak again in the following battles. I admit defeat. The inner disciple that Sha Lang pointed at hesitated for a moment before admitting defeat. The Missing Moon Peak wins. Zhao Tong's voice was heard again. There were already 50 to 60 beads above Ying Jinchuan's head. In a battle between inner disciples, one victory was worth 10 beads. Ning Qi had already won 2 battles in a row. He admitted defeat again. Will all the inner disciples of the Dajiang Peak be annihilated? It's possible. I wonder what Ning Beixian did to make him encounter the Golden Sun Peak and the Dajiang Peak so many times. That's not possible. The ancestral patriarch is here, who can use any tricks in front of the ancestral patriarch without being noticed. Some people did not believe that this was Ning Qi's doing. Everyone subconsciously looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword. The latter did not seem to notice anything wrong, or perhaps he did not care about it at all. He still had a faint smile on his face. He admitted defeat just because he's not fighting. Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the rest were a little disappointed. They wanted to see how strong Ning Qi was, but they did not even have the chance to watch the battle. Whoosh whoosh! 2 jade badges flew out from the urn. The Missing Moon Peak, the Dajiang Peak. Jiang Kuan finally could not hold it in anymore. He stood up and glared at Yi Rulong. He then cupped his fists at Old Man Mysterious Sword and said, "Ancestral Patriarch, there's something fishy going on." "It's too much of a coincidence." Kong Win and the rest nodded. However, they were only guests here to watch the sect competition and had no intention of getting involved. Hence, they only looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword to see how he would handle it. "You're saying that someone can play tricks in front of me?" Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled faintly. Jiang Kuin's expression changed slightly. He immediately bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare." "If you don't dare, just watch the battle." Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled. Chapter 23-24. Admit defeat. The disciple named by Sha Lang from the Great River Peak was very decisive. He expressionlessly spat out these 2 words. Even though the surrounding disciples were looking at him with disdain, he didn't care. Instead, he fiercely glared back at them. 3 of them. There were only 10 inner disciples left from the Great River Peak. Cheers erupted from the Missing Moon Peak because they were certain that the Missing Moon Peak would be able to enter the top 10. When the time came, they would be able to enjoy a living spirit vein. Therefore, the way they looked at Ning Qi became extremely respectful. Even Ying Jinchuan couldn't be looked at with such eyes. Ying Jinchuan didn't care about this. She was very happy like Fan Zhang and the others. Her palms were even sweating. She had waited for the Missing Moon Peak to rise for a very long time and had put in a lot of effort. This time, she was finally going to get what she wanted. Next should be the Missing Moon Peak against the Great River Peak, right? The crowd guessed in their hearts as they stared at the urn. Whoosh whoosh! 2 jade tokens flew out from the urn. As expected, it was the Missing Moon Peak against the Great River Peak again. Admit defeat. When the Great River Peak saw this result, an inner disciple did not wait for Sha Lang to point at him. When he saw Sha Lang's gaze fall on him, he said decisively. On the other side of the high platform, Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the others did not make a sound, but the other disciples began to discuss in low voices. Although their voices were soft, The more than 300,000 mystic sword sect disciples present could hear it clearly. Everyone from the Dajiang Peak, including Shalang, had ugly expressions on their faces. Not only did they embarrass themselves within the sect, they were also looked down upon by the people from the outer sect. Subsequently, the Great River Peak encountered the same predicament as the Golden Sun Peak. Voices of people admitting defeat rang out incessantly and very quickly. Only Yuanlong and Su Zhangxin remained amongst the inner sect disciples. These two were the strongest existences amongst the Great River Peak's inner sect disciples, and that was why they were the last to fight. Shalang had always hoped that they could get rid of this predicament and not face the missing Moon Peak again. This way, with Su Zhangxin and Yuanlong, they might have a chance to enter the top 10. Whoosh whoosh! 2 jade tokens flew out from the urn. It was the Great River Peak and the missing Moon Peak again. A commotion broke out in the arena. Dajiang Peak is going to be annihilated. He lost to Ning Beixian again. Isn't it Dan Peak's turn now? Do you think Su Zhangxin and Yuanlong will admit defeat just like that? The two of them were defeated by Ning Beixian before. What else can they do other than admit defeat? I admit defeat. Su Changxin stood up first and said calmly, when the outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples of Dajiang Peak saw what happened, their expressions turned ugly. They stared at Ning Qi in the valley with hatred in their eyes. Because of Ning Qi, they had suffered unprecedented humiliation at Dajiang Peak. He had completely lost face in front of the Crimson Thunder Pavilion, Star Moon School, and the other geniuses of the 8 major sects. When the disciples of Golden Sun Peak saw this, their faces were filled with fear. They felt somewhat resentful in their hearts. Fortunately, they had only encountered the missing Moon Peak during the outer disciple competition. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to lose face this time. Jiang Kuan clenched his fists and stared at Yi Rulong. What did you do? I didn't do anything. It's none of my business, Yi Rulong said calmly. How could Jiang Kuan believe that? However, he couldn't find any evidence that Yi Rulong had done anything. Moreover, Ancestor Xuanjin's attitude was a little strange. Therefore, Jiang Kuan didn't dare to act recklessly. This time he might have to suffer in silence. After Su Zhangxin admitted defeat, another 2 jade pendants flew out. The crowd knew which 2 pendants they were without looking. Uft! The armrest in Shalang's hand was crushed into powder. Golden Sun Peak versus Missing Moon Peak. Junior brother Ning, show mercy. Show some respect to Dajiang Peak. To everyone's surprise, Yuanlong didn't choose to admit defeat. Instead, he flew into the arena and stood opposite Ning Qi with a sloppy smile on his face. Finally, someone who dares to fight. Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the rest looked up in anticipation. Now, they finally had the chance to observe Ning Qi's background. All right, Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Yuanlong's heart relaxed. Just as Ning Qi was walking towards him, he suddenly waved his hand. A plume of black smoke gushed out from his palm and turned into a giant black dragon. It roared and pressed down on Ning Qi. Wherever the black dragon passed, everything turned yellow, as if it had lost its original vitality. The surrounding celestial qi shook violently, as if it was assimilated by the dragon formed by the black smoke. Devoured! Is this poison technique? An inner disciple of the Xianjian sect is using poison. The expressions of Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the others changed slightly. Their eyes revealed a faint look of mockery. When Jiang Kuan saw this, he subconsciously stood up. After that, he sat back down. His expression fluctuated a few times. In the end, he looked at Ning Qi. If Yuanlong could defeat Ning Qi with poison, then everything would be fine. If he couldn't suppress his opponent, then he would just throw Dajiang Peak's face onto the ground and step on it. Senior brother Ning, be careful. Damn it, shameless bastard. Fan Zeng and the rest were shocked. They couldn't help but stand up. All the disciples who were sweeping the floor also cursed in their hearts. All right, senior brother Yuan Long has a chance. Lu Ha and Bai Jing, who had been silent, couldn't help but look at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Everyone thought that this black smoke was the condensation of some kind of high-grade poison. But to Ning Qi, it wasn't that simple. Demonic qi? Where did this person get demonic qi from? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. His current advancement mission required him to raise his demonic cultivation to the full cycle of human-demon within 100 years. Only then could he advance to the earth immortal realm. He was just worried that he couldn't find a place to cultivate demonic qi in the celestial realm. But he didn't expect that a small inner disciple like Yuan Long would have demonic qi in his hands. Ha ha ha, Ning Beixian, you didn't expect this, right? This ancient demon poison will kill you upon contact. No matter how hard your fist is, you should at least disperse it. Yuan Long couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were filled with pride. He didn't care what others thought of him at all. To him, as long as he could suppress Ning Qi today, even if he was punished by Jiang Kuan, it didn't matter. So it's the ancient demon poison. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Li Zhangtong, Jiu Jian, and the rest had a look of realization in their eyes. Ning Qi's fist might be strong, but his cultivation was very low. The dragon, formed by the black smoke, was able to devour all the immortal qi in the surroundings. It was obvious that a mere human immortal would not be able to suppress this dragon. If he couldn't even touch it, wouldn't it be Ning Qi's nemesis? Ning Beixian is dead for sure. Everyone looked at Ning Qi happily. Ying Jinshuan and the rest were extremely worried. Chapter 23-25. Yuan Long's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. How was this possible? Many cultivators on the ancestral star had lost their lives to the ancient demon's poison. Even golden immortals would not dare to provoke some of the more powerful ancient demon's poison. How did he swallow it in one gulp? Was this a smokescreen? Or... Everyone stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. Even Yi Tian, a heavenly immortal, could not believe what he had just seen. Ying Jinshuan heaved a long sigh of relief as a hint of joy flashed across her face. The tense hearts of Fanzing and the others immediately relaxed. This lad just swallowed the ancient demon's poison in one gulp. Li Zhangtong could not help but look at Yan Feiwu and Yang Xiaolong, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. The two of them nodded silently as the shock in their eyes was comparable to Li Zhangtong's. The way the peak masters and elders looked at Ning Qi had undergone a drastic change. Initially, Ning Qi was just someone who had some fortuitous encounter with a strong combat power and a strange temper. But now, things were different. Many of them had personally experienced how powerful the ancient demon's poison was. Even they did not dare to provoke or touch it casually. Yet, this lad could swallow the black dragon transformed from the ancient demon's poison in one gulp and seemed completely fine. How strong must his body be to be able to do that? This lad has a special physique, immune to all poisons. Feng Lin and Xian Guang looked at Ning Qi solemnly. Pei Yong and the rest, who had been watching from the corner, felt the same way. Anything else? Ning Qi moved slightly and appeared in front of Yuan Long as he chuckled. I admit, Yuan Long panicked and was about to admit defeat, but in the next moment, Ning Qi's palm landed on his head, and with a bang, Yuan Long was smashed to the ground. Anything else? Ning Qi smiled. Junior brother Ning, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to me. Yuan Long lifted his head with difficulty. As he spoke, his eyes rolled. Just as he was about to shout that he admitted defeat, Ning Qi's foot landed on his head again. Boom! Blood flowed out of Yuan Long's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Yuan Long could only feel the scenery in front of him slowly becoming blurry. He finally knew that as long as he was prepared to admit defeat, Ning Qi would stop him. Anything else? Ning Chi's voice resounded above Yuan Long. Yuan Long thought that Ning Chi was angry because he had used the ancient demon's poison, so he kept asking him if he had it. That's all. That's it. Yuan Long quickly waved his hand. Then he suddenly felt a chill on his neck as Ning Chi lifted him up. Ning Chi looked at Yuan Long seriously. Anything else? There's really nothing else. Yuan Long put on a long face. Ning Chi nodded and threw him heavily to the ground. Everyone heard a bang, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the ground. With Ning Chi at the center, cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. From this, it could be seen how much strength Ning Chi had used just now. Sharon's expression slightly changed because he discovered that Yuan Long's aura was constantly falling. Soon, he fell from the Earth Immortal Full Circle to the Earth Immortal Late Stage. Ning Chi squatted beside Yuan Long's head and asked in a low voice, "Anything else?" "No, I really don't. What do I have to do to make you believe me?" "I admit." Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Long was like a rag doll, dancing in Ning Chi's hand. Every time he smashed onto the ground, Yuan Long's chi would drop by a notch. Very soon, he couldn't even maintain his late Earth Immortal Realm, dropping to the intermediate Earth Immortal Realm. At this point, Yuan Long still hadn't fainted. He had fallen into extreme despair and endless hatred towards Ning Chi. This kid's strength is very, very strong. Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the rest looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. A mere Earth Immortal in the Great Perfection Stage actually had the strength to crush a Earth Immortal in the Great Perfection Stage. He's not even afraid of the ancient demon's poison. I guess there's a special bloodline flowing in his body, someone said with a solemn expression. Then he took a glance at Feng Lin and Xian Guang, because the royal family of the Feng Lin province had a special bloodline flowing in their bodies, the blood of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, when the royal family of the Feng Lin province cultivated, they would have an extraordinary comprehension and affinity towards yang attribute skills. What do you guys think? If we make a move, can we defeat this kid? It's hard to say. Jiang Kuin's face was livid. Every time Ning Chi hit Yuan Long, it was equivalent to trampling on the face of Dajiang Peak. Again and again. 10 minutes later, Ning Chi finally stopped. Yuan Long had fallen into a coma, and his cultivation was at the Earth Immortal early stage. There was a risk that he would drop to the human immortal realm. Phew! Su Zhangxin and the others heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts when they saw Ning Chi stop. Sha Lang immediately moved and personally picked Yuan Long up. When he returned to his seat, he intentionally glanced at Ning Chi with undisguised, dense, killing intent in his eyes. "Missing Moon Peak wins," Zhao Tong announced loudly. Then he looked at Ning Chi deeply, seeing that Ning Chi did not even look at him, and returned to his seat beside Ying Jinshuan. Zhao Tong suddenly felt a sense of loss, but very quickly he adjusted his mentality. So what if Ning Chi was strong now? The Xian sword tablet had already determined that Ning Chi's aptitude was low. His future would definitely not be as good as his. "Brother Ning, one day you will look at me in a different light," Zhao Tong said in his heart. At this point, the inner sect disciples of Dajiang Peak were completely annihilated, just like the Golden Sun Peak. They did not fight with the other peaks and were completely defeated by Ning Chi. "Senior Xianjian, can I ask for someone from you?" Kong Wen suddenly looked at Elder Xianjian and said. Everyone was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Kong Wen. They had already guessed who Kong Wen wanted. "Kong Brat, you've become a lot bolder recently. You want to poach from my Xianjian sect?" Elder Xianjian said with a smile. Kong Wen smiled and said, since he is a disciple, he should not be valued by the Xianjian sect. "Why don't I bring him back to Yuqing sect and let him cultivate the 8-9 arcane art that our sect's old ancestor obtained by accident? Until now, no one has successfully cultivated this set of art. Maybe this kid will have a chance." "Bullshit!" Elder Xianjian laughed and scolded. If you want to know if he can cultivate the 8-9 arcane art, then bring it here and let him cultivate in my Xianjian sect. Chapter 23-26. Purple Bamboo Peak wins. Yuan Ruofing wins. Elixir Peak wins. Even though the other peaks were competing fiercely, everyone felt that something was missing. After thinking about it, they realized that they wanted to see Ning Qi fight, because Elixir Peak had never fought against Missing Moon Peak. Their strength was well preserved. At the end of the competition, Elixir Peak's beads were on par with Missing Moon Peak's. As for Dajiang Peak, which was supposed to be in the top 10, it was now ranked below 30. Jiang Kuin's face had turned livid since the beginning. There was not a trace of a smile on his face. On the other hand, Yi Rulong was smiling and glancing at Jiang Kuin from time to time. Are direct disciples not participating in the sect grand competition this time? Then the champion should be between Elixir Peak and Missing Moon Peak. The grand competition was nearing its end. According to the rules of previous years, if a true disciple took part in the competition, he would have to fight with the strongest experts of the various peaks. Then, the main peak would naturally take first place. However, up until now, no one had seen a true disciple take part in the competition. They began to speculate. Their eyes fell on Ningqi. The reason why the core disciples aren't participating this time is probably because of this Ning Beixian. That's right. Among the direct disciples, Zhao Tong is a new disciple. He's not even an Earth Immortal yet, so he doesn't have a chance to participate. As for Hizhe, he has already lost to Ning Beixian once. The other direct disciples are all Heaven Immortals. If they participate, they might be suspected of bullying the weak. Unfortunately, many of them aren't even here. It's a pity that many of them are not here. If they return to the sect, maybe one of them can take care of Ning Beixian. 1, 2, 3. That's enough. Junior Brother Ning, our Missing Moon Peak is definitely in the top 10 this time. Ying Jinshuan counted the beads above her head and smiled at Ning Qi happily. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Senior sister, if I'm the first, will there be a better reward?" Ying Jinshuan nodded. The quality of the living spirit meridian will be even higher. Apart from that, she had a look of anticipation in her eyes. If the Moon Missing Peak can get first place, the heavens will definitely see it. The luck of the Moon Missing Peak will increase several times. She was afraid that Ning Qi couldn't understand, so she explained the amount of spiritual qi will also increase several times. Together with a living spiritual vein, the spiritual qi of our Moon Missing Peak will be restored to at least 1/10 of its peak. The successor disciple shouldn't be participating, right? Ning Qi laughed. It should be. Ying Jinshuan wasn't sure either. If the main peak sent a Heaven Immortal Core disciple for the sake of getting first place, the other peaks wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, a Heaven Immortal in the main peak was equivalent to an Earth Immortal inner disciple of the other peaks. At this time, 2 more jade tokens flew out from the small urns in the hands of Zhao and Tong. The jade tokens of the Missing Moon Peak, which had not appeared for a long time, appeared again. The Missing Moon Peak's side burst into excited cheers. This meant that the Missing Moon Peak would be able to win another round and get closer to the first place. Before this, they were afraid that the Missing Moon Peak's jade card would not appear. Elixir Peak. Missing Moon Peak is finally going against Elixir Peak. Is the Ancestral Master going to lead the Missing Moon Peak to win the first place in the sect competition? That's possible. When the disciples of the Elixir Peak saw that their jade tokens appeared at the same time as the Missing Moon Peak, their expressions turned ugly. The few elders subconsciously looked at Yi Rulong, wanting to see what Yi Rulong would decide. However, Yi Rulong didn't even look at them. A faint smile hung on his face. Seeing this, the few elders looked at each other, then pointed at Yang Xiaolong and said, "Xiaolong, you fight this round." "Xiaolong, the competition is about to end. Admit defeat this round," Li Zhangtong transmitted. Yang Xiaolong's expression was a little ugly. He felt that it was a little embarrassing to admit defeat just like that. Moreover, there were Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the other outer sect geniuses present. However, when he thought of Yuan Long's fate, his heart shivered. Then he nodded and said, "I admit defeat. Missing Moon Peak wins." Zhao Tong announced loudly. He admitted defeat again? Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the rest, who originally wanted to see Ning Qi fight, frowned slightly. This time, the disciples of the 8 sects were already somewhat dissatisfied. They didn't come all the way to the Xianjian sect to see someone admit defeat and surrender. The successor disciples didn't even come out, and the inner sect disciples directly surrendered. They didn't even fight. What are they looking at? Why don't we go back to the sect? That's right. Our sect will be competing soon. We might as well go back and cultivate for a while. Silence. The golden immortal of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's lips moved slightly. Following that, the disciples of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion who were complaining immediately shut their mouths. The disciples of the Star Moon sect, Broken Dragon sect, and the others all shut their mouths one after another. However, the words that came out of their mouths had long been heard clearly by the 330,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect. The expressions of the various peak masters also changed a few times. Many disciples revealed a look of shame and anger in their eyes, and turned their anger towards the Dan Peak, glaring at Yang Xiaolong, who had just admitted defeat. Yang Xiaolong didn't seem to think that it would be fine if the others admitted defeat, but when it was his turn, it would cause so many people to be dissatisfied. For a moment, he was stunned. The few elders of the Dan Peak could no longer hold on to their faces. They all looked towards Yi Rulong, waiting for his instructions. If you have the ability, then go up and fight him yourself. It's really easy to stand and talk. Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but mutter to himself. The moment he said that, Ying Jinchuan's expression changed drastically. Yang Xiaolong was pulling hatred for Ning Qi. When she looked towards the high platform, she saw that the geniuses of the 8 major sects couldn't stand it anymore. The geniuses of the 8 major sects looked at each other, and the battle intent on their bodies suddenly rose. Finally, they looked at the 8 strongest geniuses, including Feng Lin Xian Guang. That's not bad. Our Xianjian sect has lost face, so we should let them lose face as well. Many peak masters and elders suddenly felt that Yang Xiaolong's words were just right. Senior Xianjian, this junior has a presumptuous request. Suddenly, Feng Lin Xianguang stood up and walked in front of Old Man Mysterious Sword, cupping his hands, and said, Zhao Tong and the other successor disciple were about to shake out a new jade token, but they stopped when they saw this. Oh, what presumptuous request! Tell me about it. Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a smile that was not a smile. This junior hopes to have a match with that disciple of your sect. Feng Lin Xianguang said in a clear voice. Chapter 23-27. Oh, you want to challenge him? Old Man Mysterious Sword raised his brows. Xianguang, back off. This is the sect competition of the Xianjian sect. How can you not understand the rules? The Golden Immortal from the Scarlet Thunder sect quickly got up and walked to Feng Lin and Xianguang's side. However, from his tone, there didn't seem to be any reprimand. Instead, there was a hint of complacency. Speaking of which, the Crimson Thunder Pavilion's position in the Feng Lin state was slightly higher than the Xianjian sect's position in the Yingzhou continent. The Golden Immortal Patriarchs in the sect were also 2 more than the Xianjian sect. Therefore, when the Crimson Thunder Pavilion and the other sects first arrived, it caused the disciples of the Xianjian sect to be a little surprised. In the past, sects that were weaker than the Xianjian sect would bring their proud disciples to the Xianjian sect to spar and watch the sect competition. Is the Feng Lin sovereign really going to challenge Ning Beixian? Where did he get such confidence from? No matter how strong he is, Can he be stronger than our Xianjian sect? Don't forget, with his identity and cultivation, he's probably a true disciple of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion. Oh, that's true. If this child really defeats Ning Beixian, wouldn't that prove that my Xianjian sect is inferior to the Crimson Thunder Pavilion? Hee, let's talk about it after he wins. Did you forget that senior sister Li Changtong and the other four were no match for Ning Beixian even when they teamed up? If you want to defeat this monster, you'll have to suppress Ning Beixian with lightning speed without engaging him in close combat. Only then will you have a chance. I actually hope that Ning Beixian can win and fight for our Xianjian sect. No matter how fierce our internal strife is, it's still a private matter. Not bad. Because of Feng Lin Xianguang's identity, it caused the disciples of the Xianjian sect to feel a sense of common hatred. 90% of the people hoped that Ning Qi would win, but there were still 10% of the Xianjian sect disciples who secretly prayed that Feng Lin Xianguang would suppress Ning Qi so that they could vent their anger. Among them were naturally the disciples of Golden Sun Peak, Elixir Peak, and Great River Peak. It's supposed to be the sect grand tournament, so why is the Scarlet Lightning Pavilion getting involved as well? The people of the Moonless Peak were somewhat dissatisfied. Ying Zhenshuan looked at Ning Qi with a hint of worry in her eyes. The Phoenix Kirin royalty has the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Although there aren't many of them, there are geniuses among them who might be able to activate the bloodline for a short period of time and borrow the power of the ancestral dragon. I heard that the strongest existence in the Phoenix Kirin royalty, the Phoenix Kirin divine martial art, has such a mystique. Borrowing the power of the ancestral dragon is enough to move mountains and fill the seas. The mountain that Ying Zhenshuan mentioned was the immortal mountain of the immortal world, and the sea was also the sea of the immortal world. Because of the rules of the heavenly Tao, only those who had cultivated to at least the level of Xian Immortal could have the power to move mountains and fill up seas. The cultivation of the Feng Lin divine martial was only that of a zenith heaven golden immortal. From this, one could see how powerful the ancestral dragon bloodline was. It's fine, Ning Qi said lightly, just as Ying Zhenshuan was about to remind Ning Qi. Old Man Mysterious Sword spoke up. Approved. Old Man Mysterious Sword nodded with a smile. A bright light flashed in Feng Lin Xianguang's eyes. He flew up and stood in the void. He looked at Ning Qi from afar and said, Crimson Thunder Pavilion's true disciple, Feng Lin Xianguang will fight you. Phew, over at Elixir Peak. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. They then looked at the scene with anticipation, praying in their hearts that Feng Lin and Xianguang could finish off that monster, Ning Qi. That way, Elixir Peak would not have to face a losing streak. Fight to the death. Ning Qi flew up and looked at Feng Lin Xianguang calmly. Regardless of life or death, Feng Lin Xianguang was stunned for a moment before his lips curled up. All right. Ning Qi smiled and moved as though he had teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Feng Lin Xianguang. However, Feng Lin Xianguang seemed to be prepared. The moment Ning Qi appeared, a blood mist surged out of his body. Wherever the blood mist passed, a huge change occurred. A pair of dragon horns grew out of Feng Lin Xianguang's head, and his hands turned into dragon claws. His muscles bulged out of the dragon robe he was wearing. The cultivators of Xianjian sect gasped and looked at Feng Lin Xianguang in shock. From this change, they could tell that Feng Lin Xianguang was one of the few who could activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline. It seemed like every single member of the Feng Lin royal family who could activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline would eventually become a golden immortal. This lad is probably one of the top geniuses in Crimson Thunder Pavilion. But why did he go to Crimson Thunder Pavilion and not Yuqing sect? Yi Tian and the rest looked towards Kong when instinctively. Ancestral dragon's bloodline. Ning Beixian has a worthy opponent this time. Zhou Jian's gaze finally changed. Lu Ha, Bai Jing, and the rest were pleasantly surprised. They saw hope for revenge, even though it was highly likely that the geniuses of other sects would have to avenge them. Oh no, this lad can really activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Ing Jinchuan's expression changed, and cold sweat appeared on her palms. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Ning Qi's fist instantly collided with Feng Lin and Xian Guang's dragon fist. Both sides didn't utilize any celestial arts, but the extremely enormous force caused the space to instantly warp. Then, with their fists as the center, the aftershock swept out like a gale in all directions. After the exchange, Feng Lin Xian Guang flew back dozens of feet, and Ning Qi, who had been suppressing others with his strength, kept stepping on the void and retreating, as if he was dissipating the power of Feng Lin Xian Guang's punch. When the golden immortal of Crimson Thunder Pavilion saw this scene, a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He had personally tested the power of Feng Lin Xian Guang after activating the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Although this power was not enough to fight heaven immortals, there were very few earth immortals who could be his match, unless the opponent had a Tao artifact, or cultivated some kind of divine ability of the same level. Right now, the strength of the disciple of Xianjian sect was actually on par with Feng Lin Xian Guang, who had activated the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Just where did he come from? Such strong strength. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Ever since he started cultivating the 9 inner hidden gates, he had never met someone who could match him in physical strength. Even if there was, it was those seniors who had already cultivated to a very high level. Ning Qi himself had been tempered by devil Qi, so his physical strength was very terrifying. He also cultivated the prison-suppressing dragon elephant art and had the power of the dragon elephant. He also had the ancient immortal divine ring on his finger, which doubled his basic strength. After that, he went through the 7th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, which increased his strength by 128 times. It was enough to crush all earth immortals. But now, Feng Lin Xian Guang's strength was comparable to his. Although his cultivation was a realm higher than Ning Qi's, it was enough to surprise Ning Qi. Chapter 23-28. Ning Qi and Feng Lin Xian Guang's speed had reached its limit. Many of the worldly immortals could only struggle to catch their movements. Occasionally, a few loud sounds would explode in the air. The more they watched, the more shocked they became, especially Pei Yong and the other true disciples of the Xianjian sect, because the physical strength displayed by Feng Lin Xian Guang was enough to easily defeat He, who is also a true disciple. Why is the body refining technique so strong? He clenched his fists tightly, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, but he was confused in his heart. They all said that the body refining technique was useless, but now, whether it was Ning Qi or Feng Lin Xian Guang, they all saw the power of the body refining technique. I am a full circle earth immortal, and I have activated the ancestral dragon's bloodline. My strength is actually on par with him. The more Feng Lin Xian Guang fought, the more shocked he became. At the same time, he also felt that every punch from Ning Qi, even if it did not hurt his vitals, had some kind of terrifying power that was constantly weakening him. Looks like my immortal Qi still has the attribute of slaying dragons. Hitting him is completely true damage. After exchanging a few blows, Ning Qi realized this point. Just as Phoenix Qilin Xian Guang attacked him again, Ning Qi counterattacked with a palm. 18 dragons subduing palms. 11 silver dragons broke through the air and appeared in front of Feng Lin Xian Guang. Feng Lin Xian Guang felt a trace of extreme danger and thought that it was an illusion. After hesitating for a moment, he did not dodge and chose to fight Ning Qi head-on. Boom! Ning Qi's figure appeared in front of everyone, standing in the air, while Feng Lin Xian Guang's entire body was like a cannonball, heavily smashing onto the ground. Senior brother Xian Guang? The Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's geniuses were shocked. They never would have thought that Feng Lin Xianguang would be beaten to such a state by a disciple of the Xianjian sect. The disciple's strength was still at the full circle of worldly immortal, which was a whole level lower than Feng Lin Xianguang. The golden immortal from the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion could not help but look at Old Man Mysterious Sword. He realized that Old Man Mysterious Sword had a smile on his face as he looked at the arena. Even the Feng Lin imperial family is not his match. Yi Tian and the rest of the peak leaders and elders were utterly shocked. The strength that Ning Qi had displayed was too terrifying for those in the same cultivation realm. Even if they suppressed their cultivation to the perfection stage of the human immortal realm, they would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack. "Come on, senior apprentice Brother Ning." A burst of cheers came from the missing moon peak. Fanzang, Huayu, and the rest stared at Ning Qi nervously. This time, if Ning Qi was able to defeat the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's successor disciple, then the missing moon peak's reputation would be completely established. In the future, who would dare to bully the disciples of the missing moon peak? How could this be? Zhu Jian, Li Zhangtang, Yan Feiwu, and the others all had similar expressions. They were all confused and in disbelief. Again, Feng Lin Xianguang's voice suddenly sounded. Then he turned into a rainbow again and shot toward Ning Qi. 18 dragons subduing palms. Another 11 silver dragons were struck out by Ning Qi's palm. The 18 dragons subduing palms, which was extremely firm and yang in nature, pressed down on Feng Lin and Xianguang with a tremendous force. Ancestral dragons, 3 transformations. Feng Lin Xianguang roared furiously, and a dragon tail suddenly appeared behind him. At this moment, his aura was even more similar to that of a dragon. At the same time, his strength had increased by an entire 30%. Boom! Feng Lin Xianguang fiercely smashed onto the ground, causing a mushroom cloud to rise up, completely blocking the scene in the arena. Soon after, everyone could only hear the occasional loud noise coming from inside. As for the specific situation of the battle, only those at the heavenly immortal stage and above could see it clearly. As for the human immortal stage, they could not see it at all. They could only stretch their necks and try their best to see the situation in the arena. Feng Lin Xianguang's strength was indeed not much different from Ning Qi's. Moreover, after he used the so-called ancestral dragon's 3 transformations, his strength had increased again. If it was another genius with such strength, Ning Qi would not have been able to easily suppress the other party if he did not take out his 3-pointed, double-edged blade. Unfortunately, Feng Lin Xianguang had a weakness that he did not know about, and this weakness was magnified by Ning Qi. Under Ning Qi's attack, Feng Lin Xianguang's defense was nothing. Every time Ning Qi attacked, it would bring about a huge amount of true damage to Feng Lin Xianguang, ignoring armor. Just this point alone made it impossible for Feng Lin Xianguang to defeat Ning Qi. Soon, the changes on his body gradually disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. At this time, the mushroom cloud also dispersed. Everyone could clearly see that Feng Lin Xianguang had no strength to fight back in Ning Qi's hands. He was beaten up by Ning Qi's left and right fists again and again. There was no celestial art, no swordsmanship. It was a pure physical fight. The ground was stained with Feng Lin Xianguang's blood. There was a trace of purple gold in the blood, which was the unique ancestral dragon bloodline of the Feng Lin royal family. Feng Lin Xianguang's aura had begun to decline, and the aura of the bloodline had become thinner. When the golden immortal from Scarlet Thunder Pavilion saw this scene, he finally couldn't help but make a move. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi could smell the scent of death. His heart couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. It was like an ant seeing a giant foot stepping on it. No matter how much it resisted, it was pointless. Is this the power of a golden immortal? Ning Qi abruptly turned to look at the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's gold immortal. It was as if the shackles in his heart had been broken, and the fighting spirit that was suppressed by the gold immortals aura skyrocketed in an instant. The silver dragon tattoo on his body had turned red, and a faint dragon roar vibrated out of his throat. At this moment, the terrifying aura that enveloped Ning Qi disappeared instantly, and the strange phenomenon on Ning Qi's body also disappeared in a flash. Yuchi, hi! Do you really think that I'm old and that you don't take me seriously? Old Man Mysterious Sword's voice sounded faintly. The golden immortal from Scarlet Thunder Pavilion hurriedly cupped his hands at Old Man Mysterious Sword and said, "Senior Mysterious Sword, please forgive me for my rudeness." Yuchi Hai's face was a little pale, and there seemed to be a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. When Ning Qi saw this, he was even more certain that the person who wanted to attack him was this person, Feng Lin Xian Guang's sect elder. And judging from the current situation, the other party should have been taught a lesson by Ancestor Mysterious Sword. Take your people from Scarlet Thunder Pavilion and scram. Old Man Mysterious Sword said faintly. Yuchi Hai's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Old Man Mysterious Sword. Then, without saying a word, he reached out to grab the unconscious Feng Lin Xianguang and left with the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's geniuses. When the geniuses of the other major sects saw this, their expressions gradually turned serious. Due to Yuchi Hai's actions just now, their relationship with the mysterious sword sect was now a little awkward. Chapter 23-29. Senior Shenjian, I'll take my leave first. Kong Wen cupped his hands in obeisance. Before he left, he glanced at Ning Qi and transmitted his voice. My Yuqing school has the 8-9 Mysteries art. It's rumored to be a sacred art for body refining. If you're interested, Yuqing school can find me in 30 years. His voice transmission seemed to be very secretive, and he used a special method. Ning Qi felt that the air did not even vibrate, and the voice suddenly sounded from his heart. Then, Kong Wen did not stop at all and left with the other 7 sections. From beginning to end, Old Man Mysterious Sword did not seem to notice Kong Wen's secret movements. 8-9 Arcane Art. A trace of surprise flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. According to the ancient records, wasn't this the cultivation technique that Erlang Xianqing cultivated? Could the 8-9 arcane art that Kong Wen mentioned just have the same name? Otherwise, with the status of the ancient immortals in the celestial world as sinners, if they knew that the 8-9 arcane art was the cultivation technique of one of the ancient immortals, how could they say it so easily? They would definitely treat it as a secret treasure and carefully study it, not letting a third party know. Ning Beixian has earned some face for our Shenzhen sect this time. I didn't really like him at first, but now it seems like he's not bad. Other than the Golden Sun Peak, Dan Peak, and Dajiang Peak, we have no enmity with him. In the future, we can let our disciples go to the Missing Moon Peak to exchange a few more times. Although Ing Zizai has disappeared, it's hard to guarantee that he will return to the Shenzhen sect one day. The battle between Ning Qi and Feng Lin Xianguang had shocked many people, so even though the battle was over, 80 to 90% of the Shenzhen sect disciples were still in shock and were reminiscing about the scene just now. Only a few, including the peak masters and elders, looked at Ning Qi with a scrutinizing gaze, as if they were considering how to deal with their relationship with the Missing Moon Peak in the future. Let me announce the results of this year's sect tournament. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled. Everyone immediately woke up from their thoughts and looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword. First place in the sect tournament, Missing Moon Peak. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Thank you, Ancestor. Ing Jinxuan and the rest stood up immediately and thanked Old Man Mysterious Sword. Her trembling body was enough to prove how emotional she was right now. The eyes of the disciples of all the peaks were filled with jealousy and envy. The Golden Sun Peak and the Great River Peak, which were sitting next to the Missing Moon Peak, were in an awkward situation. Everyone's eyes happened to be looking in their direction at the moment, and the two peaks had experienced the magnificent feat of being suppressed by Ning Qi alone. Shameful! Ancestor, I can't accept this. A faint voice rang out. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Was there anyone who didn't agree with the old ancestor's decision? Who was it? Yi Rulong took a step forward and glanced at Ning Qi before looking at Ancestor Xianjian. Ancestor, he's just a disciple sweeping the floor. He can only represent the External Affairs Hall and not the moon missing peak. When Huang Tong, who was sitting in the corner, heard this, he raised his head in astonishment. The sweeping disciples suddenly felt that Yi Rulong was right. Ning Qi should be representing the External Affairs Hall. Representing them, the sweeping disciples. What is the old ancestor Yi trying to do? Fan Zhang and the others were furious. Ying Jinchuan's face turned expressionless as she stared coldly at Yi Rulong. At this point, you still want to disgust me? Ning Qi looked at Yi Rulong indifferently with a trace of mockery in his eyes. That's right. What the old ancestor, Yi said, makes sense. Lu Ha and Bai Jing revealed a morbid smile on their faces. They had already left the missing moon peak and naturally did not wish to see the rise of the missing moon peak. Since they could not suppress Ning Qi, then it was also excellent to give Ning Qi some trouble. Rulong, do you really think so? Elder Mysterious, Sword, said indifferently. Yi Rulong's gaze was firm as he nodded. The sex rules cannot be abolished. Otherwise, there will be no fairness in the sect competition in the future. Anyone can ask for external help. What kind of sect competition is that? So it's like that? Elder Mysterious Sword squinted his eyes. I don't agree with old ancestor Ye's words. A voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and were shocked. Elder Sword? If one were to say who the most famous elder in the Xianjian sect was, it would definitely be the Sword Elder who was in charge of the Sword House. This was because every new disciple of the Xianjian sect had to enter the Sword House once. Only by resonating with the immortal sword could they be considered to have passed the second stage of the trial. Sword 13, what are you trying to say? Yi Rulong looked at the Sword Elder coldly as a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. A mere sky immortal at the full perfection stage dared to say something different at this moment? The Sword Elder glanced at Yi Rulong with a smile, then nodded towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi was a little curious. What would the Sword Elder say at this time? Ying Jinchuan's eyes revealed a trace of hope. The Sword Elder had always had a good relationship with the moon missing peak. Even though the moon missing peak had declined, he did not treat them coldly like the other elders and deliberately kept a certain distance. She believed that the Sword Elder would definitely speak up for the moon missing peak. 13, what do you think? Elder Mysterious Sword said with a smile. Everyone has witnessed the strength of Martial Nephew Ning. The reason why he was assigned to the External Affairs Hall was because of some personal grudges. As soon as the Sword Elder said this, many people looked toward some people. The coldness in Yi Rulong's eyes intensified as he stared indifferently at the Sword Elder. That's fine. Old ancestor Yi said that Martial Nephew Ning is from the External Affairs Hall and can only represent the External Affairs Hall. I beg to differ. The Sword Elder smiled. Tell me, why can't you agree? Yi Rulong snorted. Because of Blackie. The Sword Elder laughed. Little Black? Many among the crowd were confused, but the peak leaders and elders suddenly came to a realization as if they had just recalled something. So that's how it is. Martial Nephew Ning, is Little Black still there? The Sword Elder smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded, and a black sword suddenly appeared in front of everyone. After being broken several times, the black sword's aura was much stronger than before. As soon as it appeared, it expressed a strong desire to fight to Ning Qi. This black sword was the personal belonging of Elder Ning Qi of the Missing Moon Peak. After he left, the black sword was placed in the sword house. Now that Martial Nephew Ning Qi has obtained Elder Ning Qi's black sword, he can naturally be considered as Elder Ning Chi's successor. Therefore, if he can't represent the missing moon peak, then who can? Chapter 2330. Missing Moon Peak Elder Ning Chi? Many of the mysterious sword sect disciples revealed a trace of confusion in their eyes, as if they did not understand who the sword elder was talking about was. However, there were still many inner sect disciples, as well as the various peak leaders and elders, who revealed a trace of understanding. The former owner of the black sword was once an elder of the missing moon peak. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly as he looked towards Jinchuan, only to discover that there was a trace of confusion on her face. Fan Zeng and the rest seemed to have just heard of this matter, and from their expressions, it could be seen that they were unfamiliar with the two words Ning Chi. What 13 said makes sense. Let's do that then. Old Man Mysterious Sword chuckled and said, "In this year's sect competition, the first place belongs to the missing moon peak. There shouldn't be any objections, right?" No. Since Old Man Mysterious Sword had personally announced it, the other peak leaders naturally did not dare to have any objections. Furthermore, Ning Chi had relied on his own strength to obtain first place for the missing moon peak. Even the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's true disciple, Feng Lin Xianguang, who had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, had lost to Ning Chi. They only dared to curse in their hearts. This living spirit vein is the reward for the first place in the sect competition. Jinchuan, come over and accept it. Old Man Mysterious Sword flipped his palm, and an incomparably majestic immortal spirit energy was emitted from his palm. The various peak leaders looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword's palm with envy. It was a constantly twisting little yellow snake, but upon closer inspection, one could tell that it was not a real snake. It was completely condensed from the incomparably dense immortal spirit energy. Jinchuan flew in front of Old Man Mysterious Sword excitedly. After bowing respectfully, she used both hands to receive the little yellow snake. Then she used a jade bottle that she had already prepared and stored the little yellow snake inside. Yi Rulong stood behind Old Man Mysterious Sword and watched this scene coldly. Jinchuan did not even look at him as she directly bowed to Old Man Mysterious Sword and said, "Thank you, Ancestor. It's been hard on you and Ing Brat all these years." Old Man Mysterious Sword sighed. Jinchuan hurriedly said, "Ancestor, it's not hard on Jinchuan. It's not hard on Grandpa. Hurry up and plant the living spirit vein in the missing moon peak so that its spiritual energy doesn't dissipate." Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled. Jinchuan nodded her head, feeling a little emotional. Turning around, she called out and prepared to leave with Ning Chi, Fan Zeng, and the others. When the disciples of Golden Sun Peak, Great River Peak, and Elixir Peak saw this, their hearts were filled with bitterness. "Little Ning, stay behind." Old Man Mysterious Sword suddenly spoke. Ning Chi was stunned. Junior brother Ning, Jinchuan's eyes revealed a trace of worry. She had long heard how Ning Chi had rejected Old Man Mysterious Sword's kind intentions. She was afraid that Old Man Mysterious Sword would use this matter to make things difficult for Ning Chi. "I'll take my leave first." Ning Chi transmitted his voice. "Junior apprentice brother Ning, don't be too impulsive." Jinchuan hesitated for a moment before leaving with Fan Zeng and the rest. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The living spirit vein had already appeared. If it was not planted soon, it would lose its spiritual energy. Everyone looked at Ning Chi with strange expressions before looking at Old Man Mysterious Sword. Old Man Mysterious Sword had specifically asked him to stay. Could something special be about to happen? Something good? Something bad? Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan exchanged glances and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Both of them could clearly sense that Old Man Mysterious Sword's attitude towards Ning Chi was a little unusual. Was it just because this lad's combat strength far exceeded his peers? Or I've long suspected this lad's identity and background. Could it be that Patriarch has already seen through his true identity? I heard that this lad came with the Wen siblings. Jiang Kuan glanced at Yi Rulong. Thinking of this, Jiang Kuan glanced at Yi Rulong. He believed that with Yi Rulong's temper, he must have asked his disciple to test the Wen siblings. Patriarch, is there anything else? Ning Qi stood in the void and cupped his hands. His tone was so calm that everyone felt that something was wrong. Even a golden immortal patriarch wouldn't dare to be so humble when facing Old Man Mysterious Sword, right? They didn't even see a trace of fear in Ning Qi's eyes. This scene made 9 swords, Li Zhangtong, Yan Feiwu, and the other inner sect geniuses slightly shocked. At the same time, they felt a sense of inferiority. Meanwhile, the disciples who were sweeping the floor were flushed with excitement and clenched their fists tightly. Ning Qi's every move was filled with charm in their eyes. Third sister. Brother Ning might have recovered some of his memories. Otherwise, how could he be so calm when facing someone who has attained Dao fruit? Wen Sheng, who was sitting at the back of Golden Sun Peak, glanced at Wen Qing. Perhaps. Wen Qing nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Tong had already returned to Pei Yong and the rest. He looked at Ning Qi, who was standing in midair, with a complicated expression. Follow me. Old Man Mysterious Sword first rewarded the remaining 9 living spirit veins to the other 9 peaks before leaving those words and flying in the direction of the sect master's hall. Ning Qi followed him expressionlessly when he saw that. He didn't know what Old Man Mysterious Sword wanted to say to him, but he could sense that Old Man Mysterious Sword didn't have any ill intentions. Old Man Mysterious Sword actually wants to speak to him in private. Does Old Man Mysterious Sword really think so highly of him? Although he's a sweeping disciple, I'm afraid we can't offend him easily in the future. Everyone was envious and jealous. Those who didn't believe that Ning Qi would reject the position of a successor disciple had to believe it after witnessing this scene. Big brother, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to take revenge, Wang Hai thought as he looked at Ning Qi's back. There was still a trace of fear in his eyes. Fortunately, he had held back and didn't use the tricks he used to deal with Ning Qi. Otherwise, he might not even be able to sit here today. Yi Rulong, have you found out where this kid came from? Jiang Kuan questioned Yi Rulong as soon as Old Man Mysterious Sword and Ning Qi left. Even if I found out, why should I tell you? Yi Rulong sneered and left. Arrogant my ass. Jiang Kuan couldn't help but curse as he looked at Yi Rulong's back. It was already embarrassing enough that his Dajiang peak couldn't even enter the top 10. Yi Rulong's attitude made the anger in his heart rise exponentially. Senior brother, you said that master is looking for Ning. Junior brother, what business do you have? Zhao Tong hesitated for a moment before saying. Moreover, he had also started to call Ning Qi junior brother according to the rules of the Xianjian sect. It's not easy for us to guess what the ancestor is thinking. I guess it's just a cliché. Pei Yong smiled, patted Zhao Tong's shoulder, and turned to leave. Cliché? Could it be that master still wants Ning Beixian to be a successor disciple? Zhao Tong was slightly shocked. Chapter 2331. I don't remember. Ning Qi smiled and replied to Old Man Mysterious Sword with the same words he used to answer Wen Sheng and his sister. You don't remember? I heard that you have a good relationship with the Wen siblings. Have you been in the Wen family for a long time? Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a smile. Ancestor, I don't know who you heard this from, but that guy must be lying to you. Why don't we go over and beat him into minced meat first? Ning Qi laughed. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you playing tricks with me? Tell me, how did you get along with the Wen siblings back then? Old Man Mysterious Sword chuckled. Ning Qi only said that he was severely injured, and when he woke up he was at the ancient Heavenly Court's 9 Sect Alliance's gladiator arena, where he met Wen Sheng and Wen Qing. The old man of the mysterious sword nodded his head. Originally, I suspected that you were with the guy who destroyed Winbrat and wanted to cause trouble in my Xianjian sect. However, what you said now is actually able to match up with the words of the two siblings from the Wen family. Ning Qi's eyes moved. The mysterious sword old man had asked so many questions because he suspected that his background was not pure enough. The Wen clan was suddenly exterminated, and the ancestor of the Wen clan was a golden immortal who walked out of the Xianjian sect. After that, he came to the Xianjian sect with the Wen siblings, and his performance was much stronger than ordinary people. The old man was suspicious. The Wen siblings said that you were seriously injured and lost your memory. Oh, I can see that your cultivation method doesn't look like it can be found by a wandering cultivator. Your master might be very strong, so I won't fight with your master for a disciple. But are you sure you don't want to come to my main peak to be a true disciple? This sounds much better than sweeping disciple. Old man mysterious, Sword said with a smile. This disciple still feels that staying in the Missing Moon Peak is more comfortable. Ning Qi smiled. Kid, are you still angry about that matter? Didn't I let you vent your anger in this sect grand competition? Old man mysterious, Sword said with a faint smile. A trace of astonishment flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Then he suddenly realized why he was so lucky to meet the disciples of Golden Sun Peak and Dajiang Peak again and again. Jiang Kuan even said that someone was playing tricks. Even Ning Qi was surprised who could cheat under the nose of mysterious Sword Elder. So it was mysterious Sword Elder, man himself? However, from the looks of it, old man mysterious Sword still held Yi Rulong in high regard. After all, he had injured the fewest disciples of Elixir Peak. What do you think? Come to my main peak? Old man mysterious, Sword smiled. If an outsider saw this scene, they would surely be extremely shocked in their hearts because there had never been a golden immortal that would treat an existence at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm so patiently. Even if this perfection stage human immortal's combat strength was slightly terrifying and was capable of suppressing a perfection stage earthly immortal. But so what? Just a sky immortal. It was enough to suppress them. There was a saying in the immortal world. Geniuses who didn't live to the end were inferior to mortals. Mortals had the chance to obtain great opportunities and ascend to the heavens in a single step. But the dead geniuses had nothing. They were just a mass of air. Ning Qi thought for a while and said, Can the true disciples learn the passionless swordsmanship? Where did you hear about the love destroyer sword art? Old man mysterious Sword's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. According to senior sister, Ning Qi said lightly. Old man mysterious Sword looked at him a few times and then waved his hand. Don't think about the passionless swordsmanship. Didn't you get that black sword? The immortal slaying sword formation inside is a little interesting. You can practice it, and it might not be inferior to the passionless swordsmanship. So he also knows about the immortal slaying sword formation inside the black sword. But an existence like the golden immortal should have lived for countless years, and yet he seems to have never heard of the origins of the immortal slaying sword formation? Or am I wrong, and this ancestral star is not the birthplace of all immortals, and the ancient immortal clans appeared even earlier? Ning Qi was still deep in thought when old man mysterious Sword seemed to have lost his patience. With a gentle wave of his hand, Ning Qi felt the scenery around him suddenly change, and then he found himself standing on the Missing Moon Peak. Ing Jinchuan and the others were staring at Ning Qi, dumbfounded, as if shocked by the way Ning Qi appeared. A golden immortals means, huh? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. In that instant, he felt that he could do nothing. If old man mysterious Sword wanted to kill him, he would probably only need to lift a finger. Junior brother Ning, look at our Missing Moon Peak. Ing Zhenxuan walked to Ning Qi's side, looking excited. Not only her, but all the Missing Moon Peak disciples were flushed with excitement. Ning Qi looked up and saw that the spirit qi of the missing moon peak had increased by more than 10 times. The withered old trees were now sprouting again, and the air was filled with a faint layer of clouds. These clouds were formed by the condensation of immortal qi, and it looked a little like an immortal realm. Compared to before, there was a huge difference. These changes, apart from a small part due to the continuous rise of the missing moon peak, should be the living spirit vein that Jinchuan had just brought back. Ning Qi's divine will sank into the missing moon peak, and in the depths he saw the little yellow snake. It seemed to be very happy, swimming deep underground. As it swam in the depths, every inch it passed through produced a huge amount of immortal qi. There's a lot more spirit qi. Senior sister, your efforts all these years haven't been in vain. Ning Qi smiled. Jinchuan's face turned slightly red. In fact, she knew that all these years of hard work had been in vain. The rise of the missing moon peak started from the day Ning Qi arrived at the missing moon peak, and Ning Qi had something to do with it. The living spirit vein this time was also because of him. Junior brother Ning, thank you. Jinchuan looked at Ning Qi sincerely and said, Thank you, senior brother Ning. Fan Zhang and the others looked at each other and then cupped their hands towards Ning Qi. Their voices shook the heavens, and even the disciples of the Xianjian sect who were passing by the moonless peak could hear them. They stood in the distance and looked at the moonless peak with some envy. Now they were completely looked down upon and even forgotten. They did not want to step into the missing moon peak. The spirit qi in the Xianjian sect was already considered to be above average. Why didn't the old peak lord appear? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. This time, Eldering did not come to the sect competition either. The missing moon peak's spirit qi had surged, and Eldering did not appear either. Could it be that Eldering was not in the sect? Grandfather. Jinchuan's eyes flashed with hesitation. Then she gritted her teeth and sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi. Actually, many years ago, Grandfather's lifespan was already used up. He relied on all kinds of longevity pills to live until now. Now, any step he takes is equivalent to using up the stolen lifespan from the heavens. Grandfather has already consumed most of his lifespan in the past few times. Now, Grandfather has taken the pill and is in seclusion. The old peak lord is waiting, Ning Qi was startled. I'm waiting for my father. Grandfather wants to see my father again before he dies. But now that the missing moon peak's spirit qi has increased greatly, it is also good for Grandfather's lifespan. I believe that he will be able to live until the day my father returns. Jinchuan said with a determined expression. Pausing for a moment, he said, Junior brother Ning, do you know about the ancient immortal secret realm? Recently, there have been some movements over there. Countless ancient pills and immortal equipment have appeared out of nowhere. Many of our sect's direct disciples have already rushed towards the ancient immortal secret realm. Now that the sect competition has ended, if Junior brother Ning has nothing else to do, why not make a trip with me? Chapter 2332. Ancient Immortal Secret Land. Ning Qi had heard of it last time. Someone had invited him there, but Ning Qi had ignored him. Ancient pills, ancient immortal treasures? Senior sister, are they related to the legendary ancient immortal clan? Ning Qi smiled. That's right. Although the ancient immortal clan betrayed the immortal world and allied with the demons, they were eventually suppressed by a few mysterious clans in the immortal world. However, their alchemy and smithing skills were unique, and rumor has it that the earliest batch of primordial treasures appeared with the ancient immortal clan. Envy flashed in Jinchuan's eyes. Primordial treasures. Junior brother Ning, you should know about them. Right now, the only primordial treasure in the immortal world, the clear sky mirror, is in the hands of the Langya immortal emperor. This mirror can check the movements of the myriad realms at any time and has other powers. It's just that we don't know about it. Rumor has it that the immortal Lord Medallion in the hands of the Langya Immortal Emperor was made after observing the clear sky mirror. It can check the heavenly Tao list at any time. Its power is unfathomable, and it's a supreme Tao treasure. Immortal Lord Token. Ning Qi had one in his hands, and previously in the system, this immortal Lord Token was called the Jade Plate of Good Fortune. Ning Qi felt that the system should not be wrong on this point. Perhaps the immortal Lord Token in his hands did indeed have something special, and was different from the immortal Lord Token refined by the Langya Immortal Emperor. Same. As for the specifics, Ning Qi would have to wait until his cultivation reached a certain level. Right now, Ning Qi could only use the medallion to check the heavenly Tao list. He couldn't even use the immortals living in the medallion. Otherwise, Ning Qi was confident he could protect himself in the immortal world with just this medallion. Junior brother Ning, I heard that the ancient immortal clan has a very long lifespan. Maybe they're good at making longevity pills. This time, someone found an immortal pill of unknown rank in the ancient immortal secret land. After taking it, an existence at the end of his lifespan actually returned to his youth, increasing his lifespan by several eras. They call it the Youth Rejuvenation Pill. If we can get it, grandfather won't have to worry about his lifespan for a long time. Ing Zhenxuan saw Ning Qi deep in thought and thought that he didn't want to go to the ancient immortal secret land. This was the feeling he gave her before. He didn't like going out much, spending most of his time in seclusion at the Missing Moon Peak. Rejuvenation Pill. Ning Qi scanned with his divine thoughts and saw the option of the rejuvenation pill in the Dragon Slaying Mall. Not only the pill recipe, but even the spiritual materials could be bought with dragon slaying crystals. The pill recipe costs 10 million, and one set of spiritual materials costs 100,000 dragon slaying crystals. Looks like I'll have to earn some more dragon slaying crystals. Senior sister, do you understand the ancient demon poison that Yuanlong used? Ning Qi said. Ancient demon poison? Ing Zhenxuan paused for a moment, then nodded. The ancient demon poison came from the ancient immortal mystic realm. I heard that many demonic cultivators died in the ancient immortal mystic realm. After their corpses melted, the ancient demon poison was left behind. Someone tested it on immortals, but the immortals died. Faster than mortals. This is one of the poisons specifically targeted at immortals. You can occasionally buy it in some market squares, but the price is quite high. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like there was still a chance of finding demonic qi in the ancestral star. Senior sister, when are we leaving? Ning Qi laughed. Ing Zhenxuan was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up with joy. Let's go now. The moment Ning Qi and Ing Zhenxuan left the Xianjian sect, the news had already spread everywhere. Main Peak. Hizhe looked coldly at an inner sect disciple in front of him. You saw them leave the Xianjian sect with your own eyes? Did they say where they were going? Senior brother, Hizhe, as soon as they left, I went to the Missing Moon Peak and befriended a junior brother from before. I heard from him that Ing Zhenxuan invited Ning Beixian to the ancient immortal mystic realm. Ancient immortal mystic realm? There have been some changes in the ancient immortal mystic realm recently. Many people have obtained treasures inside, including several senior brothers. I wonder how they have obtained. Hizhe pondered for a moment with a smile that was not a smile. When the inner sect disciple saw this, he cupped his hands and left. Not long after, Hizhe left the main peak and flew towards the Great River Peak. In one of the mountain ranges near the center of the Great River Peak, there was a courtyard. This was where Yuanlong's cave was located. Because Yuanlong had been severely injured in the sect competition, the atmosphere on the mountain range was a little strange. Everyone had to be careful when they walked, afraid that they would provoke Yuanlong's displeasure. A figure silently landed in front of the most luxurious hall in the courtyard. At the same time, a figure flew out of the hall and landed heavily on the ground. Yuan Long's angry roar could be heard from inside. "Scram! All of you, scram!" Soon after, a large group of servant girls with low cultivation bases ran out of the hall in panic. They did not notice the presence of the figure. "Junior brother Yuan, why are you so angry?" Hizei laughed lightly. The hall instantly quietened down. Not long after, Yuan Long walked out of the hall. His face was pale as he looked at Hizei. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Hizei?" There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He didn't understand why Hizei would come here. He didn't seem to have much of a relationship with Hizei, and he hadn't even spoken a few words before. "Junior brother Yuan, this is not a place to talk. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" Hizei smiled. If it was any other time, Yuan Long would definitely be very happy. After all, it was a great honor to have a direct disciple come in person. But now that his cultivation had fallen to the early earth immortal realm, he was extremely depressed. After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Long moved aside and made a gesture of invitation. Hizei didn't seem to mind. After entering the hall and taking their seats, Yuan Long asked tentatively, "Senior brother, Hizei, do you need my help with anything?" "Indeed, but it's not really a help. Helping me is also helping yourself." Hizei smiled faintly. "Helping myself?" Yuan Long was stunned. Ning Beixian and Ing Jinshuan went to the ancient immortal secret realm. Hizei smiled faintly. Yuan Long's eyes flashed with hatred when he heard Ning Beixian's name. After a moment of silence, he looked at Hizei and said, "What do you mean, senior brother Hizei? I don't understand. Please explain." "Junior brother Yuan, since you don't understand, then forget it." Hizei shook his head with a smile and left. Yuan Long didn't move. He just looked at Hizei's back. After he left, Yuan Long smashed the chair under his, but into pieces. "You want to use me?" Yuan Long's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he finally calmed down. The reason why Hizei came to him today was not only because of the enmity between him and Ning Qi, but also because of his background before he entered the Xianjian sect. "Ning Beixian," Yuan Long muttered to himself. Suddenly, he formed a sword seal with his hand. Immediately after, a small sword formed from immortal spirit energy appeared in front of him. There were special patterns on the small sword. It was a common method of communication in the celestial world. Even if an existence with a cultivation level higher than him intercepted it midway, it would still be useless. There was no way to obtain complete information from it.